let's have a look at what's going to happen at the LCK. A little bit of a refresher for how the LCK is going to look. We are now back to what you know and love. Double round robin, best of 3, where all of our teams get to go on red side, go on blue side, duke it out, but it's fearless the entire way through. And this is something that wasn't, stipulated at the very beginning of the year when we announced this. Of course, the change that came through as First Stand was going, because everyone loves fearless, everyone loves watching fearless, and that's what we're going to get for the best of 3s coming up. Which
Atlas keeps looking at me when he says,
"Yeah, I know." I'm
fearless.
like, how, are we feeling better about it, Wolf? Like, I don't
Looks
know.
directly at me.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I mean, I'm coming around on it a little bit, but anyway, I'm not going to get this episode is not about that. Okay, we've already talked about it enough.
Yeah, we've
It's okay. I'm okay with it. All right, the team said it's okay. I'm okay.
Yeah, good. Okay. And they did sign off on it, right? Like there was the whole thing was put to everyone, and there was a petition and blah 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 blah. So good to see that we are going to be getting more fearless, because it means more fun picks and all that sort of stuff, and that's very, very cool. But now we get to work out what our expectations are going to be. What's the drama that's going to unfold? If you do want to, there is an elephant in the room. We're not going to address it in this episode necessarily, but if you want to learn more, you can just go to Dan Orcs Harrison's Twitter. There are plenty of replies you can read through, and a lot of them it's a lot. Right, there's a lot of words.
It's glorious.
Dan was doing 2 things. He was arguing with people on Twitter, and he was playing Marvel Rivals. That was his off-season. That's basically it.
He said he went to Japan. Like, were you even paying attention?
Do you know what he was doing in Japan? I was talking to Priscilla about this, and apparently he was just walking behind Pris and her friend, arguing with fans on the internet.
I can confirm
In
the
Japan.
best place to do a Twitter fight is at a ramen shop.
He hasn't denied it yet. But yeah, there is a lot that we need to talk about as far as like where these power levels are going to be, which teams are going to charge up to the top, and who we expect to be heading towards MSI. I think HLE looking like they're going to be pretty good, but they have to travel. It's a peanut team. We always have to be a little bit worried about a peanut team.
You know, I like going by the paper, right? As was obvious before. Apparently, we have 10 stacked teams, but only 6 playoff spots. So it's a lot of stacked teams. I mean, anybody could make it.
You really are a slave to the paper today, Valdez.
Anybody, any team, they're all
Drama
stacked.
guaranteed. Chaos always.
Welcome to the LCK.
Welcome to the LEC.
Wait.
No, they said give me chaos because they don't quite have it.
They
yet.
don't have
Yeah,
any. We've
to
got all
give
the
them
chaos.
They're trying to get it.
The LCK has all of the things again, as it turns out. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think maybe 9 stacked teams. I can do. I'm not going to name any specific names of unusual acronyms that are complicated and confusing. I hope they had a good off-season.
Let's just say that they're not afraid of being the team that isn't to be feared. You know? There we go.
I mean, it makes sense because we have fearless format, right? Like, it doesn't...
It should fit them very well.
So their benefit is gone.
No,
because everyone's fearless.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I'm trying to be a little be not kill. Hopefully it works out.
Yeah. I think that there are a couple of teams that might be towards the bottom, but we'll see what has actually changed. Because I think there's a lot of teams that we thought were ramping up even in the playoffs and the play-ins. Nongshim, for example, were a team that I think sort of found themselves at the very end, so maybe they can sort of challenge.
DK were supposed to be strong, and then they just immediately got wiped off the face of the planet by HLE
I'm not trusting them.
I'm not trusting them.
I'm not trusting them.
Chronicler's not here. Chronicler's not here. No trust.
I'm actually
I'm
done.
with Wolf on
I'm
this
done
one.
with D+, man. I don't care if D+ is up 2-0 in the finals. They didn't win. They didn't drop a single game all season long at the end of the year. I'm like, it's a reverse sweep.
It's the most
100%.
obvious reverse
It's
sweep
the most
ever.
obvious reverse sweep. 10,000 gold ahead in game 3. I'm like, how do they lose this? 100% they're going to lose. I'm so done trusting this team. So done. So many
just play
underperformances
Kassadin.
randomly. Just...
I'm going to
I
blindly
can't
trust them, and I'm going to be sad. It's the life of a DK fan. It's just how we do it.
I feel like they've kind of taken some of the space from KT because I feel like faith in KT is an all-time low.
I mean, yeah. Even KT fans are they're like, maybe next year.
Oh man, it was a rough series.
I didn't even know where I'm going to put KT in my power rankings for the
Do
start
they
of
make
this
top
season.
6 again, do you think?
No.
No?
Do you do the automatically put them in 5?
We do have 10 stacked teams, so it could be anybody.
I think that was just confirmed that it's 9 stacked teams.
Yes,
Don't
sorry.
blindly follow the sheet. Okay?
I don't know. I just feel like they look rough. They looked rough. This series against Nongshim, they kind of got blasted. And it's one series to focus on. They didn't have as many opportunities to play as some other teams, but it was a very poor performance.
Yeah.
They were doing a lot of cool creative stuff. It was working really well. And then they were like, let's try to play a little bit more standard with our little flair and our little touches on it. And then they'll just completely faceplant. Like, it doesn't work at all.
What if we give Duck Dom comfort, like, on his Felios? It should work out, right?
The thing is, like, there's definitely parts of the roster I was, like, less confident about. But I feel like the mid-jungle, I was like, this should pop, right? I feel like this should be a combination where I'm like, they will take... They didn't. They didn't. That's the thing I'm most disappointed in, right?
That one game.
They have the potential. This is the problem. The KT, you can see how they win.
Look at him. Look at him.
No, I mean, you can. And, like, BDD is literally the only person playing the game.
Yeah.
It's so sad to watch him try.
The thing is, like, should it be sad when it's happened so many years in a row?
Just give him a real
Isn't
good
it
team,
just,
though, please.
like, the way that it works? He's had real teams.
He did go to World Semis that one time.
Yeah.
And then he carried them to the win and then also threw, and they lost at the same time. It was very sad.
But at least EDG then won, you know? Mm-hmm. So that was... You can argue that they were the second best team in 2021.
Unfortunately, people don't give out second best team
They
awards.
also weren't, because DK was so incredibly strong that season. So maybe we could say equal, maybe third. We'll give him third.
And they should have won, and it wasn't even Fearless, and we still had Yasuo top anyway. Oh, that was so cursed.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And it's going to be like the first 2, rounds, right? Like the first 2 rounds of LCK, and then we have the MSI qualifier, and then we do like the next 3 rounds.
Yeah,
right?
the Legend and the Rise groups.
Yeah, the Legend and Rise. So these first 2 rounds are very standard. And
yeah,
then we
Road
have
to
the
MSI kind of feels like a spring split.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of how it works.
It's basically just a spring split, and then we go to Busan, which is really cool. So we actually do have a...
And we get 3 matches in Busan as well, which is
Yeah.
super dope. Like 1, 2, 3 straight up, one after the other, and so it's going to be really sick. And
gonna
it's
be a
King of the
great
Hill format,
show.
so it's going to be a crazy playoffs. So everything's the same until you get to the playoffs, and then things go a little bit wacky with how the format works, and it's going to be a whole lot more cutthroat and things like that.
And also, and I didn't just learn this right before we recorded, because HLE won first stand, both of our MSI seeds will miss play-ins. You know, so every other region will have a team in play-ins and a team in the main stage of MSI, but the LCK, both teams will go into the main stage, which is a lot of comfort because I know we're a little bit worried. Would our second best team be able to handle play-ins? You know,
it's not an advantage for us as much as it's a safety. It's a safety for the other teams. Like give the they shouldn't have to play against 2 LCK teams. You know, in the tournament, one of them in the play-ins. Like some of those other regions just trying to get by. They're not even the best seed. They're the second best seed, and they have to play against one of our best. Like let's protect them. Let's
Does
put them
anyone
right
have
out of the
Azale on speed dial? Do we know what Canadian food is like? Maybe if
Canadian
our team
food's
wins
great.
early and had some time to kind of like in through play-ins and get used to the food, maybe that's better.
like maple syrup.
Ooh.
yeah,
I mean, there is
And
a lot
poutine.
of there's a lot of sweet food in Korea, and if you think about it, like poutine is pretty much tteokbokki.
my wife
Right.
puts maple syrup in her oatmeal.
There you go.
There's the angle.
That seems weird. I'd put honey in oatmeal.
Yeah.
I don't eat oatmeal. So
Huh. Well, there you go.
Wolf isn't into that fiber thing. He's just
Yeah,
not into
no,
that.
no, no.
granola bars are fine,
Okay.
but like oatmeal, like as a porridge, not really.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of love porridge. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. It's more about like trying to work, like, because the protein thing is like carbs in more carbs and fat and sugar. Mm-hmm. And that's basically tteokbokki. It's like the same vibe.
True.
Except the tteokbokki is spicy. So all they need to do is pack like a little spicy sauce, like maybe the
They
bulldog
will.
sauce.
Yeah.
And then you just pour that in the protein and you've got it nailed. It's a bit softer, not as chewy as tteokbokki is, but it's pretty much covering the same base, right?
Well, if Nongshim go, they can just pack suitcases
Oh
full of ramen.
my
Like,
God.
they don't even have
Actu-
to worry about the food.
And also, if Nongshim go, they'll know exactly the stores that all of the Shin Ramyun's at in Canada, which is probably all of them. As it turns out, like
it's a pretty global brand.
Yeah, and the problem is, right, like it's getting harder and harder for teams to beat Korean teams overseas because as the world becomes more global, it's like, where is the place without the good kimchi? It doesn't really exist so much anymore.
It's kind of blowing up. You know,
it's
Korean
sort of
culture
everywhere.
in the last 10 years has really taken some big strides. So,
So Max, are
this
you
podcast
saying?
isn't about that, but yeah, I can see the angle.
So Max, are you saying that for the West to win an international, for example, they need to find a really remote island
Tariffs
spot,
on kimchi.
tariffs on kimchi, or find like a remote island that doesn't have access
Like
to
Iceland?
this? Well, that didn't quite
It
We
work.
didn't win
worked
that
in
one, though.
2021.
No, we didn't win though.
Yeah.
How about
So,
Greenland?
yeah,
Any-
maybe.
So but what we're saying is,
Oh,
like,
yeah,
this
so
is
yeah.
how you
The
topple
55th
the
state?
Koreans.
So no, I guess maybe it did work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because wasn't there just like one place that they could go to eat? I remember like there was an interview with Showmaker and he's like, we
Oh, yeah.
found that one Korean place in Iceland or something.
They can go. They can go more remote. Honestly,
Yeah.
just keep working it up.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Like the moon.
Well, it's not for us to figure out; it's for them to figure out.
Yeah. We do want competition though, you know, because we're all about integrity of our sport as we move into the future.
that would make things
right?
more fun. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Some
honestly,
more
like that,
competition.
we're feeling pretty comfortable now. But there have been a lot of times, even over the last couple of years, where we've just been winning everything. Like especially when it was like we were down to just T1 and they had to do the fairy tale in order to win.
I mean, let's not forget, I think there was a large sentiment amongst a lot of us at the end of our playoffs that, like, because of Fearless, no one was really playing optimally. Like, we were all kind of like, it was a really close, you know, a lot of these went to 5, but, like, Fearless is weird, and we're not sure, and no one's playing real comps. I feel like by the time MSI rolls around, like, that will be over, pretty much. Like,
Yeah.
I think most teams will have adjusted, hopefully, right? Because if they haven't, I'm like, well, I don't know, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, by the time we get to there,
Maybe
like,
next
everyone
year.
should have a much better understanding of how to utilize Fearless.
I mean, realistically, if we actually looked at like the domestic level and we took that team from the LPL and it wasn't called Top Esports, it had a different name, maybe just like shuffle the player names or something, it could have been competitive. You
Yeah.
know, unfortunately, they are Top Esports and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one team thing. It's so volatile. Like
Yeah.
we didn't learn that much. Yes, we had our smug segment or whatever, but when it's just one team, so much actually relies on this team, this specific team, and their strengths, and you know what comes up in the tournament, what turns out to be meta on the tournament patch, all that sort of stuff, as to which team is going to be the strongest. And when you only have one team and they're the representative for an entire region, it's a little bit unfair to judge an entire region based on that,
Especially when it's Top Esports.
especially when it's top esports.
Also, going into LCK, first stand, like TL didn't even play a single game 4, I think it was. Like they won 3-0, right?
Yeah, because they had a lot of best of
So-
threes in that format.
A lot of best of 3s, not a lot of best of 5s. Hanwha had like 8 trillion.
Like
I don't know.
that's the thing
Didn't
is
I think-
Hanwha
I think
play
by the
more
time
games
MSI
than were played in the entirety of like one of the leagues or something like that?
I'm not sure about.
I think it might be. I mean, they might have played more games than like in regular season than like one team played throughout the entire playoffs and their regular season or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
There was like a weird,
They played a
crazy
lot.
stat of like the amount of extra games you played if you were HLE compared to a lot of the other teams.
I think that's a problem though, is that like, you know, Fearless is so new, and obviously with time, like teams are gonna get more accustomed to it. But like, we always talk about how different formats have advantages, right? The LCK plays a lot more games than like the LEC, so we always talk about that's a big advantage. But I feel like it's amplified when we have Fearless coming in fresh. That like, you know, HLE had so much more experience, and you know, LPL was the only region. Like LPL had a ton of best of 5s, and Top Esports played quite a lot of games, went to Game 4 in like all their playoff series, but obviously they choked horrendously. But like, that's why I think it's difficult for like, you know, like the LTA, as you said, with the example where they literally hadn't played a Game 4. So even if they made it through to like finals against HLE, even if you win early games in the series, like as we saw K-Cup do, you know, winning Game 1, like it's so hard to battle this team who are not only so good in Game 5s, but also have played more Game 5s in Fearless than, you know, like I think Casey had played 1.
Yeah.
And that was like a lot compared to, you know, compared to Team Liquid.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty obscene.
So who's making it that's not Hanwha to MSI?
It's Genji or T1.
Well, what about DK? No, I mean, we're
No,
going to be disappointed
I'm
by
not
DK.
trusting.
Me and Wolf
not
are
even
not
gonna-
trusters.
I'm not going to be disappointed ever again because I will never be enthusiastic. I'll never be excited. I'll never be ready to think this team is actually going to be a top team ever again. No. Not me. Not me. Personally, maybe Chronicler for sure. Like
Definitely
100% he
Chronicler.
does.
Yeah,
And
like
I'll have another therapy
me
session,
and
but-
Crony are both going to be like, we're going to be talking about how DK is super good, and it's going to frustrate everyone,
probably
and then
will
they're
be.
going to be great until they suck. That's what's going to happen.
I think something I'm interested
As
in
usual.
is going into first stand. We saw lane swaps being eliminated, but I don't think that's really been investigated that heavily because it was a 1 week tournament, right?
Yep.
And we only had one team from each region. So I don't think that, like, compared to like Worlds, which happens over such an extended period of lots of regions competing, lots of teams figuring out the meta. You think about how much the meta evolves over the course of Worlds from like week 1 to like the end. We didn't get that. And I feel like this wasn't a representation of such a big shift in the meta that we haven't played out. So like I'm interested to see where things land because we didn't really see like range supports dominating. We saw them a bit more, but it wasn't like super frequent. You know, the meta didn't seem that different, and obviously lane swaps were gone. But like, you know, an example is how a T1 going to play now, right? With lane swaps being gone, carriers undoubtedly going to want to capitalize on that. Like, how is that going to shift the meta? Is it going to be as effective? Because we've had things like, you know, a really common
and does
thing.
exposing Doran on the other side of the map actually balance it out? If T1 like is T1 just going to be incredibly lopsided now, where their bottom lane crushes and Doran has to play weak side once again? Like it's interesting how that goes.
Yeah, so I'm really interested to see how that plays out because I think that could represent a big shift in where our teams are because they're going to be figuring this out. It's going to be fearless as well, but it's also just like that big shift in the meta and seeing what teams adapt to it best. Because I feel like for so many teams, you can be like, oh, well, this aspect's positive, but like, how is this aspect for them? I think the T1 example is a good one where it's like bot lane definitely feels like they're going to benefit. Does top lane suffer in certain matchups? Probably. And then HLE, I think, you know, Zeus is chilling.
Yeah.
In most situations, but Delight's definitely someone who he's been performing best on like these engaged supports. Like how playable is Alistair going to be if Kerry is picking like Karma or Lux or even like I don't know.
Caitlyn, Varus,
Yeah.
Ash.
Well, the thing is with
Ezreal.
HLE, and I think that they've discovered sort of the opposite of what T1 have discovered, right? T1 can play so much more towards bottom side, whereas HLE can play so much more towards top side. And so you just play a whole bunch of weak side bottom lanes, and Viper has learned how to play. Like, I think this was the teething that they had at the very beginning of the season, was that Viper felt like he was the one that needed to carry, and then he realized, oh no, I don't. I can play utility, I can just get by and then get to a late game where I can become a carry if I need to, but they don't play for him in the early game or the mid game. And the same can be said for what T1 wants to do, right? Like, you play for the bottom lane, and then Doran is like on Ornn or something like that. Just, I will have an R button at some point in the future, and like, I'll just neutralize this matchup as best I can. Like, I think that there are clear like ways to play out these teams without letting too many chefs into the kitchen, right?
The thing I'm really interested in though is because we've seen a lot of changes since like before lane swaps were a thing. You know, one thing is like tower damage is so much higher, and also they
Yep.
changed the early waves. Because the reason, like, when we had like Ashenheimer support and they were so suffocating, it's like Varus Ash bot lane, you just walk up, both of you use your Halo Blades procs, you chunk them out, you stack up on third wave, you dive, and the game is over. The game is just over. But now towers are tankier, right? And they
Yep.
changed like the early waves as well. So like, is it going to be as punishing? You know, like that's always the question. Is like where is it going to fall? Where is it going to land? Because you know, as you said, like HLE will play around the top side, T1 around their bot side. If you can't punish bot lane as much, does that mean HLE are winning that trade then if they're playing around top?
We also did see a lot of lane swaps at first stand, just not at level 1.
Yeah, the delayed lane swap is actually a really interesting thing. I wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah, we saw that a ton back even in like 2021. Like, I always mention Duckdom for this because he was like the king of early lane swaps on Aphelios and crescendo damage, getting plate gold and out tempoing. Like, they did that so much back then in 2021, and it felt like we kind of saw that again at first stand, where it's like, okay, well, this matchup's not that favorable. We have a faster back. We can turn that into a lane swap. Our top laner still has teleport advantage, so he could TP bottom, and there's a lot of things you can do with that. We saw that a lot. I think that macro sense can get you out of a bad tempo situation if you're able to get that one back. But if you can never get that back, then you can never swap, and then you're kind of pinned under turret. I don't think it's going to be as much of a game's over situation like Ox is saying, where the dive comes through and it's like, oh, this is unplayable. You try to come back, the jungler just camps, you can't get back to the turret. It's more just like incremental advantages that can stack up over time. But I do think it's a huge buff to Guma Keria, and Guma, who's been announced to be starting. We'll see what actually happens. I'm not getting into all the drama right now. But
Remember,
tomorrow.
Ox's Twitter.
it's definitely, I think, a big boon for the setup that Atlas was just talking about, where Doran could just be a rock and then they push and like they get advantages.
Yep. It's like finally T1 has a QV. They haven't really been a team with a QV.
They can't just play Gnar every game, though, because it's Fearless.
Yeah, true.
So,
hey, you can play
Cassante. And
You can play Gragas, Scion, Ornn.
There are quite a few, Gnar bots that you can put into that top lane, and I think there are some that are even better. Like maybe you'll find the Malphite angle. We saw Cho'Gath win a game in a game that he shouldn't have won last night. That happened in the LEC. Some of the drafts that we've been seeing have been completely nutty, but I think that is opening a completely other can of worms if we're going to talk about meta. It's largely the same. There's a dog running around, and it's a little bit crazy, and there's all sorts of other weird things that are happening. Thank you very much, Valdez.
Was there ever any doubt?
It was cute. You thought there was a chance.
We toppled the blue wall, and it wasn't even close.
So we are officially the first stand champions. And by we, I mean Humble Life Esports. Thank you so much, Humble Life, for being so extraordinarily good. It didn't seem very close between them and the rest of the competition. The rest of the competition seemed like a mess. And that was a lot of fun to watch. Honestly, having such a cutthroat format, I don't think it tells you very much about power level of any of the teams, but it was fun, and we got a crazy result. And so that's really, really cool.
The wait is over. Welcome back. The greatest league in the world returns. The LCK is here. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the space for the pre-show of the 2025 LCK regular season. I'm your host, Daniel Tigon Gonzalez. Joining me is Daniel Ox Harrison and Wolf Schroeder. Welcome, gents. How's it going?
Pretty good. Looking clean over here with a new getup. Tigon was working hard on this. He actually built this himself.
Yeah, he put it all together himself. It looks great. He didn't miss a single logo. Got all of them.
Yeah, right? Yeah, we had a little
Where's
space
Bro?
there,
Go,
too.
quick. Where's Bro?
Bro's right here. Bam. Had to put it on my side, That's why. All right. Well, it has been a great start to the 2025 year for the LCK. Hanwha Life Esports winning not only the first ever LCK Cup, but the first ever first stand tournament first champions. Both of you guys got to do that. How was that experience for you on the international stage, Dan?
Super cool. I feel like HLE didn't get challenged that much, but there was a lot of fun matchups between regions. They tried. They really did. Wasn't enough.
That was a lot of Korean dominance and kind of a reminder for me that, you remember T1 was one game away from beating Hanwha, knocking them out. Gen.G one game away from being our representatives with how D+ was looking, even Nongshim rising.
Nongshim one game away from beating Gen.G. Don't forget that one either.
Who knows how any of the other LCK teams would have done had they been our representatives instead.
All right, well, let's turn our focus now to the 2025 LCK season. The first ever. We're doing 5 rounds. It'll be 5 rounds. It all starts here with the first round 1 and 2. Very similar to the split seasons that you're used to. So the spring split, you can think of it like that. Then we have the road to MSI play-ins and playoffs, which include the gauntlet, which it'll be 6th versus 5th, 5th versus 4th, 4th versus 3rd, and then First and second will play for a direct spot into the finals as well as that slot over at MSI. We then return for rounds 3 through 5 where the teams will be split for the top 5 teams into Legend and the bottom 5 teams into Rise for from rounds 1 and 2, and it'll be a triple round robin best of 3. The bottom 2 teams from the Rise group will be dropped and their year will end there. Everyone else will play in play-ins in terms of the 5th place from Group Legend plus the top 3 from Group Rise, and then the playoffs. Top 4 teams go to Worlds, all best of 5 playoffs there. It'll be a long, long year, and now all of it with Fearless.
Yeah, I think it's a change that a lot of people really wanted. It's what a lot of people were asking for, and we've got it. It's going to be here year long, all of the LCK, all of MSI, all of Worlds. Prize pool pretty massive here, of course, for this year-long LCK. Champion takes home 300 million Korean won.
300 million!
300 million, yes. Get your Dr. Evil pinkies out.
Yeah, it's not dollars.
No. It halves each step you go down, though. So every single win you get in that playoff bracket doubles your money.
That's a lot on the line, you know. Obviously, the prestige a big thing as well, but nice to see the cash that is behind the prize as well.
All right, well, if the teams want to be successful, they need to know the game itself, which is why we're taking a look at the patch. We got a new one here, 25.06, the 6th patch here in the 2025 LCK season. Focus here on the AD carries, as we know that the champion pool has been pinched very hard in Fearless drafts.
Yeah, often in Fearless, we see AD carries, since it's just a smaller pool compared to other roles. We see it get thinned out quickly. We see these AD carries who are a little bit out the meta shot more. Lucian is a great example. He showed up. And with this buff, it just means we're going to see them a bit more, and also going to be a bit more relevant when they do appear, because I think it's the pool where we get to see most of it during these big best of 5s.
I like the changes to Smolder. Obviously, some of the wave clear of his ult got nerfed, so they're reducing the cooldown on that, and the E damage and the W damage makes you a little bit more relevant through the early laning phase, where often in the past you kind of just took teleport and sat there and hoped that you didn't get super owned while you were scaling up. So I like that, makes them a little bit more relevant. The Lucian buff is huge, but some of these nerfs I think were pretty warranted. The quirky base stats of the base armor makes him a little bit less oppressive in a lot of lane matchups, especially in the mid lane where he has still been played. Ezreal was just kind of the king of AD carry in terms of flexibility. So difficult to kill an already mobile carry that builds armor usually and already had so much base armor. Taking some of that away makes him a lot more killable, a lot more vulnerable.
I also think it's interesting that Caitlyn gets banned before we even get Guma gets his hands on it, already taken down a notch because they knew what could have been. Gwen, though, had a adjustment, and basically Gwen's place in the meta, since, you know, she originally showed up, she was obviously very strong. They kind of changed it to be the scaling pick, where if you get it to the late game, absolute monster. We'd see it picked into things like Ornn to give the opportunity to scale. They've kind of switched it back to more what she's like originally, where her early game is a lot stronger. They did nerf her late game a bit, but it just basically means your lane matchup's a lot more bearable. And I think she's a bit overtuned as a result, because she's still a menace in the late game, but she now has a laning phase where she can compete.
Yeah, more snip, less needlework in the end. And obviously one of the biggest changes here on this patch, changes to Neferi, the Darken Assassin. They flipped where the ultimate came from, so now you can only dash at someone once, but there's some invulnerability as well. Played a lot in the LPL to a huge, huge win percentage.
Yeah, I mean, the big buff, obviously, to the Q, minion damage as well, is pretty huge, and she's got pretty good jungle clear, so it's not the fastest you've ever seen, but she clears fast enough to still be a relevant assassin. It's the W, where you can actually just become untargetable, allows you to dodge skill shots, allows you to dodge CC oftentimes to get on top of the target that you want, so a little bit more reliable. Very strong right now, no doubt. I think this is definitely a pick that, especially in the early days when it hasn't been fully solved yet, a lot of LCK teams will ban, and I said who let the dogs out for my kind of like patch overarching theme here, because it seems like this is going to be the ruler of this patch. On the other hand, though, I will say I think we've seen big assassins in the past in the LCK, like Talon, be less utilized by the LCK because the coordination of the LCK allows you to outplay it. So I'm not 100% sure that she's going to be perma-pick ban every single time.
It kind of feels like in the LPL, we started off, you know, some teams letting it through, we saw we get played a bit. Presence have been like 100% towards the end, really seeing the champion pop off. We had like FPX Shadow dropped a 17-kill game on it. I think the pick's really powerful. Will we see it played as much in the LCK compared to the LPL? I think the LPL style suits her more, but I still think she's going to be a really high priority.
Dan, can you give me that line once?
Can I pet that dog?
Good job, big dog. Big dog.
Big dog.
All right. All right, let's see. We go from patch predictions to now what the teams predicted who would be champion in our first ever 5-round LCK split. And there it is. Hanwha Life Esports getting 8 votes as the reigning champion. T1 getting 2 votes, not just one from Hanwha Life, who has to pick someone else because they're not allowed to pick themselves. D+ as well. And for the first time in a very long time, Gen G not getting any championship votes here from Media Day.
Yeah, I think the interesting one is obviously D+. They only want to buck the trend, but also they got 3-0'd by Gen G. That's how they got knocked out of the LCK Cup. And then they went, you know what? We ain't going to give them the respect. We're going to give T1 the respect, which is an interesting take, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously you can't vote for yourself, so Hanwha Life voted for T1 as well. I think a lot of people expecting that things will change and we'll see a stronger T1 moving forward. And I think they're actually going to be, for me, one of the big challenges for Hanwha Life Esports this season. And my focus here is on the jungle and the bottom lane. Owner had a fantastic LCK Cup, even though they got knocked out early because of the format. They were in the single elimination part of the bracket, barely lost to Hanwha Life. His performances, especially around objectives, were phenomenal. But his early pathing, I feel like is one of his weaknesses compared to junglers like Peanut, like Canyon. He's improved it so much. He's no longer just the hands guy, but he's also the brain guy. And now that we have lane swaps pretty significantly removed, for real this time, the best bottom 2v2 duo has always been Gumacaria in the LCK. Remember, they dominated when we had the double marksman lanes. They kind of built that. It was their thing. They basically made that a thing for the whole world. So now that that's gone, the lane swap elements to just avoid tough matchups, I think this bottom duo can be a real challenger to some of our top teams.
I think on my side, the team I've really been looking at is Gen G. I think Gen G came into the LCK Cup and there were some issues, you know? I think ultimately bringing Duro in as his less experienced player and needing to fill that shot calling role that they've lost out on, it takes time to adjust to. And yet, despite the fact that I feel like Gen G is scaling, they beat D+ 3-0, who one of our frontrunners for the LCK Cup. They also took HLE to 5 games 2 times. So despite the fact that they had such a close competition in the LCK Cup and were so close to winning it, I think they are still going to improve over time. We have such a long split ahead of us. Time is only going to help Duro have more confidence in the shot caller role and fit in with his team better. I think if they're able to take HLE to 5 games twice now, by the end of the year, they're going to be on top.
I love this. We're talking about who's taking down the reigning LCK champs, and we're using the reigning world champs and the reigning MSI champs. I feel like I side a little bit more here with Gen G based off of just the time it takes for Duro and Ruler to get together, whereas T1, we're still trying to settle into that roster, and we're going to get to see here in just a little bit, which leads us to this week's Digon Fact of the Week. I love this music. It's great.
Good to see it returned. I wasn't sure they'd have the budget for it, but I'm glad they committed it.
Yeah, thank you for setting the budget into it. All right, so we've got our 2 players here, Daniel Ox Harrison and Wolf Schroeder, for a 2-question Digon's Facts.
A double on opening day.
Yes, so let's get to it. Hanwha Life vs. Gen G continues the tradition of the past season's finalists facing off in week number 1. Since this started in 2023, what is the record of the incumbent champion?
So there'd be four times this happened, right? Assuming we're talking about only week 1 of the season, right? So
Correct.
So we're not including LCK Cup.
Correct.
I want to say...
You can figure this out.
I want to say 3-1. I think I'm going to say 3-1.
I think 3-1 as well. Because I feel like...
Final answer.
Final answers. I can't stump them, but you could just figure this one out a little bit. The past 6 have been T1 versus Gen G. And T1 won the first one in spring,
Yeah.
and then since then it's been Gen G winning the last.
If you remember that spring season for T1, you remember there wasn't any losing. So
That's correct. That's correct. That's a good one. Okay, so we're tied.
Questions, Digon.
I mean, you know, I like creating some tradition. You know, we're seeing
new tradition right now
here. So now we must ask, and you at home, you need to answer this one. Whose wig is this?
I mean, I have seen Vedius wear a wig like this from time to time, but I feel like that's Atlas's wig.
Could be. I was thinking Yundo, you know, but maybe
Mr. Yundo, yes.
Maybe Valdez. But I think you may be onto something.
Is this a trick? Is it Digon's wig? I'm pretty sure it's Atlas's.
They don't know either.
They're stumped, man. I think it's Atlas's for sure, though. That's my final answer.
All right, let's reveal the answer. Oh, Wolf! gets it correct. It's Atlas's wig, which is actually part of the new Twitch subscription program we have here at the LCK. The emotes are out. We have Oxj, G-Sun Easy, Wig, and Lus. Those are 2 separate emotes that you can use, and everyone's favorite, what did it, Chad?
I'm so glad that that image I made by holding my phone at the TV at a weird angle got a ton of views. It is so good. I mean, I have to say, like, even though Ox is sitting right next to me, I gotta say, what did it, Chad is my favorite.
What did it, Chad's just too good, you know. He's mogging us all. He's mewing constantly. he's got aura, right? I feel like. I'm not gonna get my phone out, but as soon as the segment's finished, I'm getting out. I'm spamming it in chat. What did it, Chad? You know, goated.
So make sure to subscribe over to the LCK channel right now. You also got the flags of all the teams and more emotes coming. And throwing this one out there for all of you at home that make fun of left media, right media, center media, it is now your opportunity to participate in the player of the match votes. You can participate up until the Nexus is destroyed by signing up over at Soup or Chijijik. For more details, head on over there and sign up. But you can vote.
And I want to make it clear, this now means that if POM doesn't go to the player that you want, and you didn't vote, it's your fault.
It's your fault.
It's your fault.
And if a player goes to a player that shouldn't get
Your fault.
Your fault.
If a vote goes to a player that shouldn't get it, and your vote was a tiebreaker, then it's also your fault, and we will let you know.
Also, thanks to our friends back at Udi Bank for returning with the Udi Bank Gold King for the player that gets the most gold. Last season, obviously, it was Aiming, who was a runaway winner with that. We're glad to have them back. Now, let's turn our focus to week 1 as we kick things off with Hanwha Life versus Gen G, and then later on today, DRX versus the DN Automotive Freaks. What other matches jump out at you from this week here, Dan?
Yeah, I think the HLE Gen G, pretty good. You know, rematch of the LCK Cup Finals. Also, T1 Gen G, a matchup that we have seen before a few times at least, but always tends to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the T1 Gen G match, I'll talk about my upset prediction there. I actually think that given that we have Guma announced as starter, we'll see if that actually comes true, but that was announced, right? Controversial as it is. That bottom 2v2 against Duro, who's still not experienced, I give the edge to T1 in this meta.
Yeah, and to talk about mine, everyone else went HLE, I went Gen G. The thing is, if you're playing against good teams, it's going to make you improve, right? It's going to, that competition fosters improvement. Unfortunately, HLE spent a week playing against some teams. I just don't think their level is high. So,
that good.
Yeah, I think maybe HLE is going to be held back by that. Building some bad habits, you know, playing at a
Vladimir said.
Yeah, you know, Gen G might be a little bit more locked in coming into this.
Again, Dan with the legendary pick of that Hanwha Life Esports Gen G finals last summer. That was a long ways away, but it all starts with one step, and that's what we're doing today. The beginning of the LCK season starts right now.
Makes me stronger. 젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅! 젠지 하나 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're back for the regular season here. We're back for the LCK. It is so nice to be back. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and we're going to be bringing you the first matches of this very long endurance test, which is what it has been called here at the LCK. The new format, which is you got a big split, then you got MSI, you got EWC, you come back, you just go right back into it, into rounds 3 and 5. 3 through 5. It's just so much LCK. I'm so happy to be back, Chronicler.
I can't wait. LCK Cup was awesome. We had a really good time. Then Humble Life did kind of dunk on everyone at first stand.
Yeah.
Great for us, but that was all a warm-up. This is where it starts. Obviously, unexpected, but we are also going to stick to Fearless, meaning that particularly for all of those real fans out there that catch everyone and us, gonna be great for your sanity.
Yeah, every game will not contain the same champions. That's probably a good thing.
Zeri, Lulu.
Lushinami, Zeri. No, it's gone. Although
불편하죠? 맞습니다. 국내에서 젠지를 역시나 빼놓을 수 없겠죠. 하나생명에게 내주었던 타이틀을 가져오기 위해서 더 단단해진 젠지가 또 준비하고 있습니다. 타이틀 포핏하고 붙은 거 M5가 그 전이었거든요, 바로.
맞습니다. 그래서 오늘 이 개막전부터 좀 많이 이렇게 갈아왔을 것 같은데 경기력으로 또 보여줄 필요가 있어요.
Humble Life Esports at the beginning of LCK Cup, it was a stomp. Obviously, that was a bit of a different situation. As Zeus just 10 kills away from 1,000 LCK kills. This guy, number 5 on the list of top laners. And keep in mind, it hasn't been that long since this guy debuted, relatively.
Well, no, he debuted in 2021, but he wasn't a starter until the next year.
Yeah.
So that is kind of insane to think about, or particularly given that this is only LCK. We're not even talking about the internationals that obviously he did go through. And the God of Thunder has just been so insanely good. Love that, particularly Dinar, which I think, even though his nickname is God of Thunder, has been his most iconic pick. Really, the only thing you can look at here is, where's Kennen? Zeus? What's this? You promised us Thunder!
Yeah, well, the Thunder will be brought for sure, but let's take a look at a little teaser. Moving into this matchup, Humble Life Esports up against Gen G to break it down.
승부는 결국 결과로 말하는 거니까요. 저희 팀은 우승했고 증명하고 있다고 생각합니다.
작년에 이제 하나생명이 우승했을 때는 제가 없기도 했었고 챔피언 자리는 좀 언제나 바뀔 수 있는 거라고 생각을 합니다.
젠지라는 팀을 잘 알기 때문에 어떻게 상대해야 할지도 잘 알고 있습니다.
알고 있어도 막을 수 없는 게 강팀이다라고 좀 생각을 해서 젠지라는 팀이 강하다는 걸 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
개막전에서 젠지도 잡고 계속 이 기세 이어나가겠습니다.
Well, there you have it. Humble Life Esports up against Gen G. Ruler's like, I wasn't there. This isn't the same team. Duro also there in the bottom lane with him, and we have seen that has had some effects on their success down there, but we'll see how well they can scale. As we're going to have a nice special opening here for Humble Life Esports. They are going to walk out, and here they are.
What?
Right?
Right?
Wait, what? Who's that? That's not Zeus. It's Smeb and all the ROX Tigers. And
I love how the rest of them are still striking his pose. Smeb's like, okay, guys, come on. We gotta do the walkout. we gotta get this going. As 4 out of the 5 ROX Tigers. Peanut, the only one that is still competing.
Yeah. And they even have the old trophy as well from Champions. And there you go. They have the old pose as well. I mean, these guys are just one of the most beloved rosters we've ever had in League history. And I'm sure some of you Zoomers of League might not know about them, but they were the best at a time here in Korean League of Legends history.
오늘 눈이 안 보입니다. 네, LCK 서머 그랜드 파이널 우승 한화생명입니다.
별의 마지막은 성운을 만들고요. 새로운 세대의 별이 된다고 합니다. 2,400년 넘게 자리 지켜온 첨성대 덕분일까요? 박스의 마지막 별이 하나생명 첫 우승으로 빛나는 걸 보게 되네요.
Man, the poetry on those lines, something to aspire to, as highlighted the fact that NoFae just dropping lines like that.
Yeah.
And it was a great final, but I don't think we had anything quite that profound. As there is the real Hanwha Life, the current day Hanwha Life, coming hot off the back of both an LCK Cup win, as well as a first stand where they were very far ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, and an LCK Summer 2024 win as well. They did not take Worlds, but, you know, new roster, you got Zeus coming in. We'll see what happens this year. And, of course, they are going to join the rest of the ROX Tigers, including Peanuts, who is now on the current Hanwha Life Esports roster, obviously. Keep in mind that Hanwha Life was the org that took over the ROX Tigers spot, right? So it's that history from back in the day. These guys were the champions, and now Hanwha Life Esports are back on top with this roster as they all bow on the stage with the 2 trophies that these 2 different rosters did pick up along the years.
Oh,
the Peanut jerseys.
Wearing the jerseys. It's amazing to see, and as you point out, especially in League of Legends, an eternity ago. But this team had a profound impact, both in terms of the legacy of the players, how fun and playful of a team they were, and to this day, a lot of die-hard fans for a very, very good reason. As we can see there with the jacket and their opponents today. Not the favorites, but a team that at any point we know is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, after today, we'll see, you know, who's the better team on the day. It won't dictate the entirety of this season, but Gen G could make a huge statement and say, hey, we can continue to take these guys down. We are still in the running if they can get a big win tonight. Definitely going to be looking at the form of all of the players. You know, where's Chovy at? I feel like he's had higher highs in the past. He's still a fantastic player, but they need him to be on top of his game, as well as the bot lane, right? I think that's the very obvious one. With Ruler and Duro, they're good, but they kind of need to reach the next level together.
It is them and Kenyon, I think. Keen obviously had a really rough finals, but I think he has been fine throughout the entirety of LCK Cup. Just unfortunately having the Vayne incident wasn't the only thing that went wrong that day. Just didn't look that good in general. The Ornn game was another one. But whereas Chovy, as you're saying, not reaching the highs he had in 2024 spring, that was almost mythical, what he was able to do.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the finals where he was playing Azir versus it was just disgusting.
And against Hanwha Life as well, just at some point, just walked up to them and won. It was crazy. But Kenyon has not looked like, well, depends on which Kenyon you look at, has not looked like world champion Kane's. Looked like Kenyon on DK, particularly in the later years, where he just neither seems to bring what makes him so good, which is his ability to generate leads and carry in team fights, and also playing up to his weaknesses, which is just getting caught out in really weird scenarios. There was a lot of disjointedness. Ruler just hasn't nearly looked as good as when he left the LCK. Obviously, there is a big gap in between.
Yeah.
But I think that was unexpected that people would be clamoring for PaZe. I don't think we're quite there yet, but if Ruler continues to not perform, that is something that we can look towards, particularly because PaZe's performance in summer in particular was so impressive. And then alongside Ruler, he is also, I wouldn't say handicapped, but he's playing with Dura, who I think really started to showcase the form that we saw in the Challengers and when he looked good on BNK. But that alone is not enough. This team has one goal, and that's winning the LCK and then winning internationals, right? Like anything short of that is always going to feel like it isn't enough.
And that's why, you know, we have these criticisms because our standards for them are so high.
One game away from winning, by the way, again.
They easily could have gone to first stand and won it all, and we could have been at a different spot, like, oh, here are the shortcomings potentially of Hanwha Life. It's always fun to, you know, nitpick and analyze and see what they could do better, just because we know there's always room for improvement for everybody, even the second best team in the LCK. So it'll be fun to watch to see if they've adapted. This is the first match of the LCK in what is going to be a grueling 6-month season of 5 different rounds.
I'm just loving the drama of this draft music.
This is like something out of one of your favorite visual novels.
Oh, you know. Oh, yeah. We are peaking early here. As never mind.
There goes the draft.
Immediately cursed it.
It's a good caster curse. Starting off well here at the LCK. Chronicler very good at caster cursing, even though he thinks it's not real.
I do not think it's real. It's been a good while. Obviously, we had a nice 2-week break, which I know we both spent well. I got a lot of baby pictures, all of which were very cute.
A lot of baby
Big
pictures.
fan.
I had a lot of time at home, and that was really rewarding and fulfilling, of course. You got a little trip to Japan.
I did go on my honeymoon. It was great.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful time as well. But also, I'm so happy LCK's back. You know, we got
It just feels right.
It just feels right.
When you do this long enough, it's like if you're not doing LCK, you're kind of losing your minds. It's like, what is happening? Why am I not working? Why am I not doing this? Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is Minju from Illit. I was misinformed. But yeah, she's here. And apparently she's a platinum level Katarina one-trick.
Which Katarina's not that strong a champion, you know? That's pretty impressive. Particularly in the Korean solo queue, which if you've ever played it, you will know. It's only hands. There is no...
Yeah, don't do it. Just stay on whatever server you're on. I'd recommend. But yeah, coming down to cheer on for the game here as Half-Life versus Gen.G looks like we are ready to hop into the draft. Another reminder, we're on Fearless for all of this. And we're on a new patch as well. So Nafir is really strong. Gwen is also really strong. Both of those picks being played a ton over at the LPL. Also getting banned a lot. The pick ban presence is very high for both of those picks. Alongside of the known quantities, which is kind of Skarner, Kalista, and Varus from blue side.
And the Skarner we did see throughout First Strike First Stand rather, initially not being super high prio. It was actually Humble Live that was one of the teams that still said, no, this pick is still broken. Leaving up the Vi a lot. I wonder if that's going to be defended, but no, Neferi open, Vi still open, so the Neferi feels like a no-brainer.
Who let the dogs out?
I assume it's going to be Hanwha.
I think Half-Life Esports, they got that dog in them.
Well, they definitely do. Did they just B1 it here? Yes, they do.
Can Gen.G pet that dog? Probably not. Neferi's busted.
She's
very
really strong. We'll see what the 1-2 ends up being here from Gen.G. But that is a tough start to the draft here. And it's also a no-brainer, right? And I do think in Best of 3, particularly in Fearless, you can afford a little bit more. It's also the first match of the season, and sometimes, particularly in the LCK, we need some time to really experience whether things are OP. And I said, are you going to be happy about the trade? And I think most people, when they see the MF lock-in, are going to say, no. No, we're not. And I do know that a lot of the other AD carries got tuned down a little bit. MF is one of those picks that in theory you can see it. She's very dominant in the lane, rotates quickly, has a lot of team fighting power, but in practice, you just don't really see that. And I feel like Ruler in particular is a player that you'd want to see on stuff that can move around, weave in and out of a team fight when he's playing well. MF doesn't really line up with that, as the Mbessa also gets locked in here. So no shock with the top lane matchup thus far.
Yeah. So what are we going to see here? Will we see the match of an AD carry early on up against this MF? The Ezreal still available. Obviously was one of the picks that did get hit a little bit with nerfs, but he's still Ezreal. He still has the same kit, and I think they're still going to prioritize that. So it does get locked in. And what are we going to look at here for the side of Gen.G? Could go for jungle, or maybe they want to round out their bottom lane.
And Vi, a pick that we have so many insanely good Vi's in the LCK. Peanut, one you immediately think of. Owner, another one. One of the players that really brought it to the forefront. Lucid. You know who's notably absent of that list? Is I think for good reason. Even in his best form, Canyon isn't really the type of guy you'd see on these type of initiators, or rather you'd love to see him, something that either has a ton of damage in the team fights or AP picks. On AP picks, I feel like he does anything. Also noteworthy that this means that they are not going to be prioritizing in Italy, and that has been a pick that both these two teams have really highly prioritized. I do think it makes sense when you have the MF. Any CC you can get is going to really bolster the power of that ultimate. But thus far, I think Humble Life are going to be very happy with the draft that they've found themselves with. The only thing I am a little worried about is that Peanut has struggled on champions that fall outside of the realm of either tanks or champions like Vi, right? Vi and Xin Zhao that are kind of these brawly, initiating types of champions. So we'll see how Peanut is going to do. I was skeptical about his in Italy, and then it turned out that even this deep into his career, he did actually manage to convince a lot of people, including me, love the Relban here with DMF. Kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think that you got to give Peanut a lot of credit for where he's at in his career and just what he's still able to be capable of on the Rift and all the different picks that he's picking up nowadays. Silas also going to be banned away here as Poppy taken away from Duro. Interesting there. And what is going to be the selection here? Could go for support and hold counter pick for mid, or do you want to just go for a kind of blindable mid pick and then look for a winning bottom lane? Looks like Ari Vi being available, that will be the choice.
Not too much of a surprise. Does mean Duro get counter pick. Support counter pick is something we've talked about a ton for good reason. Can make a lot of lane matchups a lot more bearable. And Vi Ari is a combo you're always going to be happy about. We'll see what the counter is going to be here from Hanwha Life. Things that we often see is something like the Galio. The Aurora is another pick that had a kind of an up and down performance throughout first stand, but Zeka did pilot it very well. As the always wanted, because that is the lights. Alistair locked in now. Enduro gonna have to find something good. Nautilus does make sense when it comes to the Vi. Rakan, another consideration here. A lot harder to reliably get on top of Ezreal in particular.
I kind of like the Rakan because it also takes it away from Fearless Draft so that Delight can't just play it in game 2.
Yeah.
His champion pool, like his top 3 picks, especially his top 2 of Rakan and Alistair, you kind of just... He will take over games solo as a support player, so I think, you know, thinking about the Nautilus could have been another choice. That's a lot of hard CC for some of the, those champions on the other side. They're going to be jumping around very slippery, like Ezreal, like Aurora. But instead, just taking the Rakan away.
And I also think the Rakan-Vi combination is really strong, right? Rakan can really easily follow up, kind of bolster the CC that Vi already has available. There's a lot of damage, though, on Hanwha Life. That's something that Duro is going to be very mindful of. Really, the big thing for me is how is this Neferi pick going to play out? I think besides that, everything that we see from Hanwha Life, who have been extremely stable in draft, I feel like they've been so consistent in always ending up with a draft that makes you go, I can see how that works. Yeah. Which also testament to the depth of champion pools that they do have available. But I do think Hanwha, or Gen G rather, has the type of draft where if you do get rolling in the mid game, you can just kind of run games. That's going to come down to Chovy and Canyon. Chovy on Ari, I trust blindly, but Canyon on Vi, you got to see whether Gen G can actually pull that off.
Yeah, absolutely. As we got some great art there in the audience. Here is Hanwha Life Esports says, whoa. Even the skin showed off here in the AR, looking really cool. Looks like Zeus did not go for a skin himself. Love the light as well. Everything looking great here for the LCK season. And yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Our first match, our first game, Hanwha Life Esports up against Gen G. Let's hop onto the riff right now. Alrighty, off we go. Game 1, Neferi was left open. Notably, Gwen was banned. I was fed some stats by Ox yesterday. He said that Neferi has an 80% win rate in the LPL, and it gets picked pretty often. So it's very strong. Gen G elected to allow it through, going for the third ban of Gwen instead. And we'll see how that works out for them.
Looking at the setups here, nothing too crazy. We do have PTA from Overruler and Viper. Do you think that the MF should be fine, trying to apply as much pressure as possible here for Gen G? As always, as it is with these Ahri and Vi compositions, it's going to be about how much can you get in the mid-game? Can you get your objectives? Can you start snowballing? Either of the two. And Chovy did not do that much Chovying in LCK Cup. I think his performance was objectively probably still the most consistent on his team, together with Keen, again outside of finals. But when it comes to living up to his own standard, particularly the one he set last year, it just didn't really feel like he was quite able to match that. So we'll see if in spring he's able to kind of return to particularly the laning and CS prowess and consistency that he found before. The damage he's been able to do looked pretty good so far. Zeka does get the blown plating proc, so trade not going to be as bad as it looked for a second.
Yeah, it's definitely something to kind of nitpick on the side of Gen G to see, you know, who's going to step up when it does come down to the main season of LCK, which again, as for mentioned, is going to last quite a long period of time.
Yep.
As Chovy looking for it, the Q is going to land. If he's got a W available, yeah, he's going to try to push forward. Just going to push him away, as that's going to have to be an early back here for Zeka.
Yeah, this wave state also not looking too hot for Zeka. Chovy, that's exactly what we want to see. That's one of the big reasons why Gen G has been so insanely dominant domestically in the LCK. Obviously, they get dethroned by Hanwha last year in summer, but outside of that, have been so insanely consistent in their performance. And most of that does just come down to if you win every mid lane matchup, game becomes a lot easier. I think it also covers for some of the flaws that Canyon, as good as he is, does sometimes show, as both junglers clearing towards the top side of the map, as we do see Neferi not quite able to catch up with the Vi, as Canyon and Duro as, an aggressive teleport to come through here for the Crab. Doesn't look like Hanwha Life is actually going to play for it though, and Duro also with a very early roam up.
Yeah, Duro's going up, you know, wants to see, maybe get some information on where Peanut might be. It did take Canyon a little bit to get that Crab, so he's just looking at the top lane. A lot of trading has been done in the top side. That's an accelerated shock blast as well, but that ward does spot Canyon coming up here. And yeah, Peanut's just going to be able to get this Crab here for free. No dive on the top side either. And yeah, just things going as they are according to plan. Nothing crazy happening just yet.
Nice little play there, though, from Gen G. Chovy was going to TP back to lane anyway. Doesn't really lose out too much by TPing to the play instead. If Peanut does walk in, they have Duro early on the roam. But Hanwha Life also read the play well. Not really going to be too bothered, as we do have an early swap here. Obviously, this is mainly done to try and get you in a good position for the Grubs, which will be coming up shortly in about a minute and a half. And Gen G going to try and get as many objectives as possible, as they do kind of need to. I think if this does go to a team fight setup and Gen G don't find any leads, it's not impossible, because the Hanwha Life comp also is, I think, pretty vulnerable, right? Like, burden of execution is pretty high with this, because you don't have a traditional front outside of the Alistar. Have to see how they're actually going to execute on that.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we can talk about scaling all we want, but, you know, Gen G, even in the late game, they can just press a couple of buttons and kill one guy, and then all of a sudden it's a 5v4, and, you know, all the scaling's out the window. So really will come down to who's ahead, who's got position on the objectives, who can set up vision. The light does come up to the top side, takes a big chunk, and the wave is not in a great spot for Hanwha Life Esports right now.
The cancel.
Yeah.
Big. No TP for Zeus.
And Viper only just gets here. Take a look at the bottom lane. It is going to slowly push back towards Zeus here. So it's not the end of the world, but certainly still a win for Gen G as they look to set up for these Grubs that are coming up in 20 seconds. Peanut up towards the top side of the map as well, but I'm not sure that they can really fight for this one.
Absolutely not. Keen also still has TP. Zeus is going to have to catch this giant wave, a lot of which, not a cannon in sight, is going to just go down. And Gen G applying a ton of early pressure here, as we do get a little Jonah Strong zoom-ins on every single of these doggos.
3 golds!
I know.
It's huge. Every time. Delight, just a simple combo on the Duro. again, I really don't think that they can fight over this, but Home Life Esports might try to force it anyway.
Try to look for a steal, maybe. Just get the one with the smite, but he really shouldn't be allowed to, and it looks like Home Life also knows this. This is a 4 versus 4. Chovy, Zeka both have their ultimates available.
I mean, there's an opportunity if they could chip away at Gen G, but instead Peanut just going to get knocked up here. Does go into his untargetable state there with his W, but Canyon just chipping away, looking for the smite steal is Peanut, and he will not get it. So 3 go the way of Gen G. Not a lot of back and forth action, not even really either team committing to any kind of engage. Just ends up being a fight over that last grub, which Gen G will win.
And Home Life, bit of a misstep there, I think, trying to contest that when the setup from Gen G was so clean. Didn't even need to invest anything like the teleport. And Home Life not able to get anything out of that. One thing that, as we talk about the great dive that's available for Gen G, I do think that the amount of tools that are available for Hanwha to get out of it is a lot better. Imagine being ruler in this game. There is an Ambessa that is going to desperately try to ult you. There is Neferi who can
desperately try to ult you.
Yeah. And then there's Aurora who
will desperately try to ult you.
Yeah. And you don't have a way out of that except for Flash. So I do think that Ruler is going to have to play a very clean game, which in LCK Cup, I don't think we really got to see any peak rulering going on. Thus far, though, Gen G in the early game looked great. And this is the type of thing that, if you're a Gen G fan, this is what you like to see. Early macro leads, nothing too crazy, good laning, CS leads slowly being built up. As I say that, Chovy does immediately take a huge chunk from Zeka.
Yeah, it's fun to watch the way Zeka's playing that lane, as look at this, Zeus is getting pretty low. Keen also playing his lane out quite well. Keep in mind, Zeus did go for the counter with the Ambessa. You know, it's hard to call it a counter really, but he chose it into the Jace, and so far he has been struggling a bit in that lane, falling behind in CS. We did have kind of the lane swap situation as well, where he fell, you know, you didn't get that XP in the bottom lane as well, so it's been rough for him.
Yeah, I do think the Ambessa eventually is able to just completely overtake the Jace inside, but early on it's always going to be tough, and then the lane swap really did kind of screw over Zeus with that cancel. Ended up losing out on a good amount of CS. Experience-wise, actually not too far off. Was able to recuperate pretty nicely, so going to be feeling good about that. But gold still is going to be a big thing, and Keen should be able to hit his spikes a little bit earlier. Tier just now picked up. We have Chovy also sitting on a catalyst here. Ruler with the Cole also halfway done.
Yeah. Zeka has been playing very aggressively, but with that Catalyst, Chovy is actually quite tanky, and he is going to take a bunch of damage, but at least can tank up a bunch of it as well. Uses Refillable and get some health back, as now looking to start up the Dragon is Gen G. You see Peanut and Zeka making their way over. Peanut's going to W out of that one, and Canyon just says, you know what, never mind. Not going to go for it. Actually, no, I will. He is making his way back down towards it, thinking about setting up some more vision around there, or maybe just a gank on a mid here, as Zeka has gone a bit too far forward, as this is Ari Vi, and he is not able to dash out of the way of that combo, as First Blood is given over to Chovy quite easily.
And it starts with the charm from Chovy there. Hanwha Life, not expecting Canyon to double back. Vi does have a lot of Drake damage or the W, so it makes sense to kind of expect him to just go back, as Peanut does get his crab, but I think he'd much rather have a not that mid lane, because the kill also goes over to Chovy. As we take another look here, so it's the fact that Chovy hits this charm that I think makes it so much harder. Even though Zeka is able to jump back for a little bit, still gives Canyon the time that he needs, and by the time he actually gets the jump back with his ultimate, it's already way too late. Nicely done by Canyon as well there. So Flash to ensure that he gets on top in time, as Keen does have his Flash available, but if the CC chain, or rather, Zeus is able to hit his ultimate, and Peanut can immediately follow up. Be quite dangerous. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case just yet, and might be a grub for Dragon trade here.
Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, you know, you were talking about side lanes, like the Jace would love to have, you know, 4+ grubs, of course, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be a huge win condition, especially if he's going into the Ambessa, so might as well just pick up the first Dragon, give her over the grubs, and look towards the bottom side of the map. That is just fine. as you do have this very fed Chovy Ahri in the mid lane that you can play around as the game comes along. Gen G currently about 1,300 gold in the lead as well. You can see the majority of that is in mid, but also the top lane is going quite well for them at this point in time. Another charm is going to land. Zeka desperately trying to trade back. But again, with the Catalyst, Chovy's just like always winning these trades every single time, even if he takes a big chunk from Zeka.
Yeah, combination of just the sustain that Ahri naturally has, as well as the resolve that Chovy picked up, as well as I should point out, the Catalyst. Well, we're not even done yet, but going to be even harder to reliably bully out. We've seen a lot of different styles of Ahri build. We've also seen the, Leandri's Riftmaker come up a bit as well, which I think is also really strong. Kind of reminds me of the old Echo Bruiser builds, where you're doing a surprising amount of damage. I know Diana even earlier during LCK Cup used that exact same build as well. Just feels like you don't really give up too much damage because of the amplification as well as the burn on the Andres. While being really beefy as Zeus.
Yeah, he's pretty far up the lane as Canyon just waiting for the exact right moment to go ahead and press his R button, as that is a very easy punish for Canyon. So you wanted to see his Vi do some things in this game. It already has a couple of assists in both of the solo lanes, and the bot lane is ahead as well. So everything going right here for Gen G.
Things looking great for Gen G thus far. Zeus feels safe because his lane opponent isn't there. Nice sidestep there from Peanut. Otherwise, Zeus would have had an easy way out. I say easier. Might have maybe been able to, especially because he had the flash available as well. But instead, doesn't actually connect the ultimate. Canyon just CCs him, and the damage from Keen is more than enough. Pretty sure at that point he also had his first item finished, so big spike there, and Ghostblade is indeed there. Roa now done. As I think Ruler tried to look for a tempo back with that ultimate, clearing on the wave, but I assume must have gone cancelled, because he is sitting on a lot of money. He only has Vamp Scepter, and he finished his call. So that is a lot of gold. Did now get back, and there is the BT as expected.
Yeah, BT does come up. You see the jungle lane proximity. Peanut has been around a bit more, but has done less with it. So not really finding the ganks on the Nefiri, not having the setup for that. As now he's up on the top side, maybe looking to try to get some plates towards the very end and just help Zeka do that maybe for a little bit of catch-up, but I don't think he's even going to get one. Maybe one? But yeah, he's running away now, so not really going to amount to much, as slowly but surely the Gen G lead does continue to balloon. Just 2 kills at the moment, but all the lanes going well for them. And you see a bunch of plates going their way as well, a couple for the Jace, as well as one for Chovy.
And it's not the end of the world for Humble Life. I do think they still have a ton of team fighting power, as Canyon does get spotted here, but I don't think there really is an angle for a play. But it is telling to me, and this is not something that I think is necessarily Peanut's fault, but with a champion like Nefiri, if you play a game like this that is very devoid of action, there's not a lot of brawling going on, you're not getting the reset. It really does make me wonder, particularly with the role that Peanut has on this team, how well this is going to work for Humble Life. We'll see, though. We haven't actually had a proper 5v5 yet. I think that is also where Humble Life's comp is really going to shine, with the amount of upfront burst that they have and the ability to just kind of take Ruler out of the game. But with the fact that Gen G has been able to build these pretty sizable leads, it's going to be a lot harder, because with the Humble Life comp, I do think really you want to try and flank, right? Because for Gen G, Canyon can just ult.
Peanut just getting on in there. He's going to take a huge amount of damage as Delight and Zeus going to come over and help them out. Zero Keen trying to get under that turret. They will be successful in that. But Zeus just trying to run out of here. A little bit of an awkward spot, but he does get away. There's not a lot of vision on the other side of that brush for Gen G, so no real reason to continue on that. Not knowing if the Fury was still there. Zeka on the top side, and again, the Ahri fight comes together for this kill as Zeka, he drops down the ult, but it's not enough to get away. Even the ramping damage doesn't take out Canyon, and it's just another Ahri Vi combo, as here comes Peanut looking for blood. Can he get anything going here? Maybe onto Chovy. As there's the ult, he does go in, but again, Chovy pretty tanky, as it doesn't look like he will get out of this one, though, and a big shutdown does go the way of Peanut.
And even with the charm, I think Chovy knew that he was definitely dead. That's still a huge win for Gen G, though. You get the kill, you trade one for him, you get the turret as well. Only downside is that you won't be able to immediately turn this into a Herald. It looks like Gen G instead is playing towards the bot side of the map. Should be able to pick up the Dragon here instead.
Trying to make something happen onto Ruler, but again, he has that BT finish, and he has plated Steel Cap. So Viper trying to do damage to Ruler is just kind of funny at this point in time. It's not a real thing. Peanut was able to pick up the Rift Herald, though. Is going to make his presence felt in mid. But, okay, trying to get in now as Turo is going to stop that attempt from Delight. Here comes Cannon. He's got not his ult available, but could try to at least tank up this turret for Keen. And it is going to push him away from the turret and get them a lot of damage done to this turret. Turo now coming on down. Here comes Peanut as well on the chase, looking for a bit more, but that is Rakan. Peanut's still continuing the chase and still making his presence felt. He said, "You gave me the Nefiri, I will make you pay for it." But now there's 4 members of Gen G, and Peanut has to flash away, and the MF comes in and just punishes him. Peanut not respecting Gen G, and he gets clapped for it as Delight as well. Another casualty on the board.
Yeah, not so sure on that one, Veldis.
Yeah.
You have a little bit of invulnerability. It doesn't really apply. And the fact, like that whole sequence, so he overchases on the Rakan. The team isn't anywhere near him. Like, you're realistically never killing Duro as both sums. And then Delight dies for your sins as well, and you flash. As Peanut, you know, it's just one game, but if he has another one of these, we're putting this straight into the Shyvana bin.
Yeah.
I'm
Please. Ruler did say kill steal. Ruler, the classic. Yeah, he wants his pentas and he wants his kills. He wants to carry. Says it's my job. Don't steal them away. He's very serious about it. Probably the most out of any player here at the LCK. But yeah, you were talking about the skirmishing style of the Nefiri. See that a lot over at the LPL. So far, it feels like Peanut really, really tried to force it in that last one. He's like, this is Nefiri, this is what I have to do. And instead, he just kind of looked like, you know, very silly instead. So, little charge here from the Rift Heralds. Does a bit of damage, but it's not game breaking. And Gen G, I mean, they're more than 5,000 gold ahead right now. It's pretty large at this point in the game.
Veldis, Canyon is more gold than anyone on Hanwha. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, he's been great. He's been present in mid,
sure.
in top.
100% kill participation.
Yeah.
Actually playing, and this is the question we also asked ourselves coming in. What's Canyon going to look like?
Yeah.
Because this guy was, together with the bot lane, one of the biggest struggle points for Gen G throughout LCK Cup. And at least in his first game, on a champion that we've seen him have good moments on, but there's a reason why we talk about 3 other junglers before him when it comes to the pick of Vi. They're working great. Now Chovy's hit his second item, Keena's hit his second item, still needs to get a transformation, but still, Gen G, insanely strong and kind of a textbook example of how to play this Vi-Ahri composition. And I don't think Humble Life is going to be contesting any objectives. And we haven't talked about this yet, but in about a minute 50, there is going to be a soul point opportunity for Gen G for Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
And looking at the item spikes, I don't think Homa can fight it. And that will make the game very hard to play out for Homa Life.
Yeah, it definitely will. And I feel like Gen G are ahead enough as well that they could try to angle towards Otacon before it. I don't think starting it is a good idea.
Scary, Veldis.
I don't think starting it is a good idea, but, you know, maybe
you can bait. Yeah, no,
Homa Life
sure.
Esports into getting in there. But with a minute until that Hextech Drake, it doesn't look like they're going to make any real moves at it. Just going to set up towards the Dragon instead. As Chovy will be up on the top side with his gigantic health bar.
And that's some old-fashioned Chovying right there.
He's doing pretty well. The Ruler is doing better than him at the moment. But he is ahead of his lane opponent.
Knowing those two players, I guarantee you there's a contest happening right now.
They're talking about it mid-game.
Give me the wave!
Yeah.
Can't get overtaken. Yet, I know the game has felt fairly low in action, but we are looking at a 5.5K gold lead.
Yeah. It's pretty large.
It's very, very large. I do think the setup for Gen G early on here isn't the greatest, but it's 20 seconds till the Dragon. How alive. They're here very early. I think it's going to give you opportunity as the TP comes in.
Well, Delight trying to bait the engage onto him, but that TP from Chovy pretty far away. But when he gets there, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with as Duro does go in. The ult from Ruler, not the best, but Duro will go down, and Chovy not able to do too much so far, but Nefiri Peanut does hit the ground. Zeka incredibly low himself, and Gen G's wallets just a bit too large for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Only Vipers here. He couldn't join the play. It was just too far away from him. It's not even his fault as he gets taken out as well. It is an ace for Gen G, and that'll be the Dragon, and maybe just the game shortly.
It's not even the cleanest fight that we've seen of Gen G. Actually a little messy here because they throw a lot of damage into Delight, and the timing is a bit off. Chovy isn't actually here yet. Then again, neither is the, I think it was Zeus, but he comes in. The problem is that they're so far ahead when it comes to the wallets that even though Duro doesn't actually land the CC chain the moment Chovy comes in, it doesn't matter, right? They have so much more stats. All their 2-item spikes have been hit, and the members of Hanwha Life not really able to isolate an individual target, take him down. Ruler completely unchecked. Infinity Edge done now as well.
As, yes, she is still here from Ilit.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Islets.
Islet. It's written Illit,
yeah,
but it's pronounced
I was
Islet.
told it was Illit at first by someone.
Islet.
But it's Islet.
It's Islet.
It's okay. We'll get there. She's still supporting the Platinum Katarina one trick. And we'll see how that support does go. As, yeah, Gen G are just very massively ahead. Like, you can see what Hanwha Life were trying to do with this draft, including the first pick Nefiri, which I feel like is still a good idea. I don't really feel like the draft was a huge issue for them. But now, Gen G just, gonna blow up the Ambessa. Not very tanky at this point, as Zeus, obviously, so he just gets one shot by a massive safe of gold on top of his head. Chovy is Ari, so even though he took a little bit of damage, he's totally fine. The flash on in from Delight, but can they actually kill Ruler? He just ults in their face, and they're not able to do anything to him. As, Zeka gonna hit the floor as well, and Viper is gone. That is a clean ace. We're only 23 minutes in, and Gen G have already declared the game theirs.
Yeah, nice little Hail Mary there from Hanwha Life. I like the call. You're gonna lose this game. The fact that Ruler is just standing there face tanking like 3 people with his ultimate.
Yeah.
Very, very telling. As Hanwha Life, they think an opportunity is here because Jace is in the bot side of the map. Peanut lost shown there as well, but they just don't have the damage. There's just no initial follow-up. And unfortunately, this was always going to be a 4 versus 4 at best. Like, Keen isn't even really necessary because the Ambessa died. But unfortunately, even that, the goal was just too big. And Gen G coming out swinging here in the first game of LCK. Now, to remember, going back to LCK Cup, this is how they looked in their first series.
Yeah.
Yes, against Hanwha Life as well. But it's still good to see. Gen G has been such a consistent force that their LCK Cup performance, which again, they did go 5 games to Hanwha Live both times, and we still are like, they really weren't that good.
Yeah, I mean,
it's very telling.
It's not that we were saying they weren't that good, it's just that they were so close and they barely couldn't get that first place. So where can they improve to get that, to wrestle that first place back, you know?
It was also the way that they lost, like both the Vayne and the Ornn game, they felt really bad.
Yeah, they did.
I
mean, it happens. You know, teams are learning Fearless as well, so some of the choices weren't exactly the best in the drafts. But now we're going to have another fight, and we'll see how this one goes as Gen G just totally pull off with a Baron. Duro gets low, but that's the only guy who's going to get low in this fight. So, yeah, Peanut and the rest of the boys just kind of run away. Delight thinking about an engage here. They still have Otacon, so yeah, you're only getting a little bit of gold, even if you do force them to withdraw at this point. So
Hail Mary number 2.
Hail Mary number 7, it feels like, as Chovy. Okay.
That's a tank.
Yeah, well, they exhausted him, and that didn't do all that much. Nice little flash on in and hammer back onto Zeka as well. looking pretty fun. This game is a done deal, and I think that Gen G are having their fun as well and are trying to send a message that when it comes to best of threes, we are on top, actually. We're the better team, as maybe Hanwha Life Esports a little bit of a first stand hangover, but all the props going over to Gen G as well, as especially Canyon has made this Vi look incredibly strong. And eventually they will get Viper, surely. Oh, nice. Good play.
It's actually, it's correct, right?
Yeah.
To wait as long as possible to kill him there. But it also is really funny.
Yeah.
So it kind of works on both levels, which I do appreciate.
He didn't want to get disengaged coned.
Yeah, you need to make sure you actually kill him, right? Otherwise, it's so awkward.
Might actually die eventually, or get withdrawn, you know.
Yeah, there's not even a risk of dying. It's the fact that Chovy, like I know he has Otacon buff, but I feel like even without Otacon buff, with this build in particular, he's just so beefy, and he's really far ahead, level 16. Hanwha Life at this point is just kind of trying their best to scrap. Baron in the past has been a great equalizer, but not really in this scenario where they exhaust the tank. I don't really know what that's about.
I mean, he does have Leon.
No, I'm
and a Magize.
He would also have Mervin. I'm joking, fellas. Yeah, that's
it was a good
19
joke.
stacks. Well,
Yeah.
was it? If you had to, explain that.
It was very funny. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Don't know
Anyway,
if you're speaking the
Hex
truth or
Soul
Come
will
on,
be
man.
taken by Gen G. I mean, what haven't they taken in this game? I guess, you know, that one set of grubs that they gave over to Peanut kind of as a consolation prize. Oh, he went untargetable. Then a Fury. Yeah. It's a 2-level difference in the jungle, and it's a 17,000 gold lead for Gen Z. So eventually they'll just press their buttons and put them out of their misery after doing enough mental damage as well, as another charm is going to land. Chovy just not missing those today. And yes, Gen G have finally had their fill. They have had their fun, and they will end this game. Surely, okay, they're going to kill Nefiri, they're going to kill Peanut one more time, and then they'll take down the Nexus 24-2. The kill score as Gen G send a message in game 1.
Viari, a classic for a reason, but played with Gen G flair. A lot of this feels like it comes from the early lead that they're able to generate. Nice lane swap, good laning pressure. I think both Keen and Chovy putting on so much of a masterclass in that early laning phase, right? And that, I think, set up a lot of the plays. And then Canyon actually being proactive early, and it not being him walking into enemy territory while he doesn't have prio, but actually working together with his team. It's good to see. Not for Hanwha Life. It's a game number 1. We're not really going to be too worried. This game did feel like it was over pretty quickly, and then the rest of it was just kind of playing it out. So hopefully they can bounce back and we can go to a game number 3. But yeah, that is Keen and Chovy doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, they did. And the gold lead by the end of it was about 20,000, so yeah.
Says Ambassa, unfortunately not quite working out. Peanut, even though he did more damage, also it wasn't an individual.
Yeah.
I think everyone...
They had a burst comp. They got behind very quickly by a lot. And the game was kind of over from there. We'll see if Minju has anything to tell them after that game. She gives the thumbs up again over to Gen G, as that'll be the end of that. Game 1 goes to Gen G. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
없어.
나 필이 W 없다.
내가 먼저 열 생각 좀 할게 그냥.
알리 풀톱 조심.
미드도 가자 얘들아 지금.
와봐.
간중.
알리 공 빠졌어.
오라 노고.
그냥 오라 찔게. 잡자.
미리네.
앞으로 뚫으면 그만이요.
이제 하지 마.
야,
홀렸어.
안 빼사고.
밀었어.
끝내.
한 번 더 올리고 싶은데.
굴려.
와.
오케이. 오 마이 갓.
Can we get some cat jam in the chat as we welcome you back to the space after Gen G basically jammed it right into Hanwha Life Esports. Any doubts about how good this team is are dispelled. They're up 1-0 in the first match of the LCK. Digon here alongside Ox and Wolf. That was very, very one-sided.
Yeah, I feel like the 80s cold and they want their montage music back. But I loved it.
Maybe some jazzercise, you know, aerobics.
So I want to just bring up the draft right away. I want to talk about the draft because Ox and I were pretty happy with Hanwha Life's draft in terms of what it would look like in 5v5s, right? You have a very immobile carry in the Misfortune. The Jace is also relatively squishy, not going to be that easy to set up when you have all these dive champions, the Fury, the Ambessa, right, the Aurora. So it seemed like Gen G just kind of played into that, and I was really worried for them. But they also got a ton of lane pride with these picks, and the Ezreal was picked into the Misfortune, which I think was a big mistake for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, especially the combination of not just the Ezreal into the Misfortune, but the Alistar and the Rakan. You saw Dura getting a lot of value from those Qs healing up, and then top lane as well. You know, the Jace just kind of bullying out the Ambessa. And I think if we had, the lane swap changes that came through between LCK Cup and now, if those hadn't happened, I think HLE would have fared much better. But being locked into those lanes in those early levels, you saw that advantage be built up by Gen G, and they are such a team who, if they build those incremental advantages, they turn it into a snowball to take over a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of that draft, we were like, ooh, this feels very, very difficult. And as the game played out, we're kind of waiting. Where's the play? When are we going to get to see Peanut take over on this Nefiri? We saw a bunch of little dinky kills eventually happen against Zeus, and then this play here on the bottom side of the map.
We just saw, I think, constant prio and constant map control for Gen G meant that every play that Peanut wanted to try to make on this Nefiri with how far behind he was so challenging to pull off. And they kept trying to force these plays, but look at how uncoordinated and how disjointed this is. By the time Peanut gets here, it's over. It's done. But he decides, like, no, I'm going to force this. I'm going to go in. And he just puts himself in such a terrible spot. This ends up backfiring disastrously. And I don't think there was any scenario in which this was going to be a positive for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it just feels too hard forced. And I want to make it really clear, Nefiri is very strong. Like, people watching this are like, what are those guys talking about? They said this champion's good. No, it is a strong champion. It's good skirmishing. And I think Peanut got too locked into that mindset. I have to force skirmishes all the time to get value out of the pick. And I think you just overstep in a moment like that, you're already behind, and the game just falls away from you.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to, like, at the end of the turret plating being up, he spent a lot of time on the top side of the map. Zeus and the rest of T1 knew that play was, Keen and the rest of Gen G knew that play was coming down in, and didn't give any opportunity for the dives. Then here at 21 minutes, Hanwha Life are like, we gotta find a fight here, and it just doesn't go their way because they are that far behind.
I mean, this is at the point, too, where you think you have a numbers advantage. Viper can collapse in, but 2 items have been reached for most of the Gen G players here at this point, and you're just so far behind that even collapsing onto a Misfortune here, she just does so much damage before you even get in to get that collapse through, and it just isn't going to work here. And Hanwha Life, I think a lot of what we couldn't show in these highlights, obviously we showed 2 team fights, quote-unquote, was the fact that they were just so far behind on the map that every time they tried to fish for these plays, Gen G was one step ahead. They were better set up, and this time they had the stats to back it up as well.
Chovy coming in there with, like, the 2 charms on Viper, but just coming in that flank angle, not only such a great opportunity to be in as an Ahri to find that flank, but also he went this Bruiser Ahri build that we've seen getting a lot of popularity in solo queue. You start off the Rod of Ages, then Leandries. Often it's like Riftmaker third. But I feel like, we had a great game from Chovy, really strong in lane, but in the fights, he was just so bulky. It just felt like there was no threats to him in that game. Like, if Nefiri dives into him, especially because Peanut started to fall behind, you can actually just face tank him. We saw him do that at points of the game. He just kind of pressed R 3 times on top of Peanut on 1. Felt really oppressive to play into.
And obviously Ruler has Bloodthirster as well, so he's got that extra shield. It's a little bit tougher to kill. So even though you have these squishy targets, in terms of how these champions normally operate with the build that we saw from Chovy and with that Bloodthirster, and the fact that they were so far ahead, you just can't kill anyone with even Nefiri at this point.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that was an in-game decision based off of how further ahead they were with Misfortune Fortune who's going to deal the damage. On the top side of the map with Jay is kind of ahead, with Keen ahead, he was able to just kind of, adapt that build, or if this is just the way that you play Ahri moving forward.
I think it's just the way we've seen it get a lot of popularity. You know, the ban rate and pick rate for Ahri has skyrocketed since people have started going this build. And I think you're still able to do a good amount of damage, but it's just the sticking power. And, you already have all that mobility. To also have that bulkiness just makes you almost impossible to deal with.
All right, so let's turn the page now to game number 2. A lot of champions have been taken out of the pool. You look at the Ezreal, that is a Viper classic there. The Alistar for Delight, the bot lane, that's a really strong bot lane. We talked about Neferi. Where do you go from here, Wolf?
Well, it's a little bit concerning for Hanwha Life considering how many high-budget champions for them they lose here. And also, for example, Chronicler mentioned this, the Vi isn't something that Canyon uses that much, but it's something that Peanut is really heavily relied on in the past. Zeka loves his Ahri, so you've lost those. The Jace was also taken away from you. So I feel like you're going to have to create a much different draft. I'd like to see Hanwha Life look for a little bit of prio, in this one, and try to actually battle back against Genji's early macro plays so they can get that pressure from that prio they had in game 1.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see the side selection, because obviously they're on blue side there, which we've seen teams favor quite heavily, but, prio was an important factor. They did kind of counterpick themselves a good amount on blue side, but I think Genji, given how good the lane matchups were for them, if they lean into getting counterpick in this second game, it could just be a 2-0.
Yeah, Genji come out swinging. No answer in game number 1 for Hanwha Life Esports. Will they be able to do it in game number 2? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As looking for a buff to Veigar, as there she is again. It's Islet Minju. Okay,
Nice.
I got it right this time. 3rd time's the charm. She has a lot of games of Katarina. We'll see her in the LCK in the future, no doubt. But we're going to see this game number 2 very soon. And, our Spacers did a good job of breaking down, some of the key picks from that first game and what's going to be missing. The Vi, a big one. The Alistar, even the Rakan as well. Hanwha Life will go back to blue side. We'll see what they do with it this time.
One thing that is good is that Peanut can't pick Neferi again. That's
But he could pick Shyvana.
Yeah, or Zyra, I know.
Yeah. He has the option.
He does have the choice. I don't think he's going to, but we'll see. As we get into the second game, a lot of big champions already taken off the board. One I'm going to be looking towards. Some of the other classics, I assume Rumble's just going to be banned again. Things like the Cassante come to mind as well. Have just been mainstays for Solam. Jax is another, as there is the Nidalee ban. And it makes a ton of sense playing against Canyon, kind of highlighting again the prio the teams put on the Vi. Which from both perspectives, for Genji to leave open Neferi, I think was a good experiment. For Hanwha Life to say Peanut or Canyon Ready, you can take that. Vi, I think made sense. Didn't end up playing out, as the Skarner this time is going to remain open and is going to get picked up. Peanut had a wonderful performance on this at first stand.
He did. That was first stand. This is the LCK. We'll see what Canyon decides to counter this with or respond to it with. Skarner doesn't really have counters, even if you do get him in the jungle in a quote-unquote jungle counter matchup. He still is able to press and pale in a team fight and be very annoying and land a lot of stuns. Quirky is going to be played here. So that's going to be picked up very early on in this draft as well. Azir.
Wait,
also
Corky Azir?
Corky
Azir?
And Azir.
That's too much power. They're supposed to balance each other.
Yeah.
Can't pick them together.
That would be OP. And that's why we see the teams, great sportsmanlike conduct, great sportsmanship. They never do that, Corky and Azir.
Does put a lot of pressure on Canyon to make a lot happen early. In the team fights, you're going to get super outskilled, obviously, as in. But after last game, Canyon actually had a wonderful performance on the Vi. We'll see if he's able to pick it up, or keep it up rather, in game number 2 as Ash Braum. Talk about some power in the bot lane. That 2v2, kind of crazy in the front to back. Hanwha Life already looking devastatingly strong.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Ox mentioned, no more lane swaps.
Nope.
We just have 2v2s that actually happen, that actually matter, and that will change the course of the game and the way it plays out. So they did go against that sportsmanship rule of not picking Corki and Azir on the same team, so that is just way too much power now for the side of Gen G. As we will assume that Ruler will be playing the Corki. Could be played top, I guess, but
Keen,
probably not.
Keen, just take a year break from the 80 carry tops, okay? It's fine.
He's like, no, I'm picking Vayne. I'm
Oh,
not playing Corki. Why would I play that?
I would say Kalista, but it's been banned. Do want to highlight that the Taliyah ban comes from... I imagine Silas is going to follow as well, given Zeka's pedigree on the champion, and we have seen picked into the Azir quite often. I don't even think it's that crazy of a Silas angle, right? Zin's okay, Corki's obviously kind of mediocre, but it is Zeka. Akali is another, which I don't think is necessarily at the forefront of the meta. It's going to be the Silas, which does make sense. We'll see if Zeka does want to go towards, because as good as Zeka's Akali is, I do think if you look at the comp that Honma have so far, it doesn't really feel like it slots in naturally, right? This composition, a lot of CC, a lot of protection. I think most likely Zeka going to look towards something that has a lot more consistent damage threat. Anything Meiji will do. Maybe the Victor, even though we don't really like the Victor into the... As here we do know, Zeka plays a mean Victor, and I think it does make a lot of sense in a composition like this as well.
Yeah. You know, just clear waves, get power, try not to die to Azir, and you'll be just fine. Nautilus.
Oh, that's... he does that knowing that that's not a good time.
No.
It's a very bad time, even. This is a self-counter pick, rivaled only by what picking Nautilus into like Renata. That's kind of on the same level, I'd argue.
I feel like this is almost worse. If you ever engage, you always die.
Well,
like 100%
they know.
of the time.
Well, they know, right? Like they're just. I assume they're just saying we need someone to go in and die because just Zinza wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, you can press R onto what is likely to be a Victor or the Ashe, right? So a lot of immobile carries, right?
Don't get me wrong. I still hate it, but it's kind of hard, right? Because realistically, what else would you pick? Something like the Ornn into Braum is really rough, right? Because otherwise you'd be getting your engage from top. Something like a Zac, but even playing Zac into Skarner, Braum, Victor just doesn't really seem like it'd be the best of times. So someone's going to have to take the hit, but I think Duro is going to have a very unfun game, and I think Hanwha Life is going to be extremely happy with what they have here. The blind Aatrox for Zeus, no surprise whatsoever. Imagine that he is going to go for the Electrocute style again, particularly given that this is not a great matchup in the pure 1v1. And if you look at the Genji comp in isolation, I think that's a good comp, you know, kind of does everything.
Yeah, it's pretty classic.
But then you look into what Hanwha have, I think you're not feeling too hot, right? You have so much front to back power. You have the only thing that really they're lacking is reliable engage, but the range for Genji is pretty limited. It's really just Chovy and Ruler to a certain extent with his rockets, but I think Braum is going to negate a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I think that Hanwha Life going to be very happy about their draft. I think they have a lot more laning power this time as well, particularly in the bot lane. That's what they're going to be looking towards. That was one of the reasons why Genji got the snowball, as those early rotations towards top side. I don't think they're going to be allowed as...
enjoying the food.
As they should.
As we do have some good food here. We got Smev, Kuro, Frey.
Knowing these guys, Smap in particular, I'm almost wondering if they'd prefer it if Genji or if Hanwha Life lose, just so they can make fun of Tina. Just immediately get in afterwards and be like, what was that? Huh? What were you doing?
Yeah.
What was that Neferi performance, my man? Wouldn't shock me, Feldas.
I mean, fair enough. I think, more than just they will be asking that question after today. And we're getting ready for this game number 2. As who is going to take it this time? Will Genji shut them out with a 2-0, or will Hanwha Life strike back? Here we go, game number 2, and already Zeus is giving Keen flashbacks.
That's Electrocute.
that finals. Yeah. His Aatrox was pretty good into 280 carries.
He is just He's the Aatrox guy.
I think Duro might die here if he doesn't immediately run south. He's positioned to do that, so at least he's going to get away right on time.
They're not going to spot the invade. So
there was a question mark.
We see the pings. I think they have us. You're playing into Ashbrom, right? You know that an invade is quite likely.
Yeah.
You can see Peanut or Canyon rather waiting, not actually walking too far up. So nicely done here. We'll see if they can set up a cross map here. A split map is still great for Humble Life because it allows Viper and the Light to just play like absolute psychos and go really hard in the 2v2. So I think they're going to be happy nonetheless. Even if Canyon is able to kind of counteract, so we'll see how much prio Keen and Chovy can generate. As we do see the crossover very earlier for Canyon, will get spotted. So they are very aware of that cross map to come through.
Yeah. Nobody even pinged it, which is pretty common. As Keen's doing a good job of dodging all the sweet spots. He did get electrocuted, but still having a pretty fun time in this lane. Zeus should hit level 2 first, but no, not actually going to happen. Keen going to hit level 2 first, but Zeus about to himself. And Keen actually respecting that. Doesn't really push the envelope here. Does hit the Meganar, though, and now he goes in. Zeus going for the Umbral Dash away. Doesn't get hit. As if he does get hit by that, could get a bit dicey.
Still big. Even if Keen isn't able to actually do anything, all he needs to do is apply enough pressure so that Canyon can clear the topside jungle, right? Chovy is actually getting bullied out a little bit early on here by Zeka. So if both lanes wouldn't have prio, I think that there is actually a world where Canyon gets collapsed upon and really gets into trouble. The fact that Keen is able to apply this much pressure to Zeus is going to be feeling very, very good. As this is a Zinzao, could look for it. You see, activated the Q there, but wave not quite there. If this was the cannon wave, could look for a dive, but instead just going to be Keen with at least a nice back once he gets this shove in.
Yeah. Mid lane going a lot better for Zeka this time around. A lot of fist fighting in the last one on the Aurora into Ahri, which didn't eventually go his way as he got charmed and then ganked. But
we knew.
They decided to do this. I mean, it's kind of hard to find a good answer, especially when you've already picked Corki and you're planning on putting it bot. It's like, well, are we going to find a lane that wins against Asprom? Probably not. So we're just going to say we lose this lane and just pick Nautilus for the team fight.
Yeah, just makes you wonder, why not pick Ashe? You have a guy that's known for being pretty good on the champion.
Yeah, that is a very good question. Well, we're not going to learn about it just yet. As the flash comes in, Ruler, the tanking from Delight, excellent as well. He does flash away from Duro, as Viper still getting to work here onto this Nautilus. Even a rock going to hit him in the face as follow-up dive potential, but you don't have to do this, but it looks like they want to go ahead and go for it, but he just gets knocked into the wall. There's the shield as Peanut, the last auto after the flash as Viper gets executed. It is a big win for Humble Life in the bottom lane dive. They pick up 2.
Colossal play there for Humble Life. They already have the pressure in the 2v2 as expected, but the fact that Peanut, they know again, Kenyon's on the top side of the map. And now his play basically has to work for Gen G not to be in deep trouble. And this alone isn't going to bail him out, but Zeus will be big.
The flash hop for the slow. Zeus just going to accept his fate. Yeah, he could have maybe flashed, but says, nah, I'm dead. As the level 3 Corki gank going to work out.
I kind of wonder if he flashes, because Buddha didn't have flash, right? Is all Keen. This is exactly what happened to Zeus in the last game.
Yeah, and now you got Braum here. Keen might just be dead. He doesn't have the flash. So fast forward here from Viper to execute him. Does take down the Gnar. And now you've got the same lane. You don't win ever, even with Viper chunked out. Ruler has also taken a bit of damage. So you see now Peanut here on the top side just shadowing the bot lane. They know where their strength is, and it is in this 2v2. He's just kind of following them around and getting value.
That continues Viper, his march ahead when it comes to the gold. Already sitting at a almost 600 gold lead here. A lot of pressure being applied there. And we see the issue. Peanut was even in the area, right? So even if they weren't going to, which again, I think they definitely would have, do a good job in the extended 2v2. Peanut was always there to build them out. But the fact that even that heavy investments towards killing Zeus, like Keen uses Flash, Ruler is able to get an assist but doesn't actually get the kill, which I think is really what they were looking for. Canyon has been farming up a Storm though, which mainly is built him an experience lead. Obviously the kill and assist mean that we do still have Pina ahead. They have to fight, right? Like, you have to play for these skirmishes. You don't really have a choice here as Gen G to not opt into this, but I don't think they're feeling too great about it.
I mean, at least Canyon got the smite on the Grub. Chovy level 6, so is Zeka, as looking for the engage. Peanut getting pretty low as he does not get over the wall, and the divide comes through from Chovy. That's going to be 3 kills for Gen G. As Hama Life, they say, this should be our fight for free. They do not respect the damage of Gen G, and they get punished.
And it's a teleport advantage there for Keen, but even before that, Gen G, their skirmishing power is still pretty big, right? Chovy is able to keep Zeka away, or initially Zeka uses his W, but look, Peanut isn't that tanky this early on. Chovy has his ultimate available, actually gets value. Zeka, even though he froze, doesn't actually end up doing that much. And Keen, honestly, I called the teleport advantage. Feel like he didn't even really was needed there.
No.
Does end up showing. And I don't think he ended up paying too much. Although I say that, looking at the CS, will be a little bit equalized, but that's still a pretty sizable gold lead for Zeus individually. But the fact that those kills will go over, that Chovy now is a lot bigger, that Ruler got dug out of the hole that he was in. Look at the gold lead now, it's negligible.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. And, you know, there was so much pressure with the SAS Braum, but eventually, if Ruler can squeak by, if he can keep even on CS, if he can pick up a kill here and there, he's going to be enjoying his time as a Corki.
It's also the actual communication between Canyon and Duro was, particularly after, you know, the very first series, a really big issue for Gen G. Even going into their lower, not lower bracket, but like when they faced off against Home Life for the first time, I think those two looked super disjointed.
Yeah.
Even in the finals, we didn't really get to see that much of it as Duro.
I mean, he is Nautilus, so he does just hook away. The issue with this is that now he's chunked, and Peanut actually level 6, might be able to do more than just die as he did in the last fight, but not a real wave here. And so, again, just shadowing the 2v2. And here comes Canyon up to the top lane as well to prevent a potential dive, but as we know, it's not going to happen this time. We're still putting on that pressure. Our Viper and Delight's trying to use that level 6 with the arrow, but it doesn't amount to too much. Is now trying to make something happen here onto Delight. Level 6 first for Duro. Delight is trying to hop on over, but he's not quite able to, and Viper is just going to be given on over as he does not have his flash. He's free food for the Azir.
That's just a mid lane diff, man. In both fights, Chovy gets so much done on the Azir as Delight gets a goal. Not really going to get anything for that as he hits between the two players. And I can't believe, and I know this is just in the skirmishes, but the Nautilus is actually working out. And I think a lot of it is Humble Life not really respecting how much damage Gen G have, and the fact that Gen G have been so crisp in their communication in their team fights. Like, that is a crazy improvement for me, even considering how close they got, is how cohesive they look. I feel like everyone is on the same page, and here Chovy, it's very straightforward. Gets Prio mid, roams up top, and Delight and Viper are so far up, and I do think that when you have such a strong 2v2, this is a trap we see a lot of players fall into, where just because you can permanently shove in and apply your pressure doesn't mean you need to. And I feel like we're getting some consistent punishes, and now Gen G, they were behind, what, like almost 2k gold early on. Now a 1k gold lead.
Yeah, it's definitely been a big flip, and now we're looking for a fight on the bottom side here. Keen is low, Zeus desperately trying to get an execution, not going to happen, and now the Impale. But who's winning this fight? Delight and Peanut do 0 damage, maybe negative damage, and Keen's got Meganar, so they just have to back away after the Impale that does nothing, just trying to pick up some kind of scraps after yet another lost fight. We talked about a bit of mid-diff, you know, Chovy faster on the roams, but I also feel like the reads in the team fights are just not there from Hama Life. The communication is not there, and Gen G look amazing. They're playing fantastically. They deserve all the wins that they are getting in these games. It's now Zeka getting a bit low, trying to trade back with the laser, just can't quite match Chovy just yet.
And we'll see when he does. Because I think so far, if he does, not looking too great. And you're Keen kind of playing on the edge. But it's the consistency unironically, that the Nautilus provides that means that Keen can play so far forward, not actually at risk. And it's the, as you point out, the arrival of Canyon, the arrival of Chovy, the arrival of Duro in these moments has been consistently great. Feels like every play that Humble Life tried to go for, Gen G reads well and responds, and every play Gen G goes for Humble Life just doesn't quite seem to be ready. As it's not the end of the world for Humble Life. I do think that this time around, I give them a big edge when it comes to the 5v5s. Even as good as Gen G's comp is, I do think they should struggle if Humble Life can actually play with the Light and Peanut in the front. But if they fall too far behind in the lanes, and they just never get to have any prio, like how realistic is the chance of you actually getting a clean 5v5?
I mean, it might just end up like game one, right?
Yeah.
Where the lead just becomes too large that
we're getting there.
Humble Life's comp, it does a thing, but they're not allowed to do anything if they get too far behind, right? So, you know, in terms of team fighting, we've already seen that Humble Life have said, no, we're stronger here, we win. And Gen G have said, no, actually, we're going to be the ones that engage onto you, getting massive value out of this Nautilus. The Braum not able to match it in team fights just yet in terms of value. And just able to snowball a pretty nice lead here early on. As you mentioned, game's not over. You know, Humble Life, they got the Drake as well. They got that first Ocean. Gen G, though, did get 5 grubs. So especially if Keen begins to have a decent time, if Chovy continues to win his 1v1, could see them get some usage out of those grubs as well.
Both supports going to meet each other. Say hello. As Duro, it's just nope, not liking the, and good flash there because there was a collapse imminent. Vision control is really good for Humble Life towards the top side of the map, but no objective is going to spawn anytime soon. As
these guys are so good at dodging skill shots. Like, they're both throwing good ones and just both dodging everything. As Keen, though, is going to go mini. He's got Canyon on the way, but that is a Xin. We even got Viper here as well. The World Ender is in. The arrow going to hit Canyon, but he is Xin, and he does go for that ult. Peanut looking for the Impale, and he is going to get him with just the edge of that one. Keen does get taken down, as Zeus does get his revenge.
Big kill for Zeus, and a bit sloppy there, I think, from Gen G with the vision that they had. I'm pretty sure that they should have been able to read that play. We saw there, maybe the call was Canyon comes in and we take down Zeus before, but there was never going to be enough time. The Ash Arrow also could have been used if you try to go for that skirmish. And Chovy, which has been a bit of a hero for Gen G, was just locked in lane against Zeka in the top lane there. And yeah, you do see, does get spotted here. I think even Peanut was spotted earlier on there. And at that point, Keen, way too deep. Canyon, even though he does have a lot of innate safety, everyone here has a lot of damage, so he's still forced to flash. And then Keen, if he just walks it off, I think he just lives. Like, didn't need to die there. And nicely done there by Humble Life. And as long as this gold lead remains within this range, I think that they are going to maintain a very good shot with their team fighting prowess, as we have seen many a time. And this game feels like it might actually be a game compared to the boss game, which was not.
Definitely was not a game.
Was not a game.
Or at least it wasn't League of Legends. Maybe it was some other kind of game.
Not a good one.
No, it wasn't very enjoyable. Unless you're Ox, who predicted Gen G. He was enjoying his time a lot. But yeah, besides that, it was such a blowout that we didn't even really get to see anything. Nefiri didn't even show off anything because Peanut just kind of didn't do anything with it either. So, and that's me being nice. So, yeah, Humble Life looking to bounce back. I think they have the potential. We know what they are capable of. But Gen G, they really came into this first match clearly looking to take a win, right? They came with a plan. They've had some good drafting themselves, and they've been able to make it work.
Flashes on Viper and Zeka, for me, are going to be the biggest thing going into these fights because Keen, Chovy are all such insanely big threats. If that summoner ever gets blown, as Duro taking a little bit of damage for his efforts, as we might have a honest-to-God 5v5. Both top laners have teleport available as well. Gen G is first, gets the set up. And the crab does go to Canyon.
I mean, Hamalife's just going to start it up here. Really, the question is, does Gen G want to fight over this? Based on the way they're spreading it out, doesn't look like it, and also Hamalife have backed off of the objective. So both teams keeping themselves at arm's distance, at arm's length, and saying, well, we're not going to start it. We're not going to do anything about it unless you start it. Although Gen G do have the vision control around the objective, so you can see them considering it, but not bound to happen. Infernal Drake spawning as well, so Canyon saying maybe we should fight over this objective instead. At the moment, though, he has to run into Peanut as the Impale comes through.
No flash.
And no flash. He is Xin though. So he does press his R button himself and does get away. Zeus also pretty low. Duro on the left side getting caught out big time, and he doesn't have flash either, and that is just a free Nautilus, as that is what we were expecting the Nautilus to do in this game. Although Peanut now going to be caught out himself, gets stunned up there, and down he will go. And so that's actually a winning trade for Gen G at the end of the day, because they re-enter that brush, and Gen G immediately punish.
Not Peanut's best day. I'm going to blame on his old teammates being, the pressure is just too much for the old Tiger.
Maybe it's Minju in the audience. He's just really nervous. He's getting sweaty palms.
Yeah. As we take another look here. So this play on Canyon actually ends up working nicely. They set up the trap. Trap is successful. This is a lot invested, though. If I get Peanut uses his ultimate as well. And then right here, I'm kind of wondering how the turn happens, because it looks like initially things are... They also spot Keen. So Peanut just walks... I'm pretty sure...
I don't know if they do.
I think Zeus was backing. I'm not 100% sure. Because based on how Peanut played that, I'm going to say no, because...
I think they didn't.
Must not have.
There was a ward canceled by control ward, and then there was no ward in that brush, so...
I think Zeus backed right on the cusp, so it might be just have been out of sight, which...
Yeah. Or maybe he was just distracted by the fight and they were in comms and he was just like, okay, let's go to oh god, I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, also you're Skarner, right? I think it may, we have seen just tank players fall into this trap, but without the vision, I'm going to be 100% sure. If he did know, big mistake. If he didn't know, nicely found opportunity there by Keen, sneaking outside of the side of vision. And Canyon, he hasn't died yet, right? In this series.
No.
No, I mean
it's right there chronically. He hasn't died yet.
I know it.
You're right.
I can look at the scoreboard, Valvis. Or can I?
Yeah, I'm like, you have been doing this for a while. I am surprised you don't know if he's died yet or not. But yeah, no, I don't think he died in game 1. So he's doing pretty well for himself. And with that, I mean, Gen G, they got the Infernal Drake, and now they're getting the Rift Heralds. Again, the gold is even. But just based on the way a lot of these fights are playing out, it does feel like outside of the one Duro mistake, Gen G are playing smarter League of Legends today. And that might just be the difference maker. We'll see if Gen G can close this one out.
Well, I did pick up the feats here with the bot lane turret. So this is something that I think we saw them in... we saw them do very consistently, particularly when it was still the lane swap meta. Just... I'd say second only to Gen G, who I think, as far as pure macro goes and decision where they go on the map, is definitely the most consistent team in the LCK, but trying to contest that, I don't really think you necessarily need to. Mid lane turret is probably going to suffer for it, but getting defeats is nice, and getting more gold into Zeus, turning it into a real side lane threat is a big win as well. This Chovy, are they going to really look for a play here?
Oh god, that arrow is going to hit him right in the face, and the Chaos Storm is right on top of it. And so that's an easy kill on the Chovy. Thought he could stay safe under the turret and be able to dash away, but the arrow just caught him off guard. So a nice play from Viper to land that one. We do have the Rift Herald in mid.
Yeah.
And a big wave. So at the end of the day, is this a win for Gen G? I mean, Hamalif, yeah, they got the kill. They took down Chovy. That's nice. They got that, but they lose their mid turret. And they don't have any pressure top because Delight took a massive chunk. And we might get another, just barely not, as he runs out of time here. And Canyon not able to get another charge.
Takes like a turret shot and a laser to the face, just walks it off. Yeah, I'd argue it's probably still slightly better for Hanwha. Getting the kill on Chovy is nice. I'm pretty sure he was sitting on the shutdown. But losing mid lane turret is obviously always going to be valuable. And these Ashe arrows have been... Really, I talked about the lack of engage. If you just hit every arrow, even engage Braum can do the job. Very nicely done there. And there wasn't really any vision. So for Chovy, obviously in hindsight, like he had flash, could have flashed it, but with the way that it came through terrain, I imagine got caught a little bit off guard there. Also was getting pressured by both the Braum and the Skarner, so or the Victor rather.
Yeah.
As Gen.G not quite able to really break open the game, and I think that means that until we actually get to these team fights, these 5v5s, we've been treated to a little bit left and right, but it's mostly been just individual catches.
We are going to have Cloud Soul this game.
Atlas isn't even here.
He's not here. You'll see him tomorrow, but he can enjoy it from home as well. It's still a very strong Drake, even though it did get nerfed. And certainly one of the stronger souls in the game still. Let's see, though, how much pressure we get on this, as Ruler is already doing a crazy amount of damage to Viper. He has hit his spike of 2 items, whereas the Ashe a little bit more of, you know, I provide engage, they have damage elsewhere. The arrow this time going to sail wide, and Canyon, very tanky, is going to tank up a lot of this, but does get stunned. They're still continuing to go in on the Xin Zhao as Duro in the front line as well. Zeus gets in, and the Impale is big, but Chovy lights up 3 and locks them down. Peanut as well over the wall will be taken out eventually, and they were just all baited until Chovy got there and put them in the ground.
It's spring and Chovy is here, ready to play some video games. Didn't even need his flash for that, by the way.
Oh, Zeka.
Oh, Zeka.
Oh, Zeka. Oh, my boy Zeka. Yeah, he's dead. That is a shutdown over to Ruler. So you wanted to see the team fights to really see where this game was going, Chronicler. Where are we going with this game now?
Well, probably towards a Gen.G 2-0, which kind of crazy as, look at this from Canyon, actually draws so much attention. They don't get the passive proc until the light actually gets on top of him. Also cancels Peanut CC, so a lot of damage goes into Duro and Canyon, and guess what? They don't care. Even if Duro ends up dying at the end there.
That's his job.
That's his job. That's the one thing he needs to
go
do.
Go and die. Beat out an Impale. That's it. So we'll listen in to Chovy. Just avoiding the storm, waiting for his moment.
Yeah, go,
go, go, go. Oh. And yeah, he was able to line it up pretty nicely. Keen is taking a bunch of damage. He will be punished. Not sure what happened there. He was in the middle of his wave.
I know, overextended the sideline and just kind of died.
Yeah.
나이스 대지윤.
Chovy! He yells, as he is quite happy to be on Chovy's team. Ruler, nice cleanse. Little cat and jack, just to get out of that one. But yeah, the arrow's still hitting. The one in the fight did not hit, but again, even if it did hit, it would have hit like Xin Zhao or Nautilus. Like if it hits Nautilus, maybe they blow him up very quickly. Perhaps the fight goes a different way, but spending everything, including the Impale, onto the 2 frontliners is not going to leave you very happy.
They didn't even get Canyon. You know, like they got the Nautilus, who again, as we have very firmly established, has one job. Press all your buttons, get as many of theirs as you can, and then die.
Yeah, you're not actually supposed to live. Part of your job is to go in and die. You want to soak up a bunch of damage.
Oh.
This Peanut is Skarner.
Yeah, I think he's just fine. That's a slow. Come on, go in.
He stole the blue buff, and he's still 2 levels behind Canyon.
Should have gone in for the Heartsteel proc.
Yeah.
Come on, Peanut. Get it together.
I mean, he did go in for not the Heartsteel proc and then the Fury, so he probably should have.
Still don't know what he was thinking there.
Yeah.
Well, I do actually. You know, we've all been that guy when you're like, guys, we can play. I'm strong, and then you go in and then you die, and you're like,
yeah.
Man.
Hey, you know, Delight was caught up a little bit on the controller. Duro, he is not going to spot Zeus hopping the wall, and so will take a huge amount of damage, but Root comes in, and guess what? He's taking up the damage. He's not going to die this time, but it is Zeus who does get baited by it. This gets burst. He engages into a Nautilus, assuming he's safe, and it's only Nautilus. But the rest of the team shows up so quickly that Zeus is just dead, doesn't even get to flash.
And that's a costly death That's going to be... You can't play both sides of the map. Keen has TP available. Can join at a moment's notice, and there's the T flank.
Oh,
Wait,
they're going to catch Tovi. He does go into the Zonyas, but I think they might have the damage. Tovi, he does get the split, but now Keen shows up, and that might be enough here for Gen G. It wasn't a clean fight, but it's still a win as Peanut picks up 1,000 gold on that Corky. Ruler had a gigantic shutdown to be taken here. And yes, Gen G, it's, 3 kills for 4 kills, but, for Hama Life, they stopped the Baron. They have TP coming in. Peanut is, he's okay. He's trying his best. He's putting in good effort, guys.
He is a Scorpion.
Yes, he's playing the Skarner champion. As Keen, he wants more.
Is Zeus just dead again?
Says Zeus is easily baited.
Okay. Gen G could have lost the game there. If they did, I'm hesitant to call this a good thing because they definitely were cutting. They're doing 2 very different things that they shouldn't. The fact that Peanut actually gets the grab mid attempt at shuffle. I think Gen G is still going to win this game. Like, I don't want to go too
Yeah,
but that was
going to die.
That was definitely a point where Gen G could have lost, right? If Keen's a little bit slower on the TP, if they don't get to stall Chovy with his stop, or if Chovy doesn't get to stall with his stopwatch, if they don't have the damage, Peanut can try and go for this.
Yeah, he's going to catch Zeka here up against the wall, and even if Keen died, it doesn't matter. It's worth. They take down the Victor, they take down the Braum. It's a double kill for Ruler, and he's going to enjoy that. 9 kills in this game, and that will be Baron, unless Peanut does something, but not going to happen.
My bad, I said Peanut can go for this. I meant Zeka. Zeka also thought that, clearly couldn't. As they have to try something, right? The Baron is getting taken. We're going back. So this is the first one again. So again, Chovy doesn't actually get to do his combo, gets cancelled, then fortunately does flash out so that he gets a shuffle. Rather the shuffle, if Viper doesn't die there, like I think that there might actually be a turnaround opportunity there. But instead, he just kind of ends up going down. And this is the second play where Gen G is in a much better position. Peanut isn't here because he got taken down. Zeka walks up. Keen just throws him into the wall.
Yeah.
That's going to be the Baron, and that is probably the 2-0 about to be locked in. Gen G repeating the feat that they were capable of in the first series in LCK Cup. Man.
And the series looks kind of similar. It's a beatdown from Gen G. It's not very close. I mean, this game was close for a while, but then it wasn't. As here comes Chovy, level 17, and guess what, Duro? He's baiting them all in, and he dies. He fulfills everything. He does his to-do list, including the death at the end, as the rest of the team follows up and picks up the kills. And it's just over. 29 minutes, Gen G will take down the 2-0 here on a Hama Life, as it looks like Ruler will be punished for playing with his food there, nice and pale from the side of Peanut, as Chovy and Canyon, they want to continue to send the message, but the Nexus dies first, and that will be the end of this series, the first one of the LCK split. We do have Gen G on top once again with the 2-0.
Mr. Light congratulating some of his old teammates. A very, very dominant win to come through here from Gen G. And coming into today, I said I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G ends up winning. I am shocked it's a 2-0. I was expecting at least a bit more of a back and forth, but no, Gen G, they look like the domestic Gen G that we've seen throughout the last couple of years.
Yeah, they're just really consistent. You know, they didn't go to first stand. They took that time, they practiced, obviously, they look very strong, and they've looked better in best of threes than Hama Life Esports a couple of times now in a row. Peanut, he does look disappointed. He didn't have the best performance today, and he knows it. But yeah, all the praise goes over to Gen G, because that first game is such a mental blow as well when you just destroy them like that. It was not close in game 1, and game 2 also eventually ended up not close either.
Duro, this man had a rough start to the LCK Cup. Very often singled out, and I think justifiably so, as we see the cursed tiger there as well. Did like the Gen G April's Fool prank, when like we're bringing it back as a double headband.
Yeah.
As Gen G, just a clean 2-0, nothing to see here, unironically. And for Hama Life, it did feel like a combination of, I think they caught a lot of corners. Ox's theory of You know, not as much resistance might hold true there, but also individually.
Oh, he's going to be so smug.
Ah, it's fine.
The only correct predictor.
It happens to the best of us. And I know nothing I can say will be taken at face value, so I've just given up trying to deal with it. But I do really feel
It's okay.
that way.
It's upsetting.
I really want to give credit to Gen G, and I think that on our live, everyone looked kind of off, right? Zach had no impact on the Aurora. I think Chovy's laning phase was so much better than it had been before. We had Zeus with just an off day, dying a lot, just trying to go for these big plays that didn't end up working. Peanut, the less that is said, the better. And then even for Viper, who I think normally is, and I think his arrows were red in this game, but like him getting caught out repeatedly, pushing up the lanes, not something that normally we see Home Alive go for. And I assume my POM vote is kind of a no-brainer.
You went
Or is
for
it not?
Canyon, didn't you?
I didn't.
Chovy?
Yeah.
Oh.
When in doubt, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's, if he doesn't win it, it's Rob.
I do argue, I think Canyon is the most improved.
I'm just very curious. Yeah. No, you're right. I think he is the most improved, but I'm very curious about the fan votes.
I wonder.
I do wonder what the fans think about this one.
Honestly, if the fan votes go for like Duro, I'm like, 2 thumbs up. You go, fans.
So base.
So
almost 2 base. They just call him like, no flashes. No flash on everyone. He has ult.
I love that Ruler, no matter the game state, is always just so serious.
Yeah.
Like, he was 11 and 3. By the end that game was done, he's done
But
the
he could have
most
been 11 and
damage.
2 instead.
It could have been 11 and 2. Why I assume someone said that Skarner had, and I was like, he is ult. What's that? As they're killing the Nexus! Oh, Ruler.
That's just the way it goes.
It's just the way it goes.
And he did the most damage. He had multiple shutdowns in this game. Or bounties, I guess. And Chovy had some big highlight plays. Keen had his moments. And it's going to be Chovy, you know? Excellent RE game. I think that Canyon kind of set him up for that one. And then really the Azir to win the one big team fight that really broke the game open. That was really what did it for him.
This just sets up the storyline so nicely. Fellas, the immediate, after they lose by 1 game twice, the immediate 2-0, Gen G saying, hey, I know you beat us last summer. I know you beat us at LCK Cup.
Yeah.
But domestic Gen G, still a force to be reckoned.
Those were best of 5s. These are best of 3s. This is our territory.
They better last, but we're winning them. And that's a good thing.
And later on in the week, we're going to have T1 up against Gen G as well. So that's going to be the final match of the week. So now Gen G, again, they just crushed Hanwha Life. What is T1 going to look like up against this team? We'll have to wait and see at the end of the week. So pretty fast series. I wasn't really expecting it to go this quickly.
No, I'm kind of shocked.
That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah. You build it up, you know, so much. It's the season opening. LCK's back.
Yeah.
It's a rematch of the finals of both LCK Cup and then it's
and then it's like your average solo queue game. It's like, oh,
just get dunked.
Wow,
yeah.
That was really hype when they smashed them over the head with a giant hammer. Yeah, I mean, it was still fun. I think it's very cool narratively, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Is that a word? Narratively?
Yes.
Maybe. It is now.
It is.
I will have to ask Atlas. He's the general when it comes to that.
But it's just a word.
It is just a word.
Exists.
Yeah, and it is just an interview, the POM interview on the way. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy, the GOAT, on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! In the LCK Round 1 opening match against Hanwha Life Esports, you marked a strong start with a flawless victory. How do you feel? No, lately, Hanwha Life Esports has been performing very well and very, very dominant. And despite that, I knew that Gen G is capable of winning against them, so I'm just glad that we're able to show up. What a nice confidence.
어떤 점을 중점적으로 준비를 하셨을까요?
So what was the main focus in preparation for the opening match today? Instead of trying to prepare something in particular for today's match against Hana Life Esports, I think we just mainly focus on making sure that our teamwork and synergy is on point.
1세트 상대가 나피리를 선픽으로
And we were able to see that in game 1. The opponent blind picked Nafiri first, and then Genji took Ahri and Vi. And with all the differences, Nafiri was definitely one of the key main points for today. And what were your thoughts on Nafiri? Nafiri has a high ceiling. And I think during our practice process, we definitely have been utilizing Nafiri as well. So just from being able to see how good Nafiri could be potentially, I think we were just always thinking and keeping in mind that she is actually quite OP. And in game 2, we got Chovi's super toss, which gave everyone the chills. Did you expect the POM after this highlight? You know, it's because the opponent's mid and AD carry were such low mobility champions, and I just really focused on, I was just really busy on trying to catch this angle for this big ult. Do you usually get more energy from Delight giving you the cheering for you?
듀로 선수가 듀로 선수가.
Oh, you mean Duro?
죄송합니다. 방송사고 좀 받아주세요.
Broadcast accident maybe?
응원이 큰 힘이 되셨을 것 같은데요.
Yeah, so Duro's cheering for Chovy definitely paid off based on what we saw in game 2. And we were able to see the team synergy looking even more solid today. And in a team interview, after the LCK Cup, you said that identifying the team's problems with the teammates was what allowed for the team to grow. With so much anticipation for Genji, what is your resolution going into the match against T1? No, I think we definitely do have to focus on the teamwork. I think that's what really paid off. So I think we're just going to focus on that, and we will make sure that we do well against T1. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is a clean 2-0, not for the reigning champs, but for Gen G. And they made it look easy, guys. Welcome back to the Space, Digon, alongside a Wolf and Ox. And man, that was just not the outcome that most of us saw, except one man.
This is their domain, right? When it comes to Gen G, regular season is really their forte, and we've seen that in the past few years. And as much as HLE is really clutched, I think that's how we've described this team a lot. Very clutch, especially when it comes to those game 5s. There's no game 5s in a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like obviously in game 1, it was very, very one-sided. Game 2 looked like it was going to be Gen G after they took it back. Like there was no clawing back in. But it took some clutch plays from Chovy to actually bring Gen G across the finish line. I think this game was actually much closer than I think everyone's kind of leading to it. I think a lot of that comes to the game 1 dominance. But, I mean, if those plays didn't work out for Chovy, we could be talking about something completely different right now. We could be talking about a draft for game 3 for Gen G.
Yeah, very deserving of the player of the match. Let's see how those votes went on out because, again, the first time ever y'all at home have the opportunity to vote. And yes, 13 out of 13, our first vote. We're giving the responsibility to the fans, and they do a great job.
Oh, wait, we had 2 fan votes. I wasn't told we were going to have 2 separate ones. I thought they were going to be combined. So, wow. That they both got it right, though, which would have been pretty unnerving if they didn't.
This was a pretty easy one, though. You know, good job. But this one's a pretty low bar. So, you know, keep it up. Good work.
All right, let's take a look at some of the comments we had from our analysts here on the votes. There it is. The Church of Chovy, God of Shuffles. Love that one there, Dan.
Speaks for itself. I mean, his Ahri was phenomenal, but his Azir, he was just taking over the game. And again, this was a closer game. It felt like, as Wolf said, those plays made the difference.
Yeah, I voted for Chovy, obviously, as well. Everyone did. I think for me, it was about Chovy's return to form. Because we saw pretty lackluster from our standards for Chovy in LCK Cup, but this was both in laning but also in team fights, 2 separate wins for him, I think. across the board, he was 10 out of 10 today.
Yeah, great to see him back on form. Gen G looked dominant when he is dominant. Let's see what else we have. Oh, the artistic Mr. Chronicler as the cherry blossoms. So does Chovy. Just in case you don't know, the cherry blossoms are here in Korea and blooming right now, just like the gameplay. All right, great one there by Cronny. What else do we have here? A strong mid makes a stronger jungler. Like that by Helios. I'm sure that's only talking about Gen G and not about...
Well, I mean, it's true. Obviously, in Game 1, Canyon had like 100% KP for most of the game, in part due to Chovy's insane prio in the matchup into the Aurora.
Yeah, like, Canyon's a great jungler, but I feel like playing with Chovy definitely makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, let's see who else we got. Last one here by Prince over on the Korean side. Angry Chovy phase 2. I like the idea of like, we didn't win domestically for the first time in a long time. You're going to see another level of the Chovy that you just aren't used to seeing.
Kind of reminiscent of the fact that, they lost last year's summer, came back first match of the LCK Cup and 2-0'd them, and it's kind of that repeat, But, I think HLE takes that trade.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the highlights, it's a reminder of why Chovy has his own verbiage, Chovying. And here's our results. Time to gloat. One person, only one, not only here in the English broadcast, but the Korean broadcast as well. There's only one that has 100% correct. Go ahead,
Stop
Dan.
the count here. I think we're good. I think we end it here. No more predictions. I'll take the lead. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. There were a lot of 0%ers, like myself and Digon and everyone on the Korean broadcast, and also Chronicler and Brendan and Atlas.
I've gotten more predictions than the entire rest of the broadcast combined. So step it up, guys.
I'm a little worried because you have the opposite of what I have for the next game as well. Oh, no stepping up when you're not
left
even there.
His blazer.
Wow, he was so upset he just stormed out. Chronicler really not taking it as well. He gets very passionate about his predictions. He always gets... I'm sure I'm going to be in for an earful later about how I was lucky.
He's talking to the Hanwha Life coaching staff right now.
How could you make my predictions wrong? Well, one reason is the success that Gen G has had against Hanwha Life. And here it is, the highlights from this specific match.
This one is super messy here from Hanwha Life. Unfortunately, at this stage of the game, they're very split, and Chovy has level 6, has the ability to actually punish that with a big shuffle here. Zeka also avoided a lot of pressure at the beginning of that part of the fight, but was isolated and couldn't actually do the damage needed. And there's just so many skirmishes that go well. Chovy's always there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Viper said something to Chovy, but it seemed personal. And again, this game was a closer one, so these clutch moments set them that early pressure, found the advantage in those fights. I think a worse player would have led Gen G to potentially lose this game.
Yeah, definitely. And, the winning streak that we were talking about earlier for Gen G over Hanwha Life Esports, not in best of 5s, but in best of 3s, they have been very, very dominant here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their record since 2024, they are on a streak, and it has been 2-0 every single time, including at the LCK Cup, where everyone was really down on Hanwha Life. I think people are going to walk away from this match today feeling pretty similar with a performance like we saw from them in the summer finals, beating Gen G there, then flopping in that first matchup here, winning first stand, and then coming into this first matchup and flopping again.
I think the lesson is that no matter how much teams like HLE can step up and, win titles, be very impressive, Gen G are always just that dominant force when it comes to the regular season. And we saw for large parts of 2024 them going just undefeated, massive game streaks, breaking records, and it seems like they're eager to continue that.
Yeah, as we take a look at the leaderboard here after one match, it's Gen G reminding not only the LCK, but the world, hey, remember us, the best team in the world for the majority of 2024? Well, we'd like to say we're back, and we did a good job here in game number 1, a clean 2-0 for Gen G.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing for HLE that they won first stand, and they come back to the LCK, and they're the only team to lose a series so far. What a fall-off, honestly.
I do want to remind everyone, though, that obviously it's a year-long LCK season now, so a win like this is half your season in the head-to-head matchup, right? You only get one more chance against them before playoffs. Now they'll have multiple more chances. If they're both in the Legends group, which we expect, they'll have a lot more opportunities to get revenge as well.
Yeah, definitely both these squads have a high trajectory, but a great way to kick off the LCK regular season. But we're not done yet. We have match number 2 coming up for you in just a little bit. DRX versus the DN Automotive Freaks for the debut of the LCK regular season. We'll see you in just a little bit for that match.
미드가 바뀌었다. 황골 타이틀이라고 할까요? 확실히 이번 시즌 최대 다크호스 OK 전투 그래프리오. 오케이 이런 경기력 이거 얼마만입니까? 편을 뚫어준다면 흐름 탈 수 있습니다. 근데 몇 킬을 하나요, 빅나? 한층 더 강해지고 성숙된 모습이 있을 거잖아요. 네. 걸어봐야죠 제대로.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. makes me stronger.
아무도 못 막는다. 화이팅!
DNF릭스 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
이 선수 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the second match of the night. The first one ended so quickly that we got right on to the second one with very little delay. We have DRX up against the DN Freaks. It is still me, Valdez, with Chronicler. And first day of LCK so far has kind of delivered. I mean, Genji looked really strong, but it was also a blowout. So narratively it was great, but the games themselves weren't great.
No
I hope
deliver.
the games here are better.
1 star. I was expecting a free game banger. I thought it was going to be fun.
That's true.
And Genji just came in, kind of dunked around my life.
It didn't really meet expectations, that's for sure. So hopefully this one does. I mean, we're expecting this match to at least be close. The level of play, you know, not necessarily going to be on the same level, but we'll have to wait and see how these teams have prepared coming into this main split of LCK. We still have Rich, Sponge, Yukal, Teddy, and Ondil. That is going to be the starting roster for today. You can see Juan Lazyfield still on the roster. But yeah.
Yukal was so good in LCK Cup. The one glowingly redeeming factor. I think Teddy had his moments. I think Sponge had some decent moments. Rich was also there. But really, Yukal kind of blew me away. Whereas DN Freaks, to me, I was expecting more from this roster. I think that Dudu still hasn't gone back to his peak that we know he was capable of before. Pioshik has always been inconsistent, as has Bulldog. And it really did kind of feel like Berserker was just desperately trying by himself to get anything going. And it just didn't really feel like that was the case.
So far, the matchups at the LCK Cup have gone DRX's way. In fact, DN only got 1 win. So they wrapped up the LCK Cup with a 1-4 record. Will they deliver a new look against DRX? I would say that DRX should be favored, but also it's not necessarily the way our Preds went. Max level aggression Berserker, debuting in the LCK regular season. His goal is to become the best bot laner in the LCK. Will he mark his debut match with a victory? I do wonder, because as you mentioned, he was one of the shining lights for the DN Freaks. And it looks like, guys, we are ready for the match teaser. Let's hop into that right now and see what this match is going to look like in the head-to-head.
3년 만에 한국에 돌아왔는데 LCK가 많이 기대되는 것 같아요.
제가 벌써 LCK에서 3년 차더라고요. 이번 시즌은 자신 있습니다.
LCK 컵 때 저희가 DNF릭스한테 져본 적이 없어서 이번 복귀전 상대는 좀 딱인 것 같아요.
오늘 잘하면 제가 이기는 거잖아요. 조선제일검 제가 부러뜨리겠습니다.
이층계는 좀 얌전하게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
이번 시즌 정말 못하면 죽은다는 마인드로 열심히 해보겠습니다.
오늘보다 내일 더 잘하는 선수가 되려고 LCK에 왔거든요. 이번 시즌 높은 곳까지 올라가 보겠습니다.
So there you have it. Obviously, the best part of that video was when UCal did whatever pose that was. The crazy Bulldog matchup, he called it. And he is a bit of a crazy guy himself. Always doing some awesome ceremonies, celebrations, jumping out of his chair. And yeah, he's great in the mid lane. He's performing well. He's a great source of energy for the squad. And certainly DRX are feeling pretty good coming into the LCK.
Did feel like UCal was the guy that whenever DRX was punching above their weight, he was the one that was instigating that. Actually a shockingly consistent level of performance from a player that obviously in the LPL had his moments as well, but seeing him come back to the LCK and play that consistently well was great. We'll see if he can maintain it as we get here into the LCK regular season. DRX, a team that punching up, I think is kind of hard to see. I do think some of the elements on deal as well as Sponge have really struggled when facing up against opponents that are at a lot higher level. I don't know if the Freaks are going to be able to do that today or though, as I think they have great highs, but can they actually reach that level? Because particularly for the solo laners, and even for this world champion right there, I don't think we've really seen it in LCK Cup.
Yeah, we certainly have it. I mean, that was the LCK Cup. This is now the real deal in their minds.
The real battle.
Yeah, the real battle. I think that's, you know, Gen G showed a little bit of that, whereas Humble Life Esports didn't necessarily have as much time to prepare. You know, whatever cope you want to go into in terms of that matchup. But Gen G, they were prepared, right? So hopefully both of these teams have done a really good job of getting ready for the new patch, improving their level of play. Because both of these teams, you know, they weren't really able to make their mark in the LCK Cup. And I think, you know, everybody's going to be looking higher. Everybody on the stage is going to be looking higher. And I think this is a very even match that either team could win. And so you got to start here. And that says revenge, right? For the DN Freaks right there on the left. So we'll see if they can get it tonight.
An important victory here for either team. In case you forgot, it's the classic LCK format, double round robin, best of 3 here for the first part of the
first 2
split.
rounds.
Yeah, first 2 rounds. In case you missed it and you're just tuning in because you are big DN Freaks or big DRX fan, have one giant split, but the first 2 rounds do have a lot of repercussions for the rest of the year. And performing against a team that is seen as your competitor is always so much more important. And that is where I do feel like DRX have been much more consistent than I think their gameplay sometimes gives rise to. Going back, as we saw there, even the previous series that they played against DN Freaks, I feel like they've been able to get the better of them. Teddy also playing, I want to say, consistently better than he has in a good while. We'll see if that's going to be enough here today, because for DN Freaks, if they actually end up playing to their peak, if we get like 2023 doo-doo and Bulldog in the series where he actually does get to play his crazy picks, where he really gets to step it up, if we get even a glimpse of Pioshik, his highs, then I think the DN Freaks should really be a team that isn't just favored to take down DRX, but actually has the chance to make a legitimate splash, try and go and play for playoffs.
Yeah.
But that's not what we saw at all.
That's true. Coach Song rocking the suit and tie for the match, and so is Rapid Star, as they have both come prepped themselves for game number 1. A lot that goes on behind the scenes happens between all the coaches and the preparation in terms of analysis and scrims and stuff like that, and preparing for the enemy team. So we'll see how our coaches do as well. I really liked how Fearless Draft has highlighted our coaches' ability to get strong drafts and understand how the battlefield changes once 10 picks are out, you know, how you have to change your bans, but also how you're going to create a comp with those picks away. Whereas in the past, it was Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu. So let's see what game 1 looks like as we have our very dramatic draft music.
Don't forget about Corki is here.
Yeah.
Cassante Rumble.
Well, he had Victor Azir in game 2 earlier.
Okay, but it was just one game. It was fun. As Sponge not going to be allowed to play Neferi. We have seen a lot of Nidalee bans as well, pretty consistently against this player who I think still really kind of, even though he hasn't played Challenger for a good amount of time, it still has the same vibe, right? Some games you're like, man, goes for the early invades, really gets going, and
kind of reminds me of Umpty.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I would agree. And
he,
then
like,
games
takes over a game, and then I'm just like, what just
why
happened?
are you dying 3 times in in enemy territory? But those games where he does get early leads, he is able to kind of run the map. I think he has been very, very impressive. Yukal though, this man, I know how stacked the LCK mid lane pool is, so actually breaking into the top 4 is very hard.
It's basically impossible.
I don't think he was quite there, but he wasn't that far off. I'd really argue, which is crazy to me, because that's not the level of consistent performance that I think we had seen of him in more recent times, but has he been good thus far? I just want to see 2023 Dudu again. Well, that's really the key thing for me, is it's instead of the Nidalee going to be the Zyra ban here.
And that does leave the Gwen very wide open. Again, I said at the top of the day that Neferi, very strong. The Gwen also very strong and blindable. She is just able to do very well in the lanes nowadays and into a lot of different matchups. So Rich, we'll see what he can do. Getting the prio pick here from the blue side. They did ban the Kalista on blue side, which was pretty interesting, but it did open them up to take this. Of course, with the Zyra ban, it does mean that DN could pick up the Skarner if they would like. They'll take the Ezreal first.
Skarner should be a no-brainer as well. See if Teddy wants to repeat what we saw Runo do in the last game. Go for that MF. Try and bully as much as possible. As was highlighted in the space as well, Gwen really changed, where in theory she is a lot more pressure, or is able to apply a lot more pressure in lane, while simultaneously being not quite as crazy as was late game. Before it was hit 2 items and you just start shredding everyone. Hit 3 or 4 and tanks become mincemeat. Not quite that anymore, but she does kind of now have both a good laning phase and then also is just still pretty good late. I do think Gwen can struggle into both the Rumble matchup, just because Rumble is an incredibly strong laner, also actually gets to deal damage to you from short range, and into Ezreal reliably finding lockdown is hard. The 2v2 though with Sejuani, kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is quite nice, and those guys will have a bit of pressure on them to get some stuff going on that side. As Kai'Sa taken down. They're expecting this Corki to go into the mid lane. And Kai'Sa has been a go-to for Teddy. We'll see if Ashe is also taken off the board, but with the Corki just kind of sitting there inflexible, makes you wonder.
The Azir ban does make me feel like DRX are also thinking of putting Corki mid. Corki mid has really not felt nearly as impactful. I think Corki bot has been very consistently strong, hard to lock down, good laning phase as well. And I'd much rather see something for Yukal here that actually gets to play off of the Sejuani. Something like the Yone is, I was about to say, is still open, but it does get banned, or I do think that's a good ban. Kind of hedging here, DN Freak, saying, okay, not quite sure where it goes, but this way, we're feeling a little bit safer, because I think Yone, either you pick it up here as DN Freaks, because I do actually think it goes really hard for them with the Rumble. That is a classic combo that we see. Or it's a good chance DRX will pick it up, as the Tristana also taken away here. Aurora to come through here for Bulldog.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of magic damage, even with the Ezreal, but really your only tank at the moment is the Sejuani. I mean, I guess the Gwen gets some resistances, but it's just going to be MF Rel, a fantastic team fighting duo. You press your ultimate abilities on top of each other, and you do some big damage. And also, a strong lane.
It's a good comp for DRX here is live. I'm gonna chuck Oregon, see something crazy into the rel. Is this live set? That's what we always think about, right? And into the rel, can interrupt the crash down? No, it's just gonna be Alistar, which still fun, not quite as fun. But the DRX comp, I think, very well rounded, strong lanes, a lot of team fighting power. Can struggle a little bit with range into some of the champions on DNF. We don't really have guaranteed lockdown for Ezreal, so Berserker can be a problem. Also playing into Skarner, Alistar, I do think that's a bit iffy. For DNF, I think the comp does feel a little more all over the place. I think that with the Ezreal or with the Aurora and Rumble specifically, you're really looking to try and play very aggressive. There's a lot of CC for those champions, which is nice, but I think the RX comp feels a little bit more consistent. That said though, Rich on a carry, I'm not so sure. And he does need to perform for this composition to work, otherwise they lack the AP and consistent damage. A lot of burst though, between that Corki and MF.
Yeah, I mean, if they can scale up, they have a couple of AD carries. They have a late game in the Gwen as well. So certainly a lot of late game power from their side, but got some on the side of the DM Freaks in kind. So, and so went from Australia to Vietnam, back to Vietnam, over to Lol Park, something like that.
Crazy.
He's here to watch them win. That's the most important part, which you could have assumed. But
safe bet.
We're getting ready for game number 1 of our second series of the night. DRX up against the DN Freaks. Let's hop into the Rift and see who takes game number 1. Here we go, game number 1 of the series. And I mentioned it before, this feels like it should be a close match. Just like we thought about our first series. We thought that was going to be a close one, even though most of us wrongly assumed that Hamalife would win. The entire Korean broadcast that have predictions also win for Hamalife. So only Dan Ox Harrison, the one guy who understands that matchup. None of us else, nobody else gets it. I'm just in the dark. No idea.
I love how BM's reasoning was as well.
How BM it was?
Yeah, because in case you missed it, it was because he was like, yeah.
Well, yeah.
They played first stand. Build up bad habits. And it's even funnier because Ox is notoriously a big TES fan.
Yeah, he's saying that about his own team.
A really big TES fan. And he keeps believing. And they keep letting him down.
I mean, KT fans are just the same, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, I guess KT doesn't make it to internationals as consistently.
That's true.
Is that better or worse? You decide.
I'd say it's
worse.
You know, I don't know. It's probably worse, you know. We've been to some. You know, we've had like 4
But they were
teams.
there in 2023.
Yeah.
They didn't really work out, but they were there.
They were there.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
No strays, you know. Maybe this split we've seen teams can bounce back from a rough early start as Ondale. A little bit of poke there, so Berserker getting a love tap. Also, Rich going for Exhaust here, which actually gets crazy amounts of value. Like, I quite like it. Does mean that he needs to be a... Let's say if it's UCal, he's
this guy
not
is
afraid.
A madman.
Does not super hot in the trade, but he has a cookie.
I don't think he cares.
No, he doesn't.
And now Sponge, I mean, he's got Flash, but that is Aurora, so not going to do anything too out of control.
Yet.
He's not UCal, but he is known to also go off the rails at times.
DRX really loving the cookies, huh? What's your favorite cookie?
So I'm a big fan of like softer cookies.
Or like the chewy ones?
Yeah, like chewy.
No, me too. I'm not a thick.
The
like
hard
chewy
cookies. Yeah, the hard cookies kind of. I don't know what it is. It's just like it kind of just dries out my mouth. It doesn't feel very good. The only dry ones that I'm kind of okay with are oatmeal raisin, which I know is very unpopular. But
why? I never got that. That's such a good combo.
Oatmeal raisin's great. I mean, you literally eat that every day, so.
Yeah, well, okay.
Not in cookie form, but
I'm a bit
actually,
biased. Yeah, that's fair.
You eat oatmeal with raisins, like.
Well, yeah.
Like you're 65 years old or something. But, you know, it is a good, I do agree.
It's good. It's
I agree,
nice.
it's a good combo.
It's tasty, so you can, you know, do stuff with it, put different toppings on it. It's nice.
Yeah. Like eat it, you know?
Yeah.
It's tasty, generally. That's what
Ideally.
you want to do with it, yeah.
Okay, so chewy cookie.
Yeah. I think just chocolate chip, generally, is my go-to. But I like red velvet as well.
Oh, red
Pretty
velvet
popular
cookie.
in Korea, actually. Although soft cookies are less popular. They're getting more popular nowadays, actually, which I'm very happy about, yeah. All the newer bakeries that are popping around my area.
I think the best cookie I had was actually in New York. I know, you know, you're familiar.
No,
Somewhat.
Never been. I don't know.
Never been. All right, Mr. Valdez.
Yeah. I don't know anything about that city.
Mine is dark chocolate with macadamia.
Oh, yeah, that's a great combo as well.
Big macadamia fan. Hard to find, though.
Chocolate and nuts.
Yeah.
Pretty good combo.
It is?
Especially, like, good dark chocolate.
Especially
in America, it's, like, kind of hard to come by, which I'm sure you fortunately realized. So somebody from our prompter said thin, crispy cookies are the best. That is just wrong.
Well, it's just...
Those are biscuits.
No, I think they can still be cookies.
It was Kion. Okay, well...
No, I get it. I'm with you on the bigger, chewy cookie.
Yeah. I like how fast G-Sun was to out Kion. No, I'm not with that opinion, you know. That's not me.
It's so interesting to me that, you know, all the different ratios you can do and the temperatures at which you bake, you can have, like, effectively the same stuff, and it just ends up being a completely different cookie.
Yeah.
You can, like, you can put them in the freezer as well, so that the dough, it's wild. Never really got into baking.
It is pretty wild.
It's hard.
Baking is just a wild thing.
It's science. It's complicated.
It is, yeah. I saw a movie recently, Pig, Nicolas Cage.
Oh, I've heard that's amazing. I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet.
No, it was great. It was very like indie, artsy,
love-
but it was very
I do
entertaining.
love that.
Yeah, it's right down your alley, I think.
Oh.
But there was one moment where the woman's like, "I became a baker, unlike you, who's like a real chef." But I don't know. I think baking's fine. This is a real fight, though. I don't know what that was, but it is a flash away by Sponge, and we will have more time to talk about cookies. And less time to talk about action. Although the grubs are up.
I want to say that he flashed, and then because so Life tried to knock him back into his team as Doodoo.
Oh, Doodoo's in a lot of trouble. The exhaust getting some big value as the ghost was used by Doodoo, but no flash. Means he's still safe. Sponge did not have flash himself because he had to use it to get away from the Alistair, which means that the gank amounts to nothing.
Sponge does have Smite, though. As does Pioshik, though. I think Pioshik should get this. There it is. Free grubs. That's the way the cookie crumbles, Valdez. No.
Well said.
Yeah, nothing there for DRX. Man, that feels kind of rough. Particularly because they went in pretty hard on trying to kill Doodoo. And you can even see there, we saw for a brief second, the idea of Gwen just with the E, the attack speed, the auto resets, to just very quickly stack up the permafrost. But as you highlighted, Sponge, no flash. As Teddy might have to use his.
Yeah. And that's rough for him. I mean,
yeah.
If you're playing MF into this much threat, like,
yeah,
you don't have flash, you're in a lot of trouble. Like, you might be able to set up something if your team.
Hondo?
Yeah, he just flashed in place.
He also does not.
DRX?
Does not have.
Are you okay?
So back to cookies.
You probably had too many crispy, thin cookies that aren't real.
No, they're fine. I just don't like them as much. So G-Sun is Team Chocolate Chip Cookie. Very soft and buttery.
Yeah.
Imagine dunking it in cold milk. Yeah, that's not really a thing in the Netherlands. I never really did that until I was much older, and it's good. But it's not really common.
Yeah. I'm not really a big milk guy.
I'm a huge, I'm Dutch. I don't really have a choice. We're big on dairy, but not with cookies.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my family loved milk, but I personally did not. But, yeah. The cookies and milk thing is a thing in America, especially with, Santa,
I don't know what that is.
What is Wolf doing?
Are you gonna sign the cookies?
He just said, I don't know what's happening.
Draw your favorite cookie. Why's Madid here? What's Madid's favorite cookie?
Do you like chocolate chip cookies? Yes. Okay.
No!
Well, we got an engage here on a doo-doo as everything's missing, but it doesn't matter. They still kill him. And first blood is finally had.
Hold up the wave. It's Worf. They got him. Well, they got him, but he got the wave. As Rich still picks up the kill. He's fallen behind considerably in CS. As we take another look here, it's the slows. It doesn't even feel like Dudu is that crazy far up the lane, but he also doesn't have his ghost. And the fact that Sponge doesn't hit, and he's still so dead, doesn't matter. Like, unironically, like the Equalizer, there's not really anything else you're gonna get out of that.
Stops him from pushing in the tower, you know, and you get some money, even though you're dying. Yeah,
that's fine. Not the end of the world. As we see DN Freak still have a slight gold lead, and it's mostly just CS. You know, only a single play that will take him.
UCal does have flash. Looks like Piercing doesn't want to throw out an ult, just trying to bait a flash. Dudu, there were pings in the river, but he did not see them. He's dead again, and this time it is Teddy who picks up the kill in the top lane. Ondil and Sponge there to get the kill. And he mentioned, you know, how Rumble can have some fun times in this lane. He did get ahead in CS, but if you just keep getting ganked on cooldown, you don't get to play the laning phase.
Yeah, he got... So this is the third gank that came through. The first one, he managed to live. Well done. Second one, didn't feel that egregious. This one does. You know, the likelihood of them trying to either swap or just look for a play towards the top side of the map, given that the grubs are about to spawn, is fairly likely. Also, Ghost to me on Rumble is a... Like, I understand both because it's solid into Gwen, right? You're able to not run into a situation where she can kind of just run you down if you're too far up in the lane. But playing into Sejuani and the Rel as well, it is going to feel kind of rough. Andil almost has his flashback, which is good. Could have had that up, but wasn't the case. It's UCal.
Uh-oh, in a bit of trouble. You see the ult and try to just peel for him, but he's just a Corky. The stun comes in and UCal says, I'm dead. I'm not even gonna flash. No real reason to. Ondil also gets caught in the crossfire. Sponge, he tried desperately to help them, but instead, this is DNF picking up 2 kills, and it looks like some more grubs, and that should be 6 for them as well.
The line between bravery and doing something really silly is quite thin, Valdez. And UCal, unfortunately, there did not walk on the right side of that line.
He does walk the line very often, but this
that
time
was not it.
He tripped over it and fell flat on his face.
That is Skarner. That is just Skarner. Like, yes, Pioshik invests his flash, but that's Skarner. That doesn't... You can't do that. And he just dies for it and takes Ondil with him as well. Ondil tries to salvage the play.
He's just stationary firing.
Oh, I know!
His turret at the Skarner, like, come at me, bro.
And then he did!
He's like, okay, I guess I will. Oh, man, that was... Yeah, that was one of the plays of all time.
I got a feeling about this series, Valdez. I think...
It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be very silly. I don't think that's the last of Silly Town we've seen.
No.
There's a lot more where that came from.
It's just really delivering, especially because the first 9 minutes of the game had absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And now the players are like, no, we have to do something.
Have to fight.
Even though they don't, but they just feel like they have to.
It's also, even though Hanwha Live got 2-0, it's a bit of a... You know, if you watch the previous games and then came into this, it's a little different. This feels a lot more challenger-y, which I do like.
Yes, challenger-y.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the teams had the motto, which is Great Challengers.
Nice.
Hashtag Great Challengers. I forget which one it was, though. Which team it was. That's kind of important to the story.
There's only one good one.
But yeah, Challengers is great, so that team understands.
I'm that known bro anti, but it's blow it up as Bulldog.
Oh, this time right on the mark, and Bulldog just had no chance. It just came at him so quickly, it was pretty much a free kill. So nicely done by Sponge. He's been very proactive on the Sejuani, making the ganks happen. And this time he gets another one.
That was a long amount of time on Dale.
He's just hanging out. Yoshik is also here. So he's going to get locked into the wall in the Impale. And again, Andal also has his flash, but doesn't bother to use it. That's becoming a theme in this game. Just getting caught out so badly that you're like, yeah, you know what? I'd rather just not flash. No use in using that one.
I have a lot of conflicting emotions here about this. Yuka's going to get the topside turret. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's going to be feats going to DRX. Just... I want to see a team. I want to see a team fight. I've not been the biggest fan of how these two teams have moved around the map and read the map, or rather, it's been a bit of a lack thereof. Rich also going for a Rift Maker early on. I do really like the generally like the early Nashers a lot more, particularly when you are looking to side lane. But
yeah.
Let's see what else he is going to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay.
I mean,
you're going to be skirmishing a lot, battling a lot, making rifts quite often.
Ideally not dying to Life, who is 5 levels down, so I do think has to be a little careful. Positive is ultimate available though, so. As we will not be getting a Chemtech Rift, so no reason to spam your cool new emote if you're a sub. If you're cool like that. Ox Suz.
Yeah. As Ox said before, the what did a Chad, I think, takes the cake.
What did a Chad is the best.
But
yeah.
takes the cake.
Yeah. No.
Or the cookie in this case.
Yes. Very much so. I don't think any... The other ones are all good. They're just not...
Yeah.
What did a Chad?
I think the G-Sun Easy one is pretty good too. I think it's underrated. You know?
I imagine that's what was spammed when, as G-Sun says based, about when we talk about her mode. I imagine that's what was spammed when we talked about the cookies, you know? G-Sun with Sunnies just eating a cookie.
Yeah. Probably.
Art still procs.
Wow, Life found a great angle here on a UCal as the Impale does fly in a direction, but it wasn't the right one. Okay, now we're just TPing in to die. Dude is just dead. And so maybe Life, he gets a 3-man knockup, but he can only live for so long. Meanwhile, Pilsik's like, why'd you knock him into me? I didn't want to fight that. As he's going to run away. Bulldog also on the run here. Hops the wall. Rich doesn't look like he'll follow up. So that's a good team fight for DRX at least, regardless of how it looked.
How does Life knock Yukel into his team, and then somehow Yukel is just fine? We need to see a replay of that. I'm very confused. So
I don't.
So Life finds Yukel, ignites him, but Yukel
just
has flash. So like, so they use all their ults, and then Doodoo TPs.
Yeah.
Into 5 people, and just dies.
Yeah, DRX was struggling early on, but they really kind of screwed their head on straight afterwards, and then DNF was like, hold my beer. I'm going to take it to the next level.
It's hold my dough, and that's not a good cookie, Vel. I don't know what that was. It's
falling apart.
Crumbling at the touch.
I mean, they're soft, but then there's like way too mushy, you know? It's basically like a soup at that point. So you got to be careful with how far you go. Rich now, I mean, he's like the top laner that at the end of the game will just go top diff, even though the jungle and the support and the AD carry were in his lane like 7 times.
Doesn't matter.
And he ends up carrying because, well, he got super fed by his entire team.
Well, the game's not over. But I do think that DRX is going to be feeling pretty good because the team fighting is amazing, right? And I do still think that the DN Freaks comp has a lot of power. They have an incredible amount of burst damage, good amount of lockdown. They just need to hit the skills.
So I think because it's Gwen, he's totally, yeah, actually any character that's level 12 is totally fine there. He's able to bounce off. That's another charge into an inhibitor turret at 18 minutes. So
yeah,
there wasn't really much of a response until Life went up there. So, okay, that's going to be a cleanse, and they might just dive the turret as Berserker does walk it off. He had flash.
I've been there, Spawns. Like, do I have flash for the Heartsteel auto? Do I do it? He didn't. That was good. Good call. Gets the cleanse. Teddy does use his ultimate, but should be up by the time the next objective is there. I do think DRX should be a little bit mindful now, but snowballing the game pretty cleanly, right? Getting pressure in mid, then rotating into the enemy jungle, setting up Yukel safely for side. Yukel, by the way, is going to hit his 2-item power spike, and he's going to hit like a truck.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Yukel either. I mean, he's hitting his 2-item power spike, like Berserker is as well. But the issue is that every carry is doing amazingly well for DRX. Like, Gwen is really strong. Yukel, you mentioned. Teddy as well. You know, a little bit behind on farm. Maybe not as many kills as the Ezreal, but still doing well himself. Even holding the wave. I'm going to deny a little CS. Maybe. Or at least put it in a safer spot. Missed the CS there.
It does really feel like Berserker or bust here.
Yeah.
For the DN Freaks. I mean, Bulldog isn't even in that horrible spot, but it's also not great. And because of all the kills and play turrets that you picked up, what, like 2.5 turrets?
Yeah.
Throughout all of that.
Also, the way Aurora works, it's like, you know, you're not going to do much against Sejuani. The MF has a Bloodthirster. The Gwen is going to be naturally tanky. And also, if you get in range of her, you might just die. So you got to find Yukel, but he's relatively safe. They have a very strong front line. There's just not a lot of value for her, I think, in this situation. As nice little knock-up. Andil going to throw out the ult just to try to survive, as now TP's coming in, but Andil's already dead. Life on the run. He is going to flash away, but the ult goes into Pilsik as he's desperately running away from the woman with scissors, as Rich is just running forward into all of them and doing incredible amounts of damage. The flash on in to secure the kill as well. Just the icing on the cookie, as there you go. 1 for 3, and now DRX, they say, how about an Otacon?
I hope we don't get the replay. There was a lot initially there that did not go right, but by the end of it, Rich is fed. He's shredding people. DRX team fighting well. So Andil tries to go in, doesn't actually hit anyone. Then Live doesn't find the knock-up. Immediately ults when there's no damage. Andil is forced to flash just to stay alive. But good thing here is that DRX are pretty far ahead. Unfortunately, this equalizer also doesn't do that much because Gwen is immune. And then the map is split. Yukel, because he's so far ahead, just gets to jump on top of Bulldog. And Teddy gonna flash for that kill. And if the game was more even, I think that flash is actually a really big risk, and you might just end up dying. Both Dudu and Bulldog, both level 13, so far behind.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's gonna matter.
You wanted to see 2023 Dudu.
No, he's not here.
Yeah.
He's not here.
I think he's still on vacation for a little bit. Still getting acclimated to the LCK.
If Keen can come back, anyone can.
Yeah, I mean, also he got bullied. He got, like, camped.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Well, okay, yes, but
he also hasn't had a great game, but
okay, I have no excuse for the TP, though.
Well,
no,
yeah, the TP did happen. That's true. And you mentioned it before, but DRX, with their lead, they've done such a great job of playing the map. Like, it hasn't been very difficult. Like, it's not much that DNF can do, as we're just going to pretend that didn't happen. But they're playing like 1-3-1, right? They got this Corki, very safe. Rich is untouchable, which, by the way, DNF, they had an opportunity to ban Gwen. They banned Zyra instead, with the chance of picking up Skarner and Rumble. Right? They took that trade in the draft. It did not pay off for them, as we can see.
And I do think Gwen is busted. But, like, you got Skarner Rumble. There's no... This isn't... You can look at draft and go, okay, this was unplayable. I think DN Freaks just don't...
Yeah. It's just... I'm saying it was a choice they could have made, and now they're regretting it just because the Gwen ended up so strong. And DRX played very well to get their Gwen fed.
It really is just Berserker against the world. I think Pyosik has been fine, but his ultimates have also unfortunately not been it. You guys couldn't see the expression that Felix made, but very funny.
Uh-oh. Bulldog on the run, the flash forward, of course UCal's gonna go for it. He's got Otacon as he picks up a kill. That will be his second of the contest. And that's what happens when you try to play up against a 1-3-1 and actually take fights when you're this far behind. It's just not gonna go your way.
Both the solo laners of DNF really struggling in this one. That's gonna be Dragon. It's Cloud Drake again. Will be nice here, but the Dragon is something that's a future problem. You know, DNF did pick up one Drake of their own, so we're looking at 10 minutes before that's actually an issue.
All right, let's see his reaction.
Pop off.
가버려! cut!
Oh, thank you for that replay. It's exactly what I needed. I didn't know, but UCal's pop-offs, man.
Yeah.
And at any point, I love how Teddy is just completely locked in. UCal's just memeing, it feels like.
Rich is just waiting for someone to show up.
Just waiting so he can snip them.
Yeah, for him, he's so strong that nobody is willing to show up. They're just going to catch waves under turrets, and maybe he can look for a dive, but he really doesn't have to. So, no reason to wait in the brush. Nobody's going to show up.
And we've been having a little bit of fun with this one, I think, because there's been a lot of obvious mistakes that have been made in the fights. But I do want to give credit where credit is due for DRX specifically. I've actually really liked their team fight setups. I think, again, the execution does remain a bit iffy, but it feels like they are, and this is something that kind of surprised me during LCK Cup as well, they feel like a team. You know, there's been games where Rich just ends up falling too far behind. There's games where Sponge just doesn't really get anything going. But their team fighting, I think, has been better than initially might have been expected. I have a hard time seeing the DNF find an angle back into this one. Gonna have to be some heroics, I think, mostly from Pioshik here. Getting on top of Teddy, but as long as Teddy has flash, it's much easier said than done.
Yeah, and again, your setup, when you're playing Skarner, you have to be able to see your opponent and actually be able to set something up. But if you're this far behind, you don't really have much vision control. And so you're just kind of waiting around for someone to make a mistake. But unfortunately here at the LCK, teams are very good at holding on to their leads and not really giving up. Even though we've seen some mechanical mistakes in this one, you know, the macro from DRX has been very clean.
Yeah.
They've just sent their very fed carries to the side lane, and they've taken every single objective except one Chemtech Drake, and I guess the grubs early on. But outside of that, DRX, once they got the lead, they have not let go. They haven't lost a single turret.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, yes, they lost some grub, but do they care? First off, there's a lot of standing gold, though, so if DN...
comeback potential.
Yeah, if DNF do find a crazy team fight, maybe. They're just about half an item behind in the best case scenario.
Hold on, there's 3 levels behind.
Yes. The worst case scenario is UCal, who is a full item and a half up.
Yeah.
All right, maybe UCal jumps into Pioshik again. That's how they can win. I can see it.
Yeah, well, Pioshik's going to jump into UCal, and there is the Impale, the equalizer over the top, but also the bullet time is going to do quite a number. Both of the supports are out of this one. Rich, though, is just so fed. He's going so deep for this. He takes him down, but that's a 1-for-1, and Berserker's full health. An angle for him to maybe get something going. It ends up being an equal trade between the two teams, but Berserker got like 900 gold from Rich. Not the fight that DRX were looking for.
Well, I'm glad that, you know, I say it and immediately UCal didn't really walk up to Pioshik, but he also didn't really respect him. Gets slammed in, and the equalizer actually ends up doing a good amount of damage here. I think the ultimate from Teddy was really big, but then here, Rich going way too deep for a kill that doesn't matter on a Rumble that is worth basically no gold, whereas if he just
now
regroups there,
yeah.
Yes, if he just regroups there, like giving that shutdown, again, I think this game still in a really dire state. I think that the ability of DRX is choking out of this game very, very good. But if they do lose, that's going to be a moment that you go back to and like, that was unnecessary. Berserker got a lot of gold. He's on 3 items now.
Yeah.
But I don't think that will happen.
DRX is, yeah, I mean, their macro has been solid. I think you don't have to panic from here. You're looking at eventually a Cloud Soul as well. Your scaling is fantastic. The Valkyrie in actually baits DNF into a fight that is not good for them. Rich going extremely deep, but this time he is able to get away with it as continuing to chase them down. Does go into Zhonya's, which ends up being totally fine. Little ult here. Bullet time comes in from Teddy, goes into the barrier. And he gets a bit low himself as Bulldog going in. There's the Impale on a UCal, but it isn't a bait once again. That's going to be another kill. No, they're all going so deep and getting taken down by Berserker once again. Looks like Bulldog did pick up the 1 kill. It's not clean. They have thrown the macro book out the window.
It's the back-to-back Corki engage. What's happening? UCal's just going in. Then here, I think he flashed, like the auto wasn't fully second. I think it's preemptively flashing because he thinks Pioshik is going to ult. Which is funny because later that does actually happen. So
after he re-engages,
yeah, Rich goes in, and then Teddy tries to look for the kill. A lot of resources just being invested here by DRX, and then UCal Valks in with no flash, and just kind of dies. I don't think, again, in the grand scheme of things, this is gonna matter. They got the dragon anyway. They win the fight. They get the mid lane turret. This is for our entertainment. Let's put it that way. And also, I think, really, I just want to see what UCal does next.
Yeah, that's really what it's about. I mean, he's here to put on a show.
He's the main character.
Yeah.
Have you been watching Solo Level?
Probably not. Oh, not the anime, but I read the whole webtoon. You read the
okay. So you're familiar with all the memes around aura farming, where you just
I don't know about the memes.
Okay, so where you do something cool and it doesn't really serve a purpose, but it just makes you look.
Oh well, yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, yeah.
That's UCal has just been aura farming this entire game, by the way. Like I'm
he
not
has,
even.
yeah,
he has been.
Yeah.
That's all he's been doing. Just walking up, staring in the eyes. Like,
I am the most powerful Corki. Let me show you my power.
Exactly.
He just dies and it just doesn't matter. Like, yeah.
Unreal.
Uh-oh. We got a Rel in trouble. And yeah, it's just kind of free. The Impale is down, but it's kind of a broken play. You see Sponge as well in a lot of trouble. He's going to be taken down. DRX, what is happening? As DNF, they will take full advantage of this. As here comes the Skarner. No flashy Valkyrie's in because he doesn't have anywhere to go. It's a trade, but he only gets the Alistair. And it's a win here for DNF. I don't know what this means, to be honest. They're going to start the Baron. Let's see what happens next. I'm just sitting back and watching now, Chronicler.
The aura farm too much! That was not Yuka's fault. Let's, Andale and Sponge is getting caught off guard. Rich is very strong.
He's
very
send
scary,
it, right?
as is Teddy.
Yeah.
They have to, they can't do this.
He's going to send
damage.
And Bulldog's just dead. Okay, Berserker is tanking the Baron as a true shot barrage hits the Otacon pit.
Dude, if they had old Rel, they would have done that. They would have done that. You know the monster damage?
Yeah.
Easy. Oh no.
Oh,
No. Don't do that to him.
Oh yeah.
they barely got the cancel because of the shit.
Okay, well, he did go through the wall quite a lot, but I think he's just dead. All right, well, they killed Pioshik. So the joy of DNF was very short-lived.
What a game! As we take another look, just run Sponge, you know, it's fine. Teddy also ults Dudu there. I don't know how that happened. I think to deny him entrance. Yeah, Sponge, even the blast cone can't save you there, buddy. Just let Andale die, it's fine. You're the jungler, you need to stay alive. And then UCal, this is actually, jokes aside, that's the only play he can do, right? Like he would have died anyway with the position he was in. But then here, like Teddy and Rich are both so strong. Sum's available for both as well. I like this from DN Freaks because they don't have a choice. Like you need to go for this Baron, but you could have also done it and stayed grouped so that you maybe had a chance to kill someone.
Yeah.
But they just scatter.
Like turn on the Gwen.
Yeah.
Maybe you kill her.
Well, yeah, or
maybe just take the fight and be like, okay.
But cohesively, and that's to me the big difference. Even the DRX have clearly done some stuff that...
some things, yeah.
have made some choices, but they have made the choices together. Sometimes it's a detriment, like in the previous play. That's why they're 8K gold up, Veldas!
Yeah. Definitely, if your friend decides to do something, absolutely blindly follow them into it. That's certainly the lesson to take from this.
It goes back to the solo leveling lore.
It
you
does,
gotta you gotta follow Yukal because he's the king.
Guy. Yeah,
he's
is
the guy. So when Yukal goes in,
he is the strongest.
Exactly.
Right. Well, you got a little engage onto Rumble, as Dudu's actually pretty tanky. He's got a lot of health, and it's not going to amount to too much. Berserker just okay, gonna Arcane Shift over the wall. There goes both the summons. As now the Impale comes in, but it's not quite okay. They're gonna actually take out Rich. They get the Gwen. I didn't even realize that Gwen was in there. Yukal Valkyrieing in once again, as he will have to flash away from that. Berserker, he wants more, but they're gonna hold him back for now. Berserker still has not died in this game, by the way. Nearly as Teddy, as both the 80 carries are sitting back like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Okay, let's... Berserker going over initially looks very silly, but it ends up paying off immensely, and even though a lot of the damage is done while he's still in the Shroud, there's so much you see between Pyoshik and Life that they do actually end up taking down. Yukal going in there for a kill on Alistar, wasting his flash, is actually a big deal. I know that most likely DRX is still going to win this game, but you know, you can only make jokes so many times.
You can keep on saying that, Chronicler.
Before it's not funny anymore. Look at Berserker! Get him a team! He's 6-0 and 6!
It's okay.
He's trying so hard. He's eating over
he's in
inhibitor walls.
There's a reason why he's here, you know? There's a reason why Riot has put him with this
Oh, yeah. Of course, because he came from LTA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He went into the, you know, the time chamber. He got much stronger. He came back. And now they're really putting him to the test.
Yeah, they are.
Life wants blood. He wants more.
DRX, this is good. 1-4. Keep Yukal safe.
Engage onto Skarner. And they're going to get the flash. And there goes Yukal. And he's going to take him out. But will he survive? It looks like, yes, he absolutely will. Just shreds two of them to pieces. Even Bulldog goes down as well. It looks like finally it's paid off for Yukal. A Penta in the works if he can get over there, but it's not going to happen. Teddy takes the kill. Dudu also goes down. It's an ace. And finally, we will have a winner of this game. But truly, it was the viewers of this game that win this one. As down will go the Nexus. DRX win in 36 minutes. And it's a clean 1-0, nothing to see.
All according to Yukal's great plan. DRX were consistently better. In this game, they earned their win, and they killed the Nexus. The way in which we got there was at times funny, at times worrying, at times silly. But they got it done. And the team fighting, I do think very consistently of them did look to be on a very different level from DN Freaks. For DN Freaks, outside of Berserker, Life's combos, Dudu just teleporting in and dying, walking in, not making anything happen in the lane, Bulldog being basically invisible, Pyoshik ulting the air a lot. There was one man, it was Berserker, and even he at some point kind of had to start doing some out there stuff. What can you even... there's nothing more to say.
It is a fed Ezreal as well. He did play well, but yeah. The damage doesn't tell the entire story of the magic of this game one. So, Berserker, he tried his best. He does eventually die in the end. As the family that is DRX, they take game number one together, making all the same decisions together for better or for worse. This time for better, as they got the win, and that's really all that matters, the one on the scoreboard, as our mid, Yukal, is the winner of this first one. We're gonna take a break, guys, and have the space to break down that wonderful game. We'll be right back.
잠깐만 나 믿고 해줘봐 해줘봐. 나이스. 할게 이거. 괜찮아. 죽었어. 야 오로라 봐봐 오로라. 이제 노스펠이야. 그렇게 살아서 천천히 해봐. 나이스 이거 임니모. 나 믿고 해봐 그냥. 믿고 해봐. 노스펠. 맞아 노스펠. 이거 임니모. 야 죽여 두두. 나 죽여. 그래 스카우는 그냥 구멍이 이긴다니까. 그래. 좀 잘 맞아. 야 근데 영준이 형 세주환이 잘하네. 근데 사이드 잘 죽였다. 나이스.
Welcome back to the LCK. DRX up 1-0 over the DN Automotive Freaks. It was a very, very bloody battle, but DRX get through game number 1. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Ox and Wolf. Lots of kills, some UCal hero moments, some solo leveling references, a little bit of hunger after a lot of cookie talk by the casters.
Yeah, I think if you're a fan of either of these teams, you probably were on the edge of your seat throughout that game, you know, for a lot of the later parts, especially if you were a DRX fan, you might have been a little bit stressed out, thinking maybe they'll end the game one day, right? Surely they won't throw this. Surely UCal's got our best interest in mind. I think if you're a fan of high-level, super analytical, top-tier League of Legends play, you were probably gripping your seat tightly throughout a lot of that game, as I think the three of us definitely were.
Yeah, and I think if you're the cookie monster, you had a great time. In that situation. I think this game was obviously quite messy, despite the fact that we saw this mounting lead come through from DRX. It felt like they weren't super clean with closing it out, but it just felt like it came to the point where they kind of hit critical mass, and this is kind of the thing with this new Gwen. She's such a menace. She's more powerful early. They paired her with the Sejuani for the great setup, being able to gank that Rumble early, but still, like, even with the nerfs to the late game, she's still a monster if you get to that point.
Yeah, great showing by Rich, who had a very difficult LCK cup. He was constantly left alone, not a lot of resources, not able to make the plays. And speaking of plays made, this seems like a good setup here by Life. Headbutting back UCal, but they're able to turn around the fight, our DRX.
Yeah, too many whiffs, ultimately. If you're making a play like that onto the Corki, you're investing so much to Skarn ult as well, and UCal's just able to skate by. Immediately you're in trouble in the ensuing fight, and they stick around for it. Rich turns up, and it's just scattered to the winds. The fight's already lost to that point.
I mean, it was such a messy start. UCal's flash so preemptive, and then the Skarner ult just completely whiffs, as you're saying. Not a clean fight. I think most of the fights we saw throughout this game were not. But even still, DRX kept getting incremental advantages. They had a really strong side lane in Gwen, and it just became too big to fail, even though they gave it some good attempts.
Yeah, well, we go back to the same oven that is the Baron Pit for our second highlight. Same spot, but different idea here. Andal just thinking, hey, you know what? I don't need to land my abilities. I just need to engage on someone because we're so far ahead.
Yeah, and they kind of end up knocking in Andal here, and he still presses his ult, and he goes down. But so much CC used. This TP, it comes in from the Gwen, and you've already committed so many resources. The Alistair just goes down immediately. Skarner quick to follow. And then we see this walk up here where Teddy manages to get that neat kill under the tower. It just feels like they burn so much in the initial play, and it's often onto a target where either, you know, with the UCal, they missed it. With Andal, it's a Rel. Once he's pressed his buttons, his job is done. And they're not allocating resources to these bigger threats like the Gwen.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just locking a Gwen down can be quite challenging when she's this big, and when you use all your tools, when you see at the end of that clip, Rich just runs at them. I mean, he literally just runs towards them, and sure, there's an Ezreal, he's super fast, or super mobile rather, can get away from it, but there's just not enough damage to stop him. UCal's just like, cool, I flashed for the kill. Very, I think, flashy game from UCal. I'd like to see him tighten it up. I think DRX, the coaching staff, Song in particular, probably has a lot of words for this team, because even though they won the game, I think how that mid to late game was played out macro-wise was kind of a train wreck. There were a lot of overextensions, and while UCal might be screaming in the comms, hyped, I think that this definitely should have been a game that ended much earlier and should not have been as close as it was.
I think ultimately these two teams are roughly the same level as each other. You know, a bit back and forth with predictions. I think generally it was more favored towards DNF, but I think really the thing is that these mistakes, you still get a win because of their massive lead, because of the scaling advantage, but there's no guarantee it's going to win you game 2 if you make similar mistakes. And against other teams in the league, this is the stuff you need to shore up.
Yeah, after game number 1, I feel like you learned from DRX that they are learning how to close games out. They know how to get leads. They know how to play the composition. And their hands have been good, but they've got to learn how to close games out, because that very easily could have been a throw there, especially at Baron at the other end. For DN Freaks, you just kind of wonder, who's going to help Berserker, man?
I just think we need to see individual performances that are much better from the players that we know can have those performances, right? Like, we always talk about Dudu from 2023. That was definitely his peak year. Bulldog has had some good moments, right? Pioshik is a world champion, but some of the ults we saw today were abysmal, to be frank, and I think we really need to see these players lock in. Maybe there's a bit of nerves. It's opening day. It's a matchup that you really want to win. It's a winnable matchup. Like you said, Ox, it's a very close race between these two teams in terms of where we expect them to land after the first round robin. So big one to win, but you got to get your head in the game.
Yeah, I feel like the main thing that was really lacking for me, because, you know, Pioshik and Life are both players we've seen have fantastic performances in the past. They seem just not in sync with each other. So I think jungle support synergy is super important. I think when you think of the top teams, you think of, like, you know, Peanut and Delight and how well they work in tandem. Need to see a bit closer to that than what we have in Game 1.
All right, just a reminder for all of you at home. Yes, you at home have the opportunity to vote for player of the match. If you head on over to Soup or to Jiktik and create the account, you can vote now. Some good candidates there for DRX, but I think this is one where the fan votes would really lean a certain way. Which way are you leaning so far for MVP for DRX?
I feel like it's still tricky, you know. I think there's definitely good mentions. Like, Rich had a good game. I think Yukal farmed up a massive lead. I feel like that's the thing with POM. I'm always quite subdued with my opinions after Game 1. I'm like, we gotta see how it goes.
Think with how much damage Rich did in that game and how much he carried, even though he didn't have the best individual performance, could have played better, I'm going to lean towards him for now.
All right, well, 1-0 RDRX. They did win the LCK Cup meeting between these two squads. Let's see if they're able to do it 2-0. Or will the DN Automotive Freaks battle back here in game number 2? Let's send it back on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you guys for that awesome breakdown, as you see some very awesome people there in the audience. The DN Freaks executives, it looks like. And they've come down to support the squad. We'll see if they can get a win in game 2 at least and go from there, because, yeah, very, very close, it feels like. But DRX were the better team in that first game, so the CEO of Soup here as well. Just getting confirmation on that. And yeah, Yukal's like, yeah, that's true. He is, but I'm the CEO of my team.
Everyone's got to follow Yukal. We'll see if we can get a bounce back from DN Freaks here. For them, and that's my key issue, so much that we needed to see go differently in that game. Because frankly, with a lot of the plays that DRX were making, they were giving you ample opportunity to try and muster a comeback. And if they had 2 players to play for instead of 1, I think that there's a chance that they come back in that game. And it's them that are up 1-0. We talk about how DRX threw an incredible lead, because if it wasn't just Berserker, imagine if Bulldog had a couple of kills. If Dudu wasn't, I want to say, put us far behind, because I think he did get focused, but he also definitely didn't help with his own gameplay. Could have been a very different game. And Freaks, again, this is going to be most likely one of their close competitors. Expected that these two teams will be pretty close in the rankings when all is said and done, and this is a long, long split. Getting off to a good start can be so big.
It's huge. I mean, every game matters. Yeah, when you get down to like the playoff race, it feels like those games matter more, but you put yourself in a better spot if you can just pick up wins early on, even if you do hit a slump somewhere in the middle. Rise as the first ban. So immediately, the ban's looking different here as DN Freaks have moved over to the blue side. Nefiri is going to remain as first ban on red. They were not convinced by Peanut's performance. They say Nefiri is still strong. We're going to respect it. And they don't have to worry about the Gwen because they already won a game with it. So that's off the cards. They don't have to play, or rather ban that from the red side.
We're going to see the final ban be another sponge ban. Wouldn't be too surprising. Did have a great first game as well. A lot of impact. Was hitting his skill shots mostly. Had the missed ult early on, but outside of that, I think very consistent. A lot of early action. What does Berserker play? Because the Ezreal, solid as it was, not enough by itself. And I want to see, again, the solo laners for me are the main thing. They got to step it up, both Dudu and Bulldog. Dudu a bit more egregious, but neither of them really able to make an impact in that game as the Yone that's taken away as well. And as I mentioned earlier, for me, so it's the solo lane performance, that's the big one. But the team fights, we need to see Pioshik and Life actually link up. It feels like whenever a team fight happens, everyone on DN Freaks, they're all doing a different thing. Someone is fighting this person, the other one is trying to get in position, someone's engaging, and it just doesn't really feel like the cohesion is there. And for all their faults, does feel like it was a bit more consistent. As this is obviously a, I want to say like, instead of banning Kalista, they expect the Kalista to be picked up, and then they assume they go like Varus, Renata, and
that's gotta be the
which is why the Nico is banned. So they pick up the Varus. You can still go Ashe Renata, which I think you're still not going to be super sad about. Or you just go Kalista Renata, and you're probably still quite happy here if you are DRX.
I think whichever duo has the Renata is probably going to be pretty happy.
Yeah.
I think Varus is extremely strong as well. So, and it's a pick that can match Kalista at many different moments in the game. So they like to go for it instead. Berserker maybe more comfortable on the pick. It does leave the Kalista wide open. Also leaves the Vi. Seems like they want something to punish the Varus, and that's not a bad idea. You saw even Jovi talking about, hey, I'm playing into Victor and you know, a couple of immobile AD carries. The Ashe, I just get free reign as Azir. Similar idea as the Vi into Varus.
Okay. Well, this makes me dislike the Nico ban a lot more. Not prioritizing, and maybe they were expecting that it was going to be the Kalista pickup, and they could have gone for the trade. Does Galio come through? I've seen that Galio combination with the Xin Zhao a million times. Camille still available as well. The Taliyah and Vi combo, it's a classic. It's going to be very tough to play into for Berserker as a stationary kid, but he does have an incredible amount of peel already. Ambessa, not really particularly exciting, but does make a ton of sense to be picked up here. Just backline dive with some follow-up from the Taliyah here for DRX. But a lot of counter engage here, and that Renata, it keeps kind of jumping out at me. I imagine the Kalista's going to get banned now, so maybe DNF go for like Kalista and Ashe as bans, and then we'll see what DRX actually end up with. But if they get a Renata into your dive composition on top of the Galio and Xin Zhao, like you don't actually...
You have to ban it, right? Like... Or you
pick it.
You're picking it with something, but you're about to lose your 280 carry pick, so you have to ban it.
If they walk... I will be displeased. If they walk face first into it, because it feels so obvious.
I will be disheartened. Okay.
Okay, that's the Camille ban.
So they're picking it. I almost just wrote Renata Glask on my paper.
Right.
So Camille banned.
That's a good ban. It's the Renekton ban I'm a little bit more iffy on, but Camille goes really well together with what has already been there. Do think playing Camille into Taliyah can be rough sometimes, but should be fine.
Markan. So notably, Renata Glask is still available. Lucian, he got some buffs. Ashe, still available. It was not banned.
So they really don't want to blind it, that is my read.
I mean, also the fact that, you know, you have to play 2v2s, it does feel like Renata's priority should go up in situations like this, because she can be a lane bully, especially with something like a Varus. But we'll see if it even gets locked in at all in this game, as Aatrox is the consideration here for the Ambessa in the top lane. They banned away 2 top laners, but they couldn't ban them all. So Duda will go towards that, and the Renata Glask left wide open. Life says, thank you very much. I will take that. And now you're engaging into 5 champs that are pretty good at disengaging. Some of the best we have in the game.
Let's go Lulu, honestly. Like at this point...
What about Engage Braum? Any thoughts about Engage Braum? It's better than a Nautilus, I guess.
If they would have picked Nautilus here, I would have been very
well,
upset.
They're so far down the path that you can't turn around, right? Because you just die on the way back, so you just have to overcommit, right? So you just go for Engage Promise.
Yeah. Into Renata and Xin Zhao and Galio. And we should, you know, keep it cool.
Keep it together.
Keep it together. because
keep it together, Chronicler.
Even though this was extremely obvious, you yourself banned Nico, which by the way would have been great here. Like they're playing a almost full melee comp. Could have gone for that, but not the case.
It just felt like
gameplay is king. Gameplay is king, Veldus. Gameplay is king. Drafts is just a concept.
It's true. Yeah, it's just something people talk about, but it doesn't matter all too much.
It's not actually real. All that's real is the gameplay. And I think DN Freaks are going to be feeling great looking at what they've been able to pull together here.
It feels like they scrambled the second Kalista didn't get selected. They're like, oh God, what do we do now? And they got a lot of power. It's just that, again, when you're playing into this comp, your power goes down significantly because there is so much disengage here and so much peel for the Varus on the side of the DN Freaks. So, to see if it works out here for DRX with the almost full engaged comp as we're ready for game number 2. Let's hop on to the Rift. All right, game number 2. And you mentioned it before, the gameplay is king. DRX were able to show that they could get a lead and then nearly throw it multiple times and still win the game because they're the better team. Will they prove that once again here in game 2? I am very curious to see how this one does play out, especially with how exciting game 1 was.
UCal did pick the best Talia skin, so I do love that. That's a good start. It's also going to be the unhit Varus, which I'm a little skeptical about.
I think it's okay with the low range and the amount of peel you have, but yeah, if you don't get peeled for, you just die.
Also, who do you like? Who do you actually auto as? I do like this from DRX, and obviously we're always going to doom her a little bit. But they do have a substantial amount of 2v2 pressure. I do think that even though the Renata is quite strong, I think Ashe, Braum, just because of the way that they get to play around the Braum passive, is really, really solid. But they are going to need some help from Sponge. I think in the pure 2v2, they are still going to struggle. And if they don't have pressure in bot, life gets tough. As life gets hit pretty hard, as we have tempo heals on either side. Not going to amount to too much for now.
I think it's not bad. There's a lot of jostling here for level 2. It does look like Teddy and Andil should be able to hit it first.
Yeah, with volley, I think this should be okay. Although Teddy used it pretty early on. Don't think they'll need it.
It's pretty close, but it does, of course, go the way of DRX's bottom lane. Quickly followed up here. I mean, you don't want to overcommit into a Renata. So they're not going to push their luck. As still a bit of trading, though. Andil looking to get something. He does get hand shook, but he is just fine. UCal playing Talia. Always very fun. He was able to make Corky look like a engaged champion, so I'm curious about his Talia.
Talia should be even better.
Yeah.
You can wall into people. The opportunities are endless. He went phase rush as well. For even more power. Nice sets up there from Andil.
Nice block too.
And this bot lane for me is where DRX I think really need to shine. Obviously they have some okay side lane threat. I think the dive is good. It's just another one of those examples where it looks good. I think it's a pretty decent cohesive comp, but then you look at what the opponents have and should be a bit of an uphill battle. But with how DN Freaks played in game number 1, maybe that doesn't really matter all that much. The early skirmishes are really strong still for DRX. So we'll see if DN Freaks can play around that.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly opportunities for DRX to get a good lead here early on and then just kind of run away with the game.
Yeah.
You know, disengage can only do so much. And, you know, if you get far enough behind, you are going to be in struggle street. The, you know, you look at some of these duos as might have to hold that thought. No, Dudu just putting on some more pressure. I do like the Aatrox pick in the lane here against Ambessa. Feels like he can match, and if Rich ever goes all in, he's got his own all-in power with that ultimate ability. But it might just be, you know, a little bit of waiting for DRX to do something, specifically Sponge. You mentioned him early on, he's key for the bottom lane. I feel like he's kind of key for the whole map, you know? Talia Vi, big combo. A little bit less reach than Ahri Vi, but a little bit more lockdown. And also could even look to gank top just based on it. Whereas it feels like on the side of DNF, they're just kind of waiting for DRX to make the move first, and then they'll respond.
Ooh, they make the read there. We see the pings go down as lane swap comes through for Berserker and Life. It seems like DRX were very aware that this is happening. Rich will be able to get his back off, make his way down towards the bottom of the map, but they are behind here on tempo. And Freak should be able to push in. We'll see if they can use that to maybe turn into a dragon, but with Kyoshik pathing towards top side. I imagine just playing for some vision control around the early little rift. Grubs, thank you very much.
I didn't say anything.
No, I was no,
yourself. Yeah, You figured it out.
I did get there eventually.
Thank you very much, Chronicler, for getting there.
No, it was your support. You know,
yes.
I could sense.
I'm doing a lot here. Yeah.
You are. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, without you, I don't know if it might have taken me like 5 extra seconds, 10 extra seconds. Even though we watch
it's
League
just
of
my
Legends.
Supportive aura, you know.
It is, yeah.
Just farming it over here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's how bards work, and D&D, you just give support. I just don't need to.
Generally, they at least cast a spell or like play a
Sing
song
a song
or something. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you don't even need to do that. That's how great you are.
Are you like a bard player? I feel like you're more of like a paladin guy. Although I do know that you play rogues most of the time for some weird reason.
Well, so I like the idea of rogues, but I'm obviously not.
It doesn't match your personality at all.
Not even. I'm also
the exact opposite. Maybe that's why you play it, right?
I'm also not dexterous or like have great fine motor skills. That's all kind of cooked, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think it would be paladin or bard, most likely. You're a wizard, obviously.
Yes,
that's
that is me. I do play wizard in pretty much every kind of RPG like that.
All you need is a robe.
I played mages in mid for so many years.
Yep. All you need is a robe. That's all I'm saying, Veldas.
That's true.
And a tome, I guess. Because otherwise, how are you going to cast spells? Well, I don't. Where do you land? Do you like? Is it tome, staff, or both?
I don't think you can wield both because the staff is two-handed, right?
I guess, yeah.
Sponge is just doing the red buff. He's like, yeah, I should be fine, right?
He's not.
He is going to flash away. Ucal is here, and Sponge will survive. But they saw that coming a mile away with the ward, and so Sponge gets punished for that. That's about the maximum action we have allowed for the beginning of this game.
Clearly,
so I hope you guys did enjoy that.
Yeah, clearly was not ready. Maybe he was trying to do both, you know? Fires the 2 fists. He was trying to hold red buff as well. It didn't work. Very sad. All right, so I'm Bard, right? You're the wizard. What's the rest of the team? Atlas is... What? I mean, especially now with his current hair, he's a barbarian, right?
He is a barbarian, yeah.
Yeah.
He... didn't he just get a haircut yesterday? I'm pretty sure he did. In which case, he would be like...
But I think he is going to grow it out further.
Is he?
So, yeah, I think that's a no-brainer.
Okay. He has the build for it.
Ox is what, a warlock?
Yeah, he is a warlock.
Right?
Yeah, Ox is definitely a warlock, that's for sure.
I could see a druid as well.
No, he's more of a trickster. Like, he's got some sus stuff going on.
Right.
Like, you never really know what he's thinking.
You're never really sure?
He's some kind of trickster warlock, like, casting spells on merchants to try to get them to, like... Yeah, for sure. I think that's a no-brainer.
Wolf is an archer? I'm not sure.
I think Wolf is like a priest.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Well, he heals you, but also chastises you for getting hurt in the first place.
Or he's like the school teacher.
Yeah, but that's not a class.
It's
you know?
not class.
we need to
he teaches the rest of us what to do. This game is really delivering, so I hope you guys enjoy it.
So what's Dagon? Dagon's just a fighter?
Dagon...
fighter
Yeah.
with a club. You know, he likes golf, so...
He's like a monk.
Monk? I can see that.
You know?
Yeah, that works. Monk, Dagon.
Or fighter. I mean, it really gets into like the subclass
Oh, and obviously
territory.
Wadid is Vayne.
Yeah.
So Wadid is the archer.
Yeah. Wadid is the archer.
Due to ulted, I assume, yeah, Rich got his ult off on him. Counter ult. Sponge might have an opportunity to kill him here. I would be sad because that would interrupt a great conversation. We haven't got to G-Sun yet.
We got to go down the whole list. Rich going to stop the back here. Sponge, level 7. But buying time for Pyoshin to try to make his way down. The TP comes in as well. But Dudu, the nice flash, but he's still going to go down. Can they get a response kill is the question. Bulldog took about 8 years to get here. And I think that's a little bit too slow to do anything about that. And in fact, Pyoshik's just doing his camp. So not able to get anything else on the revenge side. So DRX just pick up a kill. And that is first blood.
Big win, early kill on the Mbessa here. Mbessa is one of those picks that I do think eventually just gets so much spells that she can cast in a short amount of time. So she's non-stop dashing, she has a ton of sustain. It becomes really hard to manage in side lane. Obviously has a ton of dive threat as well, particularly when you have the setup from something like the Vi or even the Braum. So getting early kills, getting accelerated is definitely a big one. That's an Eclipse early on here, and Dudu was already losing the matchup. So big win there. Cross map does come out here for the Freaks. They're going to play for the Grubbies. We'll see if Sponge can steal one. Definitely wants to, but I do have enough people here. But if he queues over the wall, he doesn't have flash, so would just be queuing to his death and making the right call not to go for that.
Yeah. Either you take the fight or you just gotta
Bulldog
give it up.
hovering as well. That was nicely done, actually, so that he can always follow up with ult in case they do commit.
Yeah, no TP for Rich. He's just focusing on his own lane. He already got a very large lead. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead, so he's like, well, I gotta get back to my lane. Start to try to push this lead. We've seen before that the DM Freaks can get all 6 scrubs, and it doesn't matter. They don't kill even one turret. That did happen in game 1. As the arrow, very on point. The engage comes through as the Renata, if she's stunned the whole time, not very good on the disengage. So a nice little pick off for the for DRX. As they will pick that one up. Even Berserker taking a bit of damage. Going to open up Teddy to farm this lane. And yeah, I mean, as long as nothing's really happening, as DRX will be able to utilize their pick power very nicely into what DNF had.
DRX just playing these laning phases consistently a lot better, right? There's always someone making a play, showing up in a place where they're not expected, consistently finding these angles. Look at the cancel. Cross map is already being set up here, or an attempt rather. I don't think they can kill Dudu. He has his ultimate available. It looks like Dayre does as well. Like, Yugo doesn't have that much damage. Does mean that this Drake is just going to be given up. So DRX, kind of a fumble here. Sponge looks for a play. Might kill Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker, he already flashed, so you can't get even further away from the Vi. It only flashes once, and so he's just dead. And it's a bit of a, you know, posturing kind of moment where Berserker's like, oh, I got to show a little bit of presence here in mid, help out my guys who are doing the dragon, and he just gets punished immediately by Sponge. Kind of felt like they didn't have any idea where he was. I'm not sure if he showed on the top side of the map, but just came down from the top rope.
It's Vi's range is also, especially with like flash Q, actually knowing where she is can sometimes still kind of miscalculate.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal. Berserker going down, another kill going over to Teddy, and DRX again building the lead, now 1K. Nothing as crazy, I think, as the first game where I think they took over, and this time, again, DN Freaks, his composition, it slaps. You just need to make sure that you set up in a good position, keep Berserker safe, and have live hit an ultimate on like, what, 2 or 3 people, and you're golden. We'll see if they do that. Unfortunately, I think DN Freaks in this second game still haven't really given us a lot of reason to be confident. Still not on the board. Yeah. Also, I've been thinking about it.
Okay.
G-Sun, Rogue.
Yeah, that does fit.
Right?
Yeah.
Like a trickster, jokery kind of.
Yeah. Not really like the stealth type.
No.
There's like 2 different kind of
No, it's a different archetype.
subcategories.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
For sure. And Yundo is a race car.
Yundo's a druid, right?
He has a very nice car.
He's a druid, so he can just be the fastest.
Yeah. Like switches into cheetah form.
Want to be an archer? Oh, Jason wants to be an archer. You can be a. Maybe a rogue and
yeah,
rogue's
fine. Bows.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That works. So we got what did on the, with the crossbow.
Yeah,
as you do. That rounds out the roster, right? That's pretty good.
I don't actually know. I feel like she is like.
No, I know. I think there's a. I know this isn't like a main class. But I think there's something called Artificer where you just like have like trinkets.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Or like.
And she's like extremely charismatic, talking to merchants as well.
Yeah. Oh. We got the whole lineup.
Yeah. There you go. It's solved.
You know who the actual druid is, by the way? Jonas Strong.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have an Infernal Soul.
That's exciting.
That is pretty exciting. I'm also I'm keeping track on DNF's amount of turrets taken in the series. I do want to see if they get one. I'm curious about it.
Oh no!
Just after game 1, I need to know. Because
I'm sure they will.
We said this, right? We weren't big fans of DRX, hard committing to all this engage into the amount of disengage that DNF had. But if you get far ahead before the team fights even happen, it just doesn't matter. The draft is just a concept.
It's just a state of mind, Valdez.
It's just something you talk about while drinking coffee outside the cafe. It's not like something that's in reality with us.
Okay, we're going to get a fight.
Sometime.
Actual 5v5. DN Freaks, this is where you're strong. You have a ton of CC. Don't let Teddy play the game. Absorb their dive and then counter engage. You got this. You can do it. Oh, maybe they just get it? I think DRX is too late. There you go. That did a thing. Oh, don't engage.
I applaud your play-by-play, Chronicler. Yeah.
I was setting up, and then as soon as they would do something, I would shut up, but they didn't do
They
anything.
just like slowly began to realize that nothing was going to happen. You're like, and then they're gonna. Surely they just they did a thing, and then now here comes the.
All right, so now I got.
Galio presses taunt, and here we go.
I gotta shut up so you do some color. Bring out the Valdana list. Hit us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Not feeling very confident in this one. This is one of the more difficult ones.
Okay,
we need a real analyst for this one.
Hit us with how DN Freaks are gonna. We're gonna go to game 3.
Are we?
Sure. I don't know, Valdez. I'm trying to hold a conversation.
Okay, yeah. In order to hold the conversation.
Yes.
So we're going to game 3.
Yes.
How does DNF do it?
Yes, that was my question.
Well, I think eventually if they keep the game even enough, if it stays at like 2,000, even 3,000, and they don't get too far behind, like we saw DRX from ahead last game, they were not scared to take engages. And I think they'll do it even more with this comp. And eventually DNF, if they get to a late enough game state, they can just kind of play the disengage game and say, okay, come into us if you want to. As Piozic going to dash over some rocks. Doesn't seem to care. He says, you want to see engage, I'll engage. But yeah, for DNF, they have enough scaling with Aatrox and Varus where they can just kind of sit back and say, eventually, if we're close enough, you engage into us and we win team fights. If the execution is there. Nice knockback on a Berserker here, though. Gonna throw his cleanse out, but now we've got the Renata in a lot of trouble. As there's the engage, the Ambessa from the bottom rope, as now Piozic gonna go down in life as well, as it is a very broken up team fight for the set at DNF. And you know who just loves broken up team fights is the team with all the engage, where every single character can just run at you one by one and take them down. As now looking for Berserker. Oh, he does have his flash, but he is not going to use it as Yukel nearly dies. Oh no, he's just going to die to the turret. There you go. Very low health bars, and DRX saying thank you very much for the Drake.
I think Yukel was a little bit too slow with his E there, because Berserker didn't get stunned, right? I think he would have died otherwise. All right, so Drake goes to DRX. DN Freaks and this is something like we've been having a lot of fun, right? We've been memeing a lot, but I do actually think that as good as the composition is, we saw there, the one thing it absolutely cannot do is start a fight on its own terms. And I don't like they need to be first to the objective, right?
Yeah.
And instead, you can see they know we need to be in a position where we can get value from live ult. He's ulting Brum. They're just standing there. There's no follow-up. The CC just gets wasted, and that ult to me is the centerpiece, right? Instead, it's, as you say, a very broken-up skirmish. We have a 2v2 or 3v3, and Bessa, Vi, and Talia are going to feast in that scenario.
Berserker, by the way, flashed for that.
나는 바보.
He said, "I'm an idiot."
Yeah, they're winning this game. You can't.
You can't beat those vibes. Like, nobody can beat those vibes, except, well, all the teams that beat the LCK Cup. But let's ignore that.
Oh, what a weird and wonderful series this is, Valdez.
Yeah, it's kind of just like farming UCal highlight reels. Like reaction, he's like reaction Andy, and we're just sitting here, we're just like YouTube watchers, just like waiting for him to have the next reaction, you know? We're like, oh, that was really funny when he reacted that way. Anyway, let's wait until the next time he reacts.
He is a natural comedian.
And there is League of Legends happening, I swear. Dudu is gonna get caught on the bottom side. He is Aatrox. He does have a decent way to get out of here. Sponge not going to follow up on that. So Flash and the World Ender used by Dudu just to survive.
Valdez still haven't gotten a turret.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I'm keeping track. It's not happening. I don't believe. I think DNF, they have identified that UCal is playing a little bit fast and loose, trying to find him in a side lane. Rich is done.
Rich has actually, like, I know that in the last game he did have a couple of moments where he went a little bit too snippy, but I have to commend him. He was, to me, by far the worst part of this roster in the LCK Cup. Like, I think he was straight up a liability. Now, obviously, Dude hasn't performed that well. It's the first series. I don't want to go too crazy, but the fact that in both these games, I feel like he's gotten the lead, held on to them very well. Again, the one Gwen moment was a bit unfortunate, but outside of that, actually, I think been performing really well.
Yeah.
It made DRX look good, a bit more consistent.
The more you win, the more you get into winning situations, the more you know how to play well from those situations. So, more experience.
Now, I am saying all this knowing that DRX did have a couple of moments last game, but that's okay.
We all have moments, you know.
We do.
It's okay. Nobody's perfect. Here comes UCal, looking for Bulldog. And again, Rich is extremely fed, so just going to land that one onto the easy Galio. Chain CC for such a long time, and Bulldog just does not have a way out of that one with the wall behind him and no help from his team. That's just going to be another setup kill from UCal. And yeah, they're going to lose a turret for it as well. So DRX continuing to extend their lead, 6,000 gold now.
You can see as well, DN Freaks, as they fall further and further behind, the face is getting more and more dejected. It's just one of the, like, it to me is one of those things where you can see when a team just doesn't have, it's what you said, doesn't have confidence, right? It feels like they're not making any proactive plays. And again, it's because they're behind, but they fell behind in the first place because they didn't make any plays.
Yeah.
They're always on the receiving end, weren't able to outplay those moments, and then after the previous fight, felt like now they're just slowly watching the game slip away from them. Trident Spike has been hit here for Dudu. Maybe they can get in on Blue Look as well. There's the Riftmaker. I think this is going to be the Hail Mary. Try and maybe set up Adada Khan, force him into an unfavorable position. You have to be really careful again with all the shred that's available. But this is in theory where the comp should shine. It's a Hail Mary from DN Freaks.
They just do it so slowly.
Yes.
Right? It was like Pyosik and Life hitting this for the longest time. Berserker was hiding on Bush.
They know.
Yeah, they know. And they have 7 different ways to engage. Now, DNF...
This is a choke point.
Yeah, they got to the objective first. They're forcing DRX's hands. DNF are, as it is going to be smoked down. DNF get it, but the flowers are all going over to DRX, who have position as they take down a bunch of the flowers. There is the arrow in a Bulldog, but the Mikhails comes forward as now the Renata ult is fantastic, and everybody's grouped up for it. There's the engage, there's the trap finally coming to light for DNF. As will they be able to follow up and get any? Rich is going insane mode. And he continues to press that W key. He's just running into them. And yeah, it's just going to be a little bit too heavy on the wallets. That's about as good of an engage as you could hope for DNF on the counter there after they take down the Otacon, but it's just not enough.
They did the thing! It worked! Actually, if they weren't that far behind, that fight, they would have crushed it. Actually getting value from the ultimate, kiting back, absorbing the initial blow. But they were already so far behind that Rich went unchecked. Yes, they kill UCal, but who cares? Sponge got out with very low health, and I want you to watch Teddy in this fight, because he isn't actually matched at all. And initially, like, oh, DN Freaks, I don't know about trying to play aggressive for this, but it baits DRX in, and we finally see the combo. The kill's a bit unfortunate there on Bulldog, because he already had the buffer, but multi-man taunt, Aatrox Q's. If that Aatrox Q's a little earlier, by the way, actually could have been the end of the game. But here we see Teddy is just unmatched. Bulldog tries to goes in, instead just ends up dying, and Rich, this is a level 16 Fed Ambassa that just gets off spell after spell after spell. They don't even get the flowers, and guess what? That buff, that doesn't matter if you don't get any epic objectives. I guess they have the 6 grubs, you know, that's something.
Yeah, they do. I mean, we saw the blood petal count. It was 33 to 18 in favor of DRX. So, yeah, DRX kind of feasted after that went down. They also got the Infernal Drake, which, you know, we're getting close to 3 Infernal Drake, Infernal Soul for DRX. So, feeling pretty good for them at this point in time. You see Teddy, his damage numbers, you called it out. They went through the roof after that one. Obviously, Rich still on top. And DNF, they're like, well, what's the next objective? I don't know how that ward is not spotted, by the way. It's just kind of hanging out in the little nook in the wall. And
that's rough.
They just have no idea that they're sitting on vision. And so Rich is he's gonna show himself here. He doesn't have TP, but they call the bluff. They say you can't do this fast enough. Rich is gonna show again, and with Berserker showing there, they say, well, if Varus isn't hitting this, they're not doing the Baron. So DRX don't have to overcommit at all.
He is legitimately their only Baron damage.
Yeah. And so DRX are like, yeah, cool story.
Are they actually gonna get 0 turrets?
They found the ward, by the way. They found the ward. And that's more insult than... That's not the right phrase.
Adding insult to injury.
Kind of. Yeah, that hurts more than it helps, right?
Now they go in.
Yeah, now they go in.
I mean, you have to try. This is a Hail Mary. AK gold behind.
Well, it's better to have tried than to have done
Almost
nothing.
worked last time.
Yeah. Sponge is coming around the back here. There's also a wall. Pyosik is alone in the Baron pit. There's the World Ender, as they say to DRX, you must come into us once again. But that is going to be the kill. The Baron going over to DNF, as now the Renata only going to hit Sponge, as he does go down in a big taunt in the front line, but Bulldog has no follow-up from his teammates. They can't get past the Braum. And the damage of Teddy is just disgusting right now, as Ingo's Rich as well, just hunting them down. And that should be the end of this fight. Everybody getting chunked out by the 2 carries of DRX. And you got the Baron. That's not the game. Looks like DRX should take the 2-0 tonight.
DRX not going to give up a single turret. 3-16 here, and the 2-0 that they got in the play-ins just continued here, as there is nothing that the DN Freaks can do. Really did feel like in this game, you know, and in the last game, it's frustrating. It feels like outside of Berserker going, the proactive moments are just not working out, right? We're not seeing Pyosik go in. We're not seeing Life find angles. Dudu is not able to really match up. DRX, a 4-0 day. Wouldn't have expected it, Valdez.
Yeah. We thought this was going to be a longer one, but unfortunately, the 2 teams that lost didn't really show much fight in them, including Homalife Esports earlier on today. And DRX, just the better team tonight. They played as a team. It was much cleaner in game number 2 as well. We gave them a lot of stuff in game 1 for sure. And they had their moments, but in game 2, much cleaner, much better played from them. And a very well-deserved victory. Feels bad for DNF. Feels like they haven't figured it out yet. I mentioned at the beginning, everybody had some time off to try to figure out how you can improve your performance from LCK Cup. Doesn't feel like DNF have got there yet, so still some work to be done for them. DRX, though, looking pretty good.
And even though, to me, I think that particularly with that second game, the question of POM becomes a little bit more hazy. To me, Yukao beating hard of this team. But it's not just him, right? It's Teddy actually playing well in the team fights. This is a player that has had his ups and downs over the last couple of years. It's Sponge, at least in this series, being consistent. Of course, to expect him to, as we get further into the season, kind of have those moments. But actually, his early games in both of these two games was pivotal. The Sejuani, very in your face. I think the Vi was a little bit more just playing for the objectives. Did make some decisions, didn't quite end up working out. And then, what a glow up for Rich. Kind of insane. Going from, again, even taking into account his opposition, from being a player that was often an active liability for DRX in the LCK Cup to not only able to generate leads with good roam timings, actually able to get a lot done in the fights, able to play very well around the rest of his team, consistently making use of the space that was bought by the other players.
Yeah, and some of these fights, you can see this one especially was the big one for DNF, where they try to force it, but you mentioned it before, they have to be at the objective first. They have to be the ones that receive the pressure and then respond, which eventually they did figure out, funnily enough. They just started objectives and forced DRX to attack into them, but by the time this fight happened, it was just a little bit too little too late. Like, the gold lead was already about 7,000, and it was pretty much perfect for DNF on the counter engage, like the taunt, the Aatrox.
If Dudu actually gets the Q free off there, like that might have been enough. Actually get the kill on Sponge as well. Starts resetting. Zed only gets one. Teddy's unmatched, and take a look at the final fight.
Saying Aatrox. Aatrox in a flash. Take it slow. Just general calls. Let's go, bro.
There's farming clips.
That's really what they did the whole time. Teddy getting into it as well. I love to see that he's in a great mood.
Good vibes, Teddy.
Having a good time. He's the one that started it there at the end of that fight.
And for all of their messiness, that to me, after this series, is the biggest takeaway of the evening. DRX, and I know obviously they're winning. It's always easy to have a good time when you're winning, but I felt this even in the LCK Cup. It just seems like they're having a good time. It just seems like the team is meshing well together. People are trusting each other. Even when some of the execution doesn't quite end up working out. And I was a Rich voter as well. I think that he definitely earned it, particularly in the way that he was able to make his presence known in teamfights. And when he was, I think, in League, his most consistent, back in 2021, that's what he did.
That is what he did. I think that Rich, he's been around now for a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen his true peak, and hopefully now that everybody's having fun and things are going well for the squad, he can get there with a little bit less pressure. It's a great way to start off your LCK, taking off a team that on paper should be somewhat close with you, but DRX proved that they were the much better team tonight. As you mentioned, it just feels like they kind of figured out their teamwork a lot earlier than DNF, who still are struggling with that. So that's going to be something we have to look at for the future. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so let's look at that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Rich on the side of DRX. Congratulations! Thank you! Rich has returned to the LCK. What a great start! This is your first victory in LCK Round 1. How do you feel? Just really happy that I get to secure today's victory with a clean 2-0. And in game 1, the hot pick, Gwen, was left open today. So did you expect that? You know, I didn't think that it was going to be left open, but I think just because she was left open, I had a really great time. And many people have been rating Gwen very highly currently. So how do you feel about Gwen? I think Gwen is great. She's very strong. And even back in LPL, I had really good experience and good memories of playing Gwen, so I had a great time today as well.
진짜 무섭다 이런 생각 들더라고요. 오늘 플레이어 오브 더 매치에 리치 선수가 선정이 되셨는데
Today's player of the match was you, Rich.
MVP를 한번 뽑아 주신다면요?
But if you were to pick a hidden MVP from today's match, who would it be? I think I would have wanted to pick Yukao, but because Teddy does so well with Ashe, I would have to give it over to Teddy. And since the LCK Cup, DRX has been showing a great potential. So what have you been preparing the most? You know, my head coach had given us great advice since the LCK Cup, so I think that's just something that we had kept in mind since then to become a better team. So what will you do in preparation for your next match against T1? No, I hope that we are able to overcome some of the mistakes that we had made from today and be better and have a better showing in our next match against T1. And any word for your fans? Please look forward to DRX's performance and thank you so much for all the support. Please keep supporting us. And that's the end of the interview with Rich, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is Rich getting the MVP. Just crazy! Rich gets the MVP as DRX take down 2-0. 2-0, that's not a surprise because two of us were smart enough to predict that. But Rich getting the MVP.
Rich has the same amount of POM points as Chovy, so I'd like you to put some respect on the name.
I do notice we have our first little sus fan vote. Double Yukao there. After what I was seeing from both Sponge and Rich, I feel like I'm not behind it, but it's not not the worst it could have been.
Yeah, it's not like
if they went for Andil, I would have. Yeah, I may have lost.
They didn't get an F, but it's maybe what, like a C+, you know?
C minus.
C minus. Okay, so still a passing grade, but you know, kind of a little close.
Starting early, huh? Day one, we're already a little sus.
If you don't like the way that you're being graded right now at home, you can go ahead and sign up for Super Chik right now and set yourself up for tomorrow's matches. 8 out of 13 to the top lane man, Rich. You voted for Rich. No, you say it.
Richest man on the Rift. You know, he had a lot of gold. Had a pretty big lead over Dudu, someone who I think has struggled to find his footing this year so far, but Rich kind of just significantly gapped him. And, you know, Gwen and the Ambessa, both picks that really, if you get momentum, you just take over the game, you get fed, you're a demon.
Rich, that's my top laner. I've been commentating this guy for 10 years since he started in Heroes of the Storm, and moving into League of Legends, obviously had a rough start, played a little bit as a trainee on mid lane for Gen G, and finally made his way to the top lane, which I think is always the role he was destined for. But I feel like even back in the Nongshim days, wasn't really hitting, I think, the form that people expected from him. Finally, after a really rocky start this year, he shows us 2 consistent games back-to-back. This is the Rich that I've always wanted to see play League of Legends, and I think we saw a glimpse of it. Let's hope he can find some consistency moving forward.
Yeah, and the main reason why I kept hitting that so hard as we take a look at some more of the comments is just how often he was just getting dove under tower during LCK Cup, how much resources were not being played through him, and now this time they give him resources, and he shows he can be another viable threat on this DRX roster other than Yukao when he pops off and the steady Teddy. All right, let's see what else do we have here. We have Chronicler going for Rich as well. Snip, snip, dash, dash. The power of the Gwen on full display here. Helios going, tears made him stronger for Sponge. Thoughts?
I mean, he was really emotional after some of their losses last LCK Cup, I should say. He looked pretty good, to be honest. Like, he would have definitely been my second vote.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sponge, obviously,
he's been on this roster for a while. They've had some struggles, but he's persevered and started to really find some footing so far this year.
Prince going the chronicler route of being the poet. The sponge clears the way so others walk the flower road.
Gotta keep that flower road clean, you know? We gotta get it mopped up.
Yeah.
You know, while we walking that flower road, it's got some smudges on it.
I'm gonna ask Prince later. I'm gonna be like, hey man, can you teach me some of your word artistry here? That one was really good about sponge.
Is it?
I think it's like okay to have it in the arsenal, right? In the tool bag, the toolkit of word artistry.
We're getting so deep in the analogies. I feel like it's just we're getting further away from the destination. Digon.
All right, let's take.
It's time for you to walk the flower.
Yeah. Let's walk the flower home. Let's walk the flower to the draft here. A couple things that you wanted to point out here by DRX.
You know, Ox and I kind of came to the conclusion. I think a lot of people thought the draft here of DN Freaks was super good, but I think that the draft works really well when you're ahead and you can defensively turn. Like you have Galio, you have Renata, so if the enemy team is forced to engage into you and you have a favorable position, you have a fantastic way to fight from a defensive position. But if you're the one who has to go in and you're the one who's behind, this comp basically can't function. It can't do anything, and that's why I didn't really like it, because we know based on how last game went, this is not a team that gets a bunch of early control and holds on to the macro.
I think especially when you play into like Vitalia and Ashe, you know, picks who really have a lot of that utility. You have the Ashe Arrow, you have the Vitalia combo, and also the Weaver's Wall. It's really easy to find that early momentum in a game, and I feel like DN Freaks needed to not fall behind for things to work. I also think the Braum into the Renata is kind of a deceptive matchup because you think melee champs into Renata bad, but unlike a Nautilus, for example, who's trying to dive in, Braum doesn't need to do that, and also the Unbreakable can block the Renata ult, and we saw actually a couple of situations where that happened, where like the wall comes down and the Braum gets taunted, but the Ashe doesn't, which is obviously pretty annoying.
Yeah, we have a couple highlights here for you, and examples of DN Freaks just not being able to execute this comp to perfection. Here in the mid lane, 18 minutes. Here's the first highlight.
You can see this is pretty broken up. They drop the Herald mid. They're trying to push their way in, but fortunately, positionally, Life gets chunked out here. Then the cross comes through from Rich. And you just don't have enough space to actually try to make this happen. If you drop the Herald and try to push into it and just disengage away and say, you can have the objective, we're actually just going to look for the turret, I think that's a viable option here. It seemed like somewhat of a split call, and that's kind of been the name of the game for DNF today. It's just a lot of calls where they're spread way too thin for the decisions they're trying to make.
Oh, we can actually stop this here. I don't need to see.
Oh
man. I feel like this is a sort of thing where like, I can't really blame Berserker too heavily for that. You know, like it's a little misplay in the moment. But it's a tilter. That is such a tilter when something like that happens. When you're already 1-0 down, when you're already losing, you try and find that kill, you commit the flash, and it backfires. Because like Yukal makes a mistake, and you get punished for trying to capitalize on it. It's rough.
Yeah, especially when they look back at this VOD, they know that Yukal is just being like, I'm a dummy. Here, this starts off good by DNF by forcing them in, but they just don't quite execute the composition once DRX walks into them.
This is what I was talking about with the comp, where for once they actually get to take the fight defensively here and kind of bait DRX, and they were able to get onto the objective really quickly and force this awkward situation. Then the Renata ult comes out here. Combo is really good. Unfortunately, they're just so far behind, and Teddy isn't actually caught. They can't win the fight, but functionally, this is what this draft is supposed to do. They just couldn't make it happen consistently.
I think ultimately, if it was closer, this fight would have gone really well for them. I also think that it was kind of crazy that they got Arakan. They forced a fight where it looked pretty good considering the deficit, but it wasn't enough. They then went Baron and did a similar sort of thing where they secured the Baron. They had a fight where, again, the gold lead was too much, but they made it look competitive. I think DNF kind of showing what they wanted to come from this game, but never quite getting to that point because there was such a difference in terms of gold. And also, a little worrying for DRX, because despite obviously 2-0 is great, it's a good day, I think this series is one where you've got some stuff to sort of fix up, because the fact they had such a lead and yet still gave over 2 major objectives is a little worrying.
I don't disagree with you, but better to have these learning lessons with the win in the column and setting yourself up to be in the Legends group, not the Rise group, against a team that is in the rankings close to it. So a lot of work here for Coach Song to do.
As mentioned earlier, as looks like Digon and Chronicler putting a point on the board here. But yeah, it looks like that matchup against T1 might be a reality check for this team, though, kind of on the point you were making, Ox, if we can't see some big adjustments made. And Digon's really reveling in it.
Can I just say, Digon?
Yes, Dan.
imagine not having the day is over.
I
And
know.
a whole
Wouldn't
day,
that be
and
embarrassing?
there's people with not even
Wow.
a single point in predictions. The thing is,
Wow.
a lot of people don't care.
Yeah,
a lot of
you
people
know,
don't care.
yeah.
I know he's really committing to the Chronicler bit right now.
Yeah.
You know, Chronicler's probably the love set, so maybe we don't bring him up.
Okay. All right, let's not do that.
Oh, he's already stormed off.
Ah.
0-2 on the first day. He's not going to be able to handle this. He's crashing out.
Oh.
How will he ever recover?
I don't know. Well, tomorrow's predictions looked all similar, except your boy going for the bros as we take a look at the standings here. DRX on top of the leaderboard, tied with Gen G because it was a clean 2-0. Hanu Life and DN Freaks have a little bit of work to do as we move on through week 1. Speaking of week 1, let's take a look at the matches for tomorrow as we've got a big one for us bros. Nongshim, the 4th place team. That's right, 4th place team. If LCK Cup was the qualifier for Worlds, Nongshim would have gone to Worlds. They go up against the bros. The second match after that. Wolf, you don't like this, man.
No, I'm cool with this analogy. I just wanted to talk about the other matchup where D+ came off of a really rough ending to LCK Cup, and they're arguably playing against the weakest team that we have here starting off in 2025. So if they can't get it done there, D+ fans should really worry. I think that next series is kind of a big test temperature gauge for where D+ is at, recovering from that tough loss.
A great start to the LCK regular season today, and we have more LCK action for you tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourself, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of that action.
역시 미드가 바뀌었다. 황골 타이틀이라고 할까요? 확실히 이번 시즌 최대 다크호스 OK 전투 그래프리오. 오케이 이런 경기력 이거 얼마만입니까? 편을 뚫어준다면 또 흐름탈 수 있습니다. 오늘 몇 킬을 하나요, 빅나? 한층 더 강해지고 성숙된 모습이 있을 거잖아요. 네, 걸어봐야죠 제대로.